He's doing the intro thing, so it'll be a minute. Oh, hi. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Kimmy. Good morning, Rivera. Good morning, Sass Mass. The man, the myth, the legend's right behind me.
Morning, folks. Where's the big guy? You up yet?
The big guy's up. He was up earlier, but he's probably watching. There, he's coming on.
I want to say
Hey,
hello,
good day, my friend.
hello to Dennis and Tina, the Pocket Rocket. I'm going to leave you all the capable hand of the Pocket Rocket, but I love you both
Pocket
so
Rocket.
much. I love you. See you later.
All right, we'll see you in a while. Hi, sassy bartender Sherry D. Good morning.
Where else you going?
Good morning, Bad. Bad something. Oh, wait a minute. What are you? Bad Daza. Good morning. Good morning, Boston Lisa. Good morning, Larry. Good morning, Kimmy. Good morning, Boo Boo. Robin G. Good morning, everyone. Oh, it's gorgeous out here today. And we already have a good crowd here. And just so you guys know, hold on a second. If I see Hanky at break time, dun, 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 I'm going to play Hanky a tune. Oh, good, Marilyn. I'm glad you're on your way. I miss everyone. I got this sign that our friend made, So I have people signing it, and I'm going to try to pass it off to Alessi this morning. Alicia Alessi. Good morning, crazy bus. Um, oh, feels good to be down here on a Tuesday with my people. This trial's going to be over before we know it, and Karen's going to be set free. Good morning, the Patty Paralegal, and Danny. Um, I like shut everything down for like a couple days. Sometimes you got to do it when you got family issues going on. And I took a breather, but I caught up late last night. I was watching Dever, whatever the fuck her name is. What a disgrace. Boston police. Oh my God, what a disgrace she is. Good morning, Florence, Kentucky. As long as you don't spank Hanky. Good morning, lady. E. Oh, Island. Hi, Karen Murray. God, Island, there's so many people there. I remember when I was here like a week or two ago, there was a reporter that writes for the Island. I think it's the Centennial, and she interviewed quite a few of us. Um, Hi, Rhonda Hall. Hold on, let me turn this around so you guys can see everybody. There we go. Timma was here, first one this morning. The man, the myth, the legend. Neil's here. Everybody's here. Brenda's down there.
He gave a speech that gave you
Good morning, Jacqueline.
just so
Good morning, hon. We're neighbors pretty much.
really
Your neighbors with me, Mary?
speeches with Bill. I just haven't shown him yet. Someday you'll see him out.
So, anyways, what a day yesterday for everybody that testified. Today should be lucky. I got my lucky shirt in my car. I'll have to go back after for it. We don't have the joy of the sunshine. We're not the Emerald Island for nothing. Oh my God. Oh, there was a lady here this morning too. I guess she finds four-leaf clovers, so she was going to look for some, which will be awesome. Like, she's like, "Do you want one?" I'm like, "Oh, hell yeah, I want a four-leaf clover." So she must be out in the grass somewhere looking for them. But I'm told, oh, with Rhode Island Hall, I'm told that the buffer zone has eased up a little bit more. They let people really stay down here, which was awesome. Oh, hi, Connie. My girl Robin G, I've missed you. I did go on, I went to Tesla on Sunday, Tesla the band. And what a rocking show that was. I ripped it up. Good morning, Julie. I wasn't driving or anything, so I got to completely indulge in good music, and music's good for your soul. Good morning, Tracy V. Um, they still got it after all these years, and they have played. Sunday's show was the 39th year they played at Indian Ranch, and they killed it. They killed it. Oh, they were so good. And the band before them was really good. Kurt Demer, Deimer. Oh, what a great band. Hi in the UK, Sally. How can they still have court for Erica if you wear the shirt? Yeah, I don't know. I think I think Erica's charges will get ended up getting dropped, but I think they're more going towards the hat that she wore because it had Free Karen Reed on it. Which, I mean, you could do that by mistake because it's tiny little print. You forget you have it on. Oh, thank you, Deborah. Deborah.
Her taking the stand front of FBI.
Don't forget.
She was very.
Hi, Dana. I miss you and Tracy. I had to bounce out of not going to a Monday night dive bar, so I'll hit there next week. I don't know if it's Deborah Deaver. People have called it both names. I just think she's a lion. We should just call her Mrs. Liar.
You know why? She was so.
The quarter size free can read.
It's because the FBI.
Oh, there we go. So, anyways, it's going to be a beautiful day. Tomorrow's supposed to be 90 here, which will be absolutely crazy. But my car's decorated. It's down at, the very end where I can have it. So, anyways, folks, Dr. Marie Russell, she ain't scared of Spanky Hanky. That's for sure. Not at all. I watched the whole thing last night. Hi, Nicole. Is that Kelly?
No, you don't.
Hi, Kelly.
You know the FBI came.
You and Boston Amy. Hello. Yeah, remember to.
Balls, you pussy. Okay.
Hold on.
It's a big anti-speak.
Going to jail.
Hi from England. Hello.
Got no balls. Come on out. I'm good. How are you? You still sitting to pee? Still sitting to pee. Yeah,
Yeah.
Hey, reach down.
Yeah. Hey, we're here for justice for John too.
You fucking maggot.
Well, it's terrible that you drive by yelling shit out the window first and you expect a response.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you asshole. I hope you hit a car.
Light him up, Timma. Hey, that guy, what's his name? Antique Rogue or whatever? He's an ass, anyways. But he drives up yelling shit out the window first. Like he's a tough guy sitting in his fucking car. Whatever. Anyways, I got this sign. I'm going to try to give it to Alessi this morning. So, yeah, he is a fool. He is a fool. He's the one that was on the steps, God, a month or two ago. And I can't remember everybody. So he was like filming us. So I walked up to him and I'm like, who are you? And he's like, you should know me. Like, he's got tons of followers. I'm like, yeah, right. Whatever, buddy. He's just a peon. All these people, when the truth comes out about who really killed John, and it was not Karen, these people are going to freaking eat crow pie. Yeah, he's nice and safe. They're always tough when they can run away, you know? Actually, all these people that against her, when you try to talk to them like a civil adult conversation, they have nothing to say. Like, they can't argue. They just bring up stupid shit. They have absolutely nothing to say. They can't make a valid argument about anything. So it's they're foolish people. They're foolish people. Um, make a good argument about why you defend what you defend or feel the way you feel, but they can't do that. They just talk about your looks or whatever and just degrading stuff. So if they're f them. 3 ways to donate. Yeah, please, folks, whatever you can give. Robin G's posting stuff in here about how you can help Karen out with the defense fund because she does have to feed everybody every day, and she's got to put up the witnesses at hotels and stuff like that. So, and also, like I say, subscribe to everybody's channel. You got Danny, True Social Crimes. You got Kelly and Amy at Boston Talks. You got, oh my God, there's too many. Maza Media. You got Brian LTL. You got, of course, Alternate Corner. You got Resistant to Silence. You got Nurse Kim, my favorite, the Glera. Um, Hi, Leanne. Good morning, Spooky. I missed a few of yous. Who's Brian? Brian McHugh. When Karen is found not guilty, you will never hear of these people again. They will magically, oh, they're going to vanish, all right, because they're going to vanish right into jail. Yep, there's my Galera. Thank you, Robin, for putting my favorite on. Um, you guys are awesome. Good morning from Ohio. Hi, Mark Lenvey. I'm not going to say names right, so don't even worry. And here's my Alessi sign. I'm going to try to get to. Yeah, I'm going to try to give it to him because we signed the back, so he has a um, memento from here. You know, it's a nice little song, small one. And I brought my hanky spanky harmonica. Wait, the glare is your favorite since when? I need to get a picture of him to put in a picture frame and carry it around like John's girlfriend from 40 years ago. Dina flooded my eyelashes. I told my 83-year-old grandmother about you guys, and she says you are all very courageous. Everybody down here is courageous, but we know we're on the right side of everything. That's why. Oh, here comes Peter Murphy. Yes, that's you. Hey, I'm going to try to give this sign to Alessi. Alessi. You want to you can write a message or sign your name or do whatever. Here, I'll hold it.
That's all right. You have to be careful. You can't put it on state property.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, jeez.
Oh, yeah, yesterday.
Marilyn. Hi, I'm here. I missed all you guys. I'm live streaming. Oh, I miss it. I hate this every Tuesday. It's almost over, but I already warned my boss that, when when they go to deliberate, don't expect me at work because I think it's going to come down really quick.
I do too.
Oh, these people are paying attention. They're not stupid.
Sergeant Peter Murphy.
Sergeant Peter Murphy, you want to sign this? I'm going to try to give it to Alessi so he has a memento from us. What's going on?
Are you live?
Yeah, I'm live.
Were you here yesterday? There was a
No.
lot of commotion from across the street coming this way because people were hanging signs and
I heard.
the barrier.
Yeah. If you guys come down here, one thing they don't put up with. Huh? Oh, did she? She found a 4-leaf clover. Oh my God.
Oh, I saw that she found one the other day.
Yeah, she found one now.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, she actually found one.
What's the yo?
Oh, you're welcome for the lives. I mean, I don't know. I went live. I had tossed a few, so sorry about that. I ended up with 2 picks. I went right up to the band to ask for them when they were on stage. But anyways, I just try to break it up a little bit. Sidewalk. You really found one. Oh my God.
She finds one every day.
All right, hold on, folks. This is for Lucky. Hold on, folks. It's a 4-leaf clover, folks. Unbelievable. Oh my God. Hold on. Look at that. 4-leaf clover. It's Lucky's day. It's Lucky's day. Someone take a screenshot of this.
That's too funny.
Thank you.
I take a shot, but I don't think it's like that. Good to see you. Quiet.
Hold on.
Big day
Let me move it around a little bit.
Gotta go this way.
Yeah.
You sure it came out?
Oh,
Yeah. Lucky's day.
oh my, I got nothing to put it in.
I know, that's what I said. I need water.
I just don't want it to break. I know. All right. We're going to put him here for now. Oh, here. Will you put mine in your car for now?
Bring the water back.
Oh, we can. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Um,
I'm telling you, she's gonna back for it. I
I know.
was standing there the other day, and he asked, "Can you come find me another?" She walked away and came back 3 minutes later and had me.
Oh my God. In Lucky We Trust, exactly. That's luck, though. Yeah, so, all right. I was talking about Tesla. Thank you, Mary, for the picture of the four-leaf clover. Um, I did it when I went to go see Tom Hamilton's band, Tom Hamilton from Aerosmith. Um, I live streamed you guys backstage. And so I just try to do it to break up the momentum because we all have lives outside of this. And it's important to keep up with your lives outside of this. So I gave you a little bit of it, but I wanted to enjoy the concert. I really love Tesla. Um, yeah, protect Lucky at all costs. You know it. So, anyways, I hope you enjoy it. And sorry, I tossed a few, so I was really feeling no pain at all. So I'm feeling lucky, punk. Good morning, Renee. Good morning, and whoever was from Georgia, it's scrolling so fast. And remember, people, hit the like button, please. It's important for Tracy and Dana's channel that you hit the like button. Lucky the snowplow driver is a simple factual man. He said there's nobody out there. Remember when he said, and God forbid any animals? Like, he's a good, decent, hardworking, blue collar guy. You really do. He was here yesterday. Um, I don't know. I would assume he's coming back today to testify, but everybody's got their lucky stuff. I'll have to grab my shirt later for lucky. And then guess what I did, folks? I charged my charger, my backup charger, and I left it on the counter at home. So I'm going to have to at some point hook the phone up in my car later and recharge it. So stupid ass me. Erica, if you're watching, bring an extra phone charger for me. The battery pack. That's the thing. I charged it to get it ready and then left it at home. Stupid ass that I am. But like fill up that comment section with clovers and green hearts for Lucky. Oh, really, Muggs? He is an honest and good man. That's one thing about blue collar workers, man. They're the salt of the earth. They really are. And Lucky's showing the world how important blue collar, honest working people are. Calm, sane folks Dr. Russell was unbelievable. You know, one of the first women in Medford to be a police officer. Impressive right there, let alone all the other credentials that she has. And Hanky wasn't freaking moving her. She gave it right back to him. Oh, I love all the clovers and stuff. Yeah, last year we had someone made up, I think it was Chrissy made up uh, in Lucky We Trust shirts. Mine's in the trunk of my car. Tell him we're all supporting him. Yep. Dina. Hey, good morning. Oh, I love it. I love all the clovers. I love all the clovers. Who is it? Let me turn this around so you can see everybody. There we go. That guy right there, he works for a radio station, which is awesome, and they report on it. So that's an awesome thing. Sidewalk! Sidewalk! He's not listening. Hardman's here. Oh, there's Robin.
Yeah, but she had nothing more to gain.
I love when Scott McGinnis talks. He knows so much about stuff. Hey, Robin. I'm live streaming. Good morning. Oh, that's all right. We'll go like this.
Everything going?
Good, good. I haven't been in the tanning booth in a bit, but
Oh, you do the food?
I do till summer starts, and then I get dark. I get really dark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
An Italian skin.
The Italian skin, and the Indian from Nova Scotia, like the Arcadian. My nice grandmother was a lady named Molly Muse, and if you Google her, it shows a picture of her. Yeah, she was from Nova Scotia, and she's a medicine woman. She's really dark. It was like the Arcadians, and she's been written about, and it's like my nice grandmother, nice great grandmother.
I never got to know any of mine.
Cheryl with an S. How are you?
Hi, how are you?
Good. How's your daughter feeling?
Oh, she's fine.
Oh, she's fine. Just
Yeah.
need a little thing. Oh, wait a minute, you guys. I gotta have you sign this because I'm gonna try to give it to Alessi. Hold on. Hold on, folks. Hold on. You can either write your name or a little message, but I'm gonna give it to Alessi.
Hi, ladies. Nice to see you.
And where are you?
No, this is right.
Whack it. Kiss it off. All right, that was on film. This is Jackie from Texas. Hi, Jackie from Texas. Nice to meet you. Jackie, welcome. How long have you been here for?
I got here last Friday.
Oh, nice.
Couple days. Yeah.
Good. Here, it's live streaming right there. I know. A purse I thought. I'm gonna hit the damn thing. Oh, I got my coffee over here too. I gotta make sure there isn't a freaking bee inside. No. They're out of control today. All right. Was that real funny, guys? There's a fucking bee flying around us. No, morning prayer soon. What time you want to do morning prayer? Hi, how are you?
Good to see you.
Good to
Glad
see you
you're
too.
back with us.
Tuesdays.
I know.
Tuesday's my day.
Oh, you and your concert.
Oh, it was a great concert.
Sure it was. You look like you went.
Tesla. I tossed a few and sang my heart out and
Hey, Robbie.
paid for it the next day because at 58, I still went to work the next day. But I was hurting.
Oh, yeah.
I was hurting.
Imagine.
Yeah. I was drinking these dog brewery something blood orange salsa drinks. They go down like water. Oh,
yeah.
here's Jen.
And then they hit you like lead.
Yeah, they hit me like crazy. Oh, all right. Oh, perfect. That's Jen Root with her sign. I brought my friend from Germany. Hi.
Jen Root. Jen Root.
Hi. Good morning. How you doing? Good. How are you?
Good.
Hi from Germany.
Germany. Yep. You've been listening to everything.
How do you say hello in German?
Good morning.
Hello.
Good morning.
You are. Good morning.
There's my Keith with my favorite flag.
Good night.
I love that flag. Oh my God! I heard you have these.
I feel like we should stand on those stairs and we can just wear those.
Yeah.
Because we are silent.
We are.
Get a good
silent.
picture.
Yeah, we are silent
Thank you.
in a way.
Can we make a donation to these?
No,
now or
no, no.
somehow?
This is all free. Everything's free here.
Wow.
We won't be silenced.
Those are beautiful.
So
Thank
they-
you,
yeah.
Jen.
I think I'm like, yeah, no. Everybody wants.
Everyone can get together in a minute for a prayer.
I got to
Thanks.
thank you for being boots on the ground. Those who can't be there. Yeah, thank you, everyone that's behind the keyboards. You guys matter. I've been saying that all along.
Everybody matters.
Everybody matters because it's a big
matters.
puzzle and everybody's a piece of it, right?
Everybody's a piece of it.
Yeah, because without you guys behind there, this wouldn't be out in the forefront of media and stuff because everything you write matters. So
Microdot's video speaks volumes. The one where Karen and her family and they show the little board and then they show thousands of people supporting her.
Yeah.
That's what this is. And it takes
Robin G wrote, Dina, can you ask Bobby if he did his homework, please?
Yes. Home goods.
Home goods. Dina, can you say happy anniversary to my husband, Jimmy from Cambridge? All right, hold on a second. Happy anniversary, Jimmy from Cambridge. Say happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary, Jimmy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There you go. How's that? Woo! Trucks can honk right now. They can honk right now. And look at Brenda got a little thing for the 4-leaf clovers.
Yeah.
In Lucky We Trust. In Lucky We Trust. Jack's here. Hi, Jack.
Good morning.
Good morning. I won't say that. Is that your daughter?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Olivia.
That's how we do. Hi, Olivia. I'm live streaming. I'm live streaming.
Oh, all right.
Good morning, Tina. Hi, PFC. I'm happy
Attorney General and the
to see a great crowd.
governor.
Oh, it's going to get busier and busier because one, the buffer zone opened up more thanks to Jason, Allison, Lisa, and Sam, and people are realizing that we have rights here. They're getting stomped on. So come on down. I'm happy to see a great crowd there this morning. We're saying there was only 8 people down the S8 and none were from out of state. That Aiden was like, no, there's people. Of course they lie, people. That's why we bring you this stuff like Boots on the Ground channel so that you can see what's actually going on. You know, the world's watching this and they're seeing what's going on here and they're just as frustrated as we are. Oh, good. I'm glad. You know, this trial could be over by next Tuesday. Honestly, it's coming. Do you want to be on the live stream? Can we introduce you? And tell us where you're from?
My name's Jackie. I'm from Texas, Dallas, Texas.
Nice. She came here Friday, right?
Yes. Friday had to come support Karen Reed.
Thank you so much for coming all that way.
Yes, of course.
The buffer zone there's still a buffer zone. You can't have your free Karen Reed stuff and stuff like that after 8 o'clock. But they're letting us, you can stay down in the buffer zone anywhere around here with just pink on, or you can have a Turtle Boy sign, apparently. You can have a Stop Corruption sign. So you just got to check in just to make sure. Just ask somebody that's down here regularly what they think. We can always ask Hardman and he'll look it up and let us know.
I'm not advocating.
They're all saying, welcome, Texas. So that's all I can tell you about the buffer zone. I mean, there is interpretation of it, but we it's getting very much more relaxed. I mean, they know we don't start trouble, but if you come down here and you're not sure, just ask one of the regular boots on the ground. We want to keep it so no one, not any more people get arrested. But you see these barriers? You cannot hang stuff on these barriers. You cannot. Yeah. And this stuff happens in everybody's town, honestly. It really does. So let me turn this around. Oops, wrong button. Stay in studio.
For the courthouse in the back.
I can send it to you.
Want to do that?
Get the dome. Do it at an angle.
Yeah, get in.
Hold on a second.
Should I put
Oh, I went in.
Yeah. Strong as together, Peter.
We are stronger together.
Stronger together.
Yeah. Oh,
All right, morning prayer, folks.
all right.
Are we doing it here or on the registry of deeds? We're here? All right, let me put this down. Morning prayer, folks.
I know.
We got to get everybody in it. Yes, Jilly. All right. The camera is behind. Can everybody go? You see everybody, folks? There we go.
Yeah, yeah. They get a two-wheeler for you, sir.
See everybody. That's all right. Ready?
Deb's got them all.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, that we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. What do we do? Our Father.
We knew that was gonna happen.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty, justice for all.
Free!
Someone's county's kicking in.
There you go, folks.
Somebody's cooking's kicking in. Hey, how many leaves on a four-leaf clover? All of them.
All of them. There you go, folks. That's morning prayer and the Pledge of Allegiance. And I'm surprised there's a lot of people that say they're still doing the Pledge of Allegiance in school. I thought they banned it in a lot of places, but apparently they still have it, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
Peter Murphy, folks. Peter Murphy.
Good morning, everyone.
Sergeant Peter
You
Murphy.
ain't got no quit.
Oh, Jen's running up the things.
Yeah. All right, Jerry, picture time. There we go.
Hold on, I want
I
to.
saw that.
Nice picture. Ready?
Oh, you're here. Oh, man.
Move over a little bit, Scott.
There we go. Get the flag up.
Yeah.
Hey, Tim, get your head out of the way. The hens are clacking already.
Oh, there, that's good. That's good.
There we go. I got it. Oh, there you go. All right, hold on. Someone, screenshot this.
Oh, look at that.
That's beautiful. Woo!
Commonwealth.
They can't investigate your son. That's right. As long as they investigate themselves, they're gonna have this sort of crookery.
Exactly.
That goes for all of them.
I love his laugh.
All right. Hi, Tina.
Where's the husband? Did you leave him at home?
No, but he's watching you live stream.
Oh, wait a
You
minute.
gotta say hi to him.
Oh my God. Let me turn this around. Hold on a second. All right. Sidewalk. Sidewalk. Oh no, he's with us.
No sidewalk.
No sidewalk. Hey. Hey, handsome guy with the scally cap. Guess who's standing there with me? Your
Hi,
wife.
hubby.
Hi, hubby.
Love you.
We all love you. Oh. Well, let me turn this around. Come on, fingers, work. There we go. I didn't screenshot in time. That's all right. I got it. Mary Bagwell's on it. She's been screenshot and everything. Oh, for me, I just lost you guys. Shit. Where did they go? There we go. Hold on. All right. Woo! I thought I lost it completely.
Do that to screenshot.
Yeah, some people will. Oh my God. Hi, Lay. Hi. That's right, Sherry. The Honorable Peter Murphy. Sergeant Peter Murphy. Morning from Wisconsin. Hello. Where's my our Kansas people? That's one of the newscasters going in, and I photobombed his live stream this morning with my sign, with the sign. I don't know if they are. Dana was in the chat. Dana, you guys coming here today or what? Hold on a second. Let me turn it around. Dana and Tracy, are you coming here today?
Is he up yet?
They're probably sleeping in, the little shits.
Yeah, when we go across town.
They're not. Maybe they're on their way. They're writing. Avanoni said hi from Marshfield, Peter.
All right. Okay.
Oh, it's not turned around. Hold on a second. Let me turn it around.
Go fishing. Go
There you go.
Gina,
What?
General was asking if we could get a picture across the street. All of us together.
Yeah, let's do it.
You want to do that?
Hey, everybody across the street for a picture. Get your silence things on. Let's go. We only got so much time. Move out, troops. Thank you. All right, let me commandeer the registry of deeds. Hold on, let me turn this around.
Say good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. I'm handsome, Brian.
I remember you. All right. Breaking the law. Breaking the law. Who's gonna? Her friend from Germany's doing it. Hold on. Can I landscape it? There we go.
Everybody hold silence.
One more.
Gee, come closer if you can. Okay.
One more card, Janine.
Oh, wait a minute. Scott McGinnis isn't in this. Get the hell in here. Jesus. Now we got a free Karen Reed. All right, there we go, folks. I forgot about landscape. Oh, one more? All right, hold on.
Sarah.
You take that. Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
That'll be a great picture.
There we go.
The light could be low, so. All right, we can cross.
Okay, teacher.
Couple minutes.
You want to take this for a minute so I can talk to Hardman for a minute?
Hello, everybody.
Nice to meet you. I don't want to put him online. Really,
He said sign that he wasn't going to make it some behind. Oh, yeah. Sorry, when he does arrive, he's going to see probably. Yeah. So maybe I'll get you.
Hello.
Dina wants to talk to Sergeant Harmon for a second.
All right, thanks, Stan. You got some pictures?
Hi, Jen. Yeah, I got it in the I got it in the picture.
All right, good. Thanks. We'll drop it.
Jen comes with signs.
That's a.
That's a sign.
I mean, I'm gonna try to get bigger at some point.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll need
How
another
much bigger
person,
can
though.
you get?
But, like, it's great now that we have these books.
Oh, that's.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
They certainly can investigate themselves. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Like, that's the main thing. I want people to have critical thinking skills when they drive by and go,
Right.
well, yeah, they could investigate themselves. And it's like, well, that's what they did.
Yeah,
They investigated their buddy.
exactly.
Right. That's it. That's why it was covered up.
Right.
Hey now.
Yeah, I think I got it in the picture. I had to run to the men's room, so I got late for the group picture. What time do we have? Is it marching time?
7:55.
Yeah. 5 minutes. We have to vacate the area.
Oh, the
Becomes Bev's communist country. We have to flee to freedom.
He's like, whatever you guys do.
Bill sales. Oh, yes.
So it sounds
Good
like
crowd today. We got good
Yeah.
weather. Supposed to warm up in the next 3 days, right? Time to march.
Whoa, where'd you get those from? Yeah, I got one.
I mean, technically we could stay in this area, but the free Karen Reed gear and signs cannot stay in this area. So we head to the 400-foot buffer zone line, which Bev lied about
Yes.
and said she never changed it from 200 feet, but she did. She moved it to 400 feet.
I got some
On this end, anyways. The other end is still 200 feet. But this end down here, Bev extended it to 400 feet, so we lost all our parking and our sweet spot from trial one. She took that away out of vindictiveness and D.A. Morrissey's orders, because Bev is controlled by D.A. Morrissey.
She's evil. I sit at home screaming at the
Want to, like,
Honest, Scott.
What's going on? How are you?
It's good to see you.
I'm running Tina's camera. We're live.
Hey, Joey.
Yeah.
Morning, Maddie and Kenny. Get up, go to school. Daddy loves ya. You feeling back?
Yeah,
See him?
Not that I can see. No. I just see me and you.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know what
Yeah.
Dina is discussing with Sergeant Hardman.
You move it.
Well, we're moving. You're not yet.
I want to be in the rear so I don't stab somebody with.
Wow. Well. Wow. I hope that's the case. Now, we get the boot from there right now?
Yeah.
No, no. Okay.
You don't have to. We had to up until last week.
Because I came last Tuesday and I was able to kind of go right back and forth, you know.
You can stay down there as long as you don't have anything that's free Karen Reed.
Yeah, I don't. Well, if I talk
Yeah.
this, then that's why I'm.
Like I bag up my sign.
I have half a mind to try to apply for some journalistic
Press pass.
press
Yeah.
pass there.
It's a difficult situation in Massachusetts to get a press pass.
Yeah.
It's not easy.
Why are we all walking up towards?
But I mean, in trial one, this is where we hung out, right here.
Yeah. Trial one, exactly. Yeah.
Bev made sure we lost this area
So what your dad does?
because we had a stronghold here. So
Really, yeah. Well, I want to make sure I can give her these again. You know, these are from the Vatican. So like, holy shit, Saturday, my client who went over came back and gave me a few things from there, and I said,
yeah.
I have a lot of rosaries, but this is a special one. And if she doesn't want it, she can throw her dad. Now, are we waiting in line to see her, kind of thing?
Yeah.
Does she stop?
Yeah. So see, the old buffer zone was down where that group of people are.
Yeah.
So we would all park here. We could have all our signage and all our gear.
Yeah.
What Bev did is she moved the buffer zone. See where this American flag is?
Yeah.
This is the new buffer zone.
Yeah. I remember the sign there and there.
So we're forced down here after 8 o'clock. We have to be down here.
Okay.
If you have anything free Karen Reed.
Right. Or pink.
No, pink's fine.
Good.
You can be down in the buffer zone.
Other than your sign, well, if you tuck that in, you'd be good to go.
Right.
Now, after she goes by, are people going to walk to the front to greet her going in?
You can.
Is that the idea? Do you guys do that?
I do. But I also go 600 feet to the other 200-foot buffer
on the other
zone,
side, yeah.
and I hang out there most of the day.
And will they come up from the other way now? Whereas last year they came from the church down here. This year they're coming up the other way, right?
No, they drive right past us.
Yeah.
They turn right on Pearl Street just past the court. The SUV stops right there,
Okay.
and then they walk into the front of the courthouse.
All right. Because again, I do want to make sure I give it to her. And
If the see how the traffic's stopping right here, if her SUV is going by and it stops, you'll be able to give it to her then.
Yeah.
But sometimes the traffic is moving right along and she drives right by us.
Yeah.
You have to be here every day to see.
Yeah.
You never know.
Sure. Now, would this qualify as something that would keep us off of
No,
the...
that would be allowed in the buffer zone.
Okay.
Because it doesn't pertain to the case directly.
Right.
So there's several signs that I can bring into the buffer zone.
Yep.
One of them is corrupted Canton PD and MSP need a reboot. That sign's allowed. My free Turtle Boy sign is allowed.
That is now allowed. It was.
But my free Karen Reed sign that I'm holding right now is not allowed in the buffer zone.
That I can see.
So the new federal judge ruling about what's allowed in the buffer zone is sort of convoluted. I've literally had to go to Sergeant Harmon, that's in charge of the community action team, that guards us. I'm like, what sign am I allowed to carry and what sign am I not allowed to carry? And it's up to him to decide. So it's arbitrary.
Very select.
It's open to his interpretation of the latest federal judge ruling. So it's not black and white.
No.
What you can carry and what you can't carry. So what I've been doing is bringing up various signs to Sergeant Hardman.
Getting some minutes.
It's like, hey, what do you think of this one? Is this one good? So last Friday I brought up the corrupted Canton PD and MSP need a reboot.
Yeah.
He looked at it for a minute. He went on his computer and he looked at the latest federal judge's ruling, and he says, "Yeah, I think that one's good."
just got to be careful sometimes.
So I'm not going to just walk into the buffer zone
Right.
with a sign that I
I
don't
hope-
know is approved.
I hope you record the clearance too. You know what I'm saying? I
Yeah.
hope you make sure.
No,
that
I reconfirmed with him yesterday.
document everything, because I would hate to see a situation where they authorize one thing and then you get there, they, strong arm.
Yeah. Well, the other thing is too is you're supposed to get like one warning. Like
One
if
verbal warning.
if you walk into the buffer zone with a sign that isn't within,
within their.
you're supposed to leave the area. Remove the sign. He's not supposed to just instantly arrest you.
I have a feeling again it's gradually there's more and more latitude with each day as.
Well, I mean, Sergeant Harbin, in light of the latest ruling from the federal judge,
Yeah.
has backed off quite a bit. He literally wasn't letting anybody into the buffer zone. As long as you don't have anything that pertains to the Karen Reed case, you
Right.
can be in the buffer zone.
And yeah.
Like you're fine. You don't have any signage.
If I had.
You don't have any
if I had
gear
things to
on.
wear, well, of course, pink doesn't count anymore.
They might ask you to-
Okay. I don't have anything in my wardrobe. Sorry.
They're not going to.
But like even my free Karen Reed sign, after Karen drives by, and I want to go back to the other end of the buffer zone, I have to put a trash bag over my sign because I can't walk through the buffer zone with this free Karen Reed sign,
I can get a knife.
which is outrageous.
So it's so we're kind of living in half America down here right now.
Yeah, it's stupid. Because I disagree with the buffer zone entirely. Because the jury can't see us anyways. They're busted into the back of their courthouse from a secret location. They'll never see us out here.
Right.
The only reason this buffer zone exists is because of the optics. It makes DA Morrissey's office look bad. That's all it's all about. It's not. It has nothing to do with giving Karen Reed a fair trial.
Yeah. Turtle Boy's not going to be here till later.
Yeah, Aiden's going to be late.
Yeah, he's in
Yeah.
the bus stop deal, and then he's right. Yes.
He has to send the kids off to school before he drives down here.
Yeah.
He won't be here till like 10.
Traffic can be really.
Yeah, well,
dying
he's one of the three alternates,
coming from there.
and there's 10 media spots and 3 alternates, but a lot of the 10 media spots are never taken.
There's no.
So the three alternates are like automatic shoo-ins, and Aiden's number 1 out of the 3 alternates. So he's pretty much guaranteed to get in every day. Because a lot of the media puts in for the lottery and they win it and they never show up. So if you're one of the 3 alternates, you're pretty much going to get in. And they should change the rules on how they do that media lottery. If you win the lottery and you don't show up,
Yeah.
your name should be taken out of the hat.
Oh, yeah. Doesn't DePietro stroll in late sometimes?
I don't think
I heard-
DePietro won this week, so he's probably not around.
I hate to meet him because I'd want to slap him if I did, but I certainly am not a violent person for the record.
DePietro is just an in-person troll, is all he is.
I don't think he's even real. I think he's just acting a role. I don't think there's
He's a
any
joke.
substance there at all. One beautiful day, one day, great stuff.
No, this buffer zone has nothing to do with giving Karen Reed a fair trial.
Yeah.
It's all about the optics and the politics. The last thing that DA Morrissey wants is a bunch of free Karen Reed people in front of the courthouse.
Again, I was so
The
amazed.
mainstream media would be forced to depict us in that location, and it just makes it all look bad. That's the reason for the buffer zone.
I was so amazed when this first came out a few years ago. They said something about there being video evidence of Karen hitting.
Oh, that was another mainstream media lie.
Lie.
Yeah, WBZ4 Boston.
Yeah, I know.
They see DA Morrissey has the mainstream media in his back pocket, so he can call the mainstream media and leak a false report like that, and they'll mimic it,
Yeah.
parrot it,
Again, they're about getting it first, not getting it right. Anyway, that's the whole thing.
So Michael Morrissey's idea was we'll put the false narrative out in the mainstream media news
Yeah,
that we have video proof
yeah,
that Karen Reed ran down John O'Keefe.
and then
It was a lie,
that'll be case
but the
closed.
mainstream media ran with it.
You'll immediately close many inquiring minds as to
Yeah, so if you were initially watching that news report,
it's
you're like, oh, this is terrible.
Yeah.
This woman ran down her boyfriend by accident because she was drunk. And they have video proof of it. And then you tune it out. Because if all you watch is mainstream media news, you believe the propaganda that they project. But obviously, there was no video from Assistant Chief Kelleher's house across the street. That was a lie that Michael Morrissey put forward to the mainstream media, and the mainstream media ran with it.
Yeah.
Thank you. I had a deep conversation with Hardman, so it was
Excellent.
like, all right,
Any,
I gotta go. They're up there with
Did
the
we make
thing.
any ground?
No, he's in a good mood today. He was decent. He's like, this is gonna be over soon. You know what I mean?
He
Like,
can't wait till it's over.
I know. He needs a good vacation. But how are you, Sneaker
How's it
Boy?
going?
That was freaking comical. When Aiden ever aired that, and his laugh was so, he was laughing. He put it out on his show that night or the next Tuesday. He put it out Tuesday night.
Tuesday night?
Yeah.
I don't know. I might not.
Oh my God, I was cracking up laughing. I really was. That was hysterical. All right, let's walk down here. Let me turn this around. There we go, folks.
Hey.
All right, I'm back. I was talking to Hardman.
Morning, Lynn. Yeah, it was nice to see you last night at Pizza Night.
Oh, I forgot to say good morning to Vinny. Vinny, if you're listening, get your butt up out of bed and get ready for school.
Yes, Vinny.
Yeah.
School, not many more days left.
I know.
Oh, right.
Oh. Hello, Officer Trooper. Love this sign. Yeah, so June 12th, we're going to have a Together We're Stronger movement at Morrissey's office. There's going to be speakers. We're all going to get together at Morrissey's office. So save the date if you're in the area. Dina, let me get a hell yeah. Hell yeah. Stay out of. Hold on. What was that? Just stay out of Karen Reed and her team's faces. They look annoyed. Let them breathe and have a long exhaustion. Who is that? Uncle Fister.
You know what that is?
Yeah. Exactly. Are you writing a book, Cheryl, with an S?
Yep.
Good morning. Who was that? Good morning, crazy concert grandmother. I love it. I'm a crazy concert grandmother too. Justice for Bow. We were just talking about that. There's Dennis's coffee mug.
Hey, I washed it.
You washed it.
Yeah.
I don't know
Maybe I
about
washed
that.
it as well. You saw me in the thing. Took the dishwasher apart, washed it twice.
We have to get you a new one.
It's like resistance to syphilis.
That'll keep you from having syphilis.
Well, there you go. I got the cure.
J Mac is saying, good morning, Dennis.
Good morning, J Mac.
Yep. We're just waiting for Karen's team to come. I don't know what time it is.
Oh,
Is she here?
it's J Mac. Oh, J
Oh.
Mac. Jen McCall. Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, Jen. Oh,
Hey, Jen.
I didn't recognize him.
I didn't either. I can't remember everybody's handles on here. I hope you're doing well. I haven't seen you since we were at the Warren Tavern. Good morning. Excited to. Oh, it's going so fast. I think we have different definitions of washed. Yeah, I think so. We do. Is Dennis going to whip? Hold on. Is Dennis going to whip out the Auntie Bev costume soon?
Yeah, for the verdicts out. Yep.
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 Dina, I'm going to see. Oh, get the let out at Indian Ranch. Nice. Good morning, everyone. Heading to Charlestown Airport in an hour. Back in Mass today. Won't be able to tune in from the. Oh, have a good trip. It's 8:15. What?
Yesterday, that's what we were.
I know. That's why I came down here in case he does.
We didn't recognize. And
Was it an SUV?
yeah, but it looked the same, so we didn't know. Right here.
Yeah. Did he stop and roll the window down?
Yeah.
Oh, good. I want to give this to him as a souvenir.
He went in.
So I had some people sign it, and I'm going to give it to him as a souvenir.
I have come up to speak.
And not only that is they're doing work right now in the middle of a freaking, like, I understand they got to do road work. Oh, he's going to take out something. But now they got a hole. Oh,
You don't even need the buffer sign.
they got a hole in the ground over there. Like,
I know.
there they go. Who is that? They're saying, hi, Brenda. I see you. Cheryl. Where are you, Cheryl? I know she's not down here.
Cheryl's having surgery.
Oh, is
Bypass it. Yeah, tell me
Oh.
some luck.
Cheryl, we're thinking of him.
What time's the surgery?
What time is his surgery, Cheryl?
I can't believe I got another fucking fully.
I know. I can't believe she finds 4-leaf clovers, too. She hasn't answered yet.
Good morning. You know what?
Good morning. How many silence things do you need? Are you being selfish? You got a whole bunch of them.
Oh, I'm giving
I'm just joking with you, Lulabelle.
You put these in the pouches. I'm like, okay.
I had to go up and down.
You know what? I'll take an extra one just so if someone comes later on at the buffer zone and be like, hey.
I should get coffee going, huh?
Yes, get on.
I'm
Can
dying.
I get my one?
I'm dying for a cup of coffee.
I just had, mine's down at the other end, but.
Oh, but I don't drink coffee when it turns blue.
Leanne said hi, Lulu.
I
Hi,
can't drink it either.
Leanne wants one. Can I have another one?
Oh, Maron. Now
Oh, Maron.
on it down and make more.
All right. I'll stick it in my trunk.
Oh, did I?
You got LB? I listen to LB.
Yeah, Leanne.
Good morning.
Oh, hi, Danny. We saying good morning. Say good morning to her.
Yeah.
Yes, it should be. Yes, it is.
No, I saw.
Wide open.
That.
Leanne said hi. Good
Good
morning.
morning.
Leanne, did you say hi to me too?
Cheryl wants one too.
Why don't you just take them and pass them up?
No, as soon as I get rid of the last one, I gotta go make more.
All right. I got one. I'm like, remind me when you come here that I have one. I only got one extra for someone that shows up maybe after. Yeah.
Want me to hold it for you? You're not going to see no Tuesday.
Yeah. All right, Cheryl, I'm giving Dennis Sweeney yours.
Yeah.
Oh,
Let's see.
hold on. It's stuck in my earring.
It feels like weird. And so, yeah.
Yep.
So, get up and so you
It's stuck on my goddamn
Yeah,
earring.
exactly.
It's like me with my hairy earlobe. See, you laugh at me. I want to hold up and show.
Oh, if you're coming tomorrow, then do you want me to give it to the Sweeneys?
No, that.
Hold on.
Because I always feel like that with my kids. Like,
Brenda.
yeah.
Oh, Jesus freaking Christ. Cheryl wants you to hold. She'll be there. I mean, Leanne.
Yeah, drive it.
Vinny's mom. She's going to be down tomorrow. All right. So Cheryl and Leanne, Brenda's got you guys's.
Yeah, so,
That's why I tried to get out of here.
Tell her to stay till 10. Or keep it for me and I'll get it. No, they have it. You can get it.
I'm glad that I got to meet her.
Leanne, did Vinny hear our morning thing about get up out of bed?
Gates are down.
When's he coming back?
That's all
Like
right.
September, October? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Let's go to Big Gate.
He'll be so excited to get that.
I get the outfit. No,
Are you really?
right. I think you have it.
Oh, good.
Hopefully.
Poor Brandy, they don't see you. Where is she?
Oh, Brandy.
Brandy. Tell her, poor Brandy, they don't see your coffee. What do you think of Kelly Deva? I think she's a lying piece of shit. And I think she changed her story. She did drop in the FBI, but I think she was disgraceful by her testimony. I think it was disgusting. Hey now, not going to make it over today. Hey now, I miss you. I haven't seen you or talked to you. I'm gonna call you later.
Somebody just
Erica and Boston
DM'd me
Brand.
and said I saw you go after the she must have saw it. Rogue must have had that.
I did. I put it live while you were doing it. Grab me and Erica lanyards. Okay, hold on a second. If there's any left, I got one extra. Let me get one more. Yeah! I love it. We all know who that is. I was out doing a solo standout over the bridge, and she drove up the highway. I knew immediately who she was when it started honking. Can I get one more for Erica? I'm like, can I? I know.
You got to take Annie with you.
She got like 10 of them around. Brandy and Erica want one, so
Definitely.
The box and the remote.
they're all tangled up and shit. Hold on. Yeah. There we go. All right, I got yours, Erica and Brandy. We got them. Oh.
I have all this connection. You don't. That's why fucking
Checking out the signs. It's a good crowd here this morning. Yeah, they're doing freaking road work in the buffer zone. It's crazy.
I didn't find that, and
Who's all dressed? Oh, Tracy and Dana must be going into court. God, I missed my coffee. Woo woo! Look at hi. Look at you two. Oh, she's doing the strut. Check it out. You're not wearing your Speedo into court? Oh, I love those shoes. Look at Tracy's shoes. She's all sexy.
I'm sexy.
Sexy.
Hi.
Hi. Oh, what a good day to go in with
I
Dr.
know.
Russell and then Lucky.
I
Probably.
hope we get to see Lucky.
Nothing.
I have a feeling Brennan's gonna just keep Russell on the stand for all day.
I
Just
don't
like,
know.
I don't know, we'll see. We'll see. I don't care. I'm just like excited.
That's a cute necklace. What does that symbol mean?
Strength.
Strength.
My brother
Nice.
made it. Also the earrings. The art shop in Plymouth on Court Street. That's my brother's shop.
Go and visit it. Go and visit
Go
it.
and visit it.
Looking dapper.
Thanks.
With a nice pink tie.
Yeah, I got a little pink going on.
All
What do
right.
you already stained your shirt.
Dude.
I'm not touching your boob. I'm just saying, like,
Oh,
Like
Dana.
coffee.
can't take him anywhere.
That was probably my coffee.
I'm walking down to go get my coffee now. Check.
Oh, okay.
I can be down there, and they approved my sign.
They did. Is this the one that was the sign? Oh,
Yeah.
cool.
Oh, you guys got to sign it.
Yeah. Awesome. Second part.
Come on.
This is great. Oh.
I figure I'd give him just a little souvenir.
Yeah.
They said he came early, so I want to get down to the front in case I miss him up here. And that way I can at least
Just put,
Yeah, just sign it.
you want me to put your name?
My name, yeah.
put his name and then put the channel.
Here you go.
There we go.
Standing.
Here, don't get a black mark on you. You're all dressed up.
This is great. He's gonna love that.
That's so
Yeah. Sorry.
No, that's all right. I didn't get that. All right, peace out. Go
All right.
greet everyone. I'll be down here. All right, we're walking down, people, so that I can give Alessi this as he's walking in or he gets dropped off around the corner. So I want to make sure he gets it. So we'll just go down here. Was that a Ford Edge? It's with the missing Ford Edge. Good morning, friends. Good morning, everyone. I missed you guys. I'm only down here on Tuesday. Sometimes I can sneak out a little bit. Like I get out of work and then I drive up here if I can. So that's pretty awesome. The FBI cleared factually innocent free Karen Reed. You know it. More is coming out. Like some big bombs are going to drop soon. They really are. you know, and hopefully they can arrest who really killed Boston police officer John O'Keefe. I pray. I pray, pray, pray. Traffic is heavy here. All right, we're crossing. We're crossing. Here we go. I'm going to go to the corner. I think Kelly Deva helped because she initially tried to tell the truth. So, well, I didn't like her testimony, but then I'm thinking, is she doing this on purpose just to out them? Just to, you know, like make it look like she's against them, but she really is for them? Like, I just don't know. I really don't. Hi, how are ya? Good, nice. I got everything I mean. Hi, nice to see a beautiful dress.
This is my Nice to meet you.
I'm live streaming. Oh, you want to be? Where are you from now?
Oh, it's Quincy, but she's
Quincy?
from Georgia.
From Georgia. Wow. We have a lady here from Texas today too.
Oh, there's people from Texas here yesterday too.
Yes, I think that's her.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody's down there, but I'm going to sit on the corner because I want to try to give Alessi the sign.
Oh, yeah.
No, he came early with Dr. Russell, I guess, yesterday. So
Okay.
yeah.
I think maybe missed them because there's nobody.
Oh, where'd you get it?
In Florence, and I was in Italy.
Oh, look at how gorgeous the dress is. It's beautiful. I know. Excuse me. I can't fly off to Italy to go get a dress. I'm the TJ Maxx kind of girl. Hi, Jessica. Hi, Tam. Good morning. I haven't seen you in ages. I'm live streaming. I haven't seen you for ages. I'm not bad. I'm not bad. Now, Jessica, didn't you have someone graduate?
Yes, my daughter graduated different classes. My son graduates Friday.
Oh my God! Congratulations, you got him through. You.
Exciting time.
Oh yeah. Wow. Good. Just working all the time. That's it. 59 pounds.
Phenomenal.
Yeah. Sort of plateauing, kind of like, but that happens. So, you know, I'm not giving up the chicken wings just yet. Good to see you guys. Yeah, if you don't follow, go on Twitter, and it's Jess Machado. She's an independent journalist, and she's been down since day one with boots on the ground and stuff. I'm reporting unbiased. She she thinks Karen is innocent, but she does report of what's going on and everything, and it's pretty cool. Wow, that was like right up my back. My God. All right, I got my coffee. I'm just waiting for Alici to show up so I can hand this to him. So I got some signatures on it, and he can keep this. I'll throw it in the back of the SUV. You know, Yep, the paddy wagon's here. I don't want to be in that hot box. Dina, Kelly, Boston Amy wants to know, will you sign a Lisa sign? Oh, wait a minute. Hold on, I didn't see it. So, Dina, can you add talk time? All right, hold on a second. All right, hold on a second, folks.
Okay, give us the scoop. Yeah.
Talk time with Amy and Boston.
Hi.
Hi, I'll be right with. Talk time with. Yeah.
We are. We want the scoop.
It's on there. You got it, folks. Yeah. You can't just approach the car though.
Okay.
You're gonna see me go over, but we're not supposed to, so don't
No,
rush.
I won't.
Don't.
No.
We'll get yelled at.
I just didn't want to get in trouble with cops.
No. When court starts, it used to be you couldn't be out front, but now they're sort of letting you, but I don't know, it could change, like it all just depends. But so far they've left us, pretty much, they just don't want everyone bum rushing
Yeah, understandable.
the cars. But I'm trying to give this to Alessi so he can keep it as a souvenir from us and the morning crew on Boots on the Ground.
The morning crew.
The morning crew. Yeah.
I've seen you on some of the streams.
Yeah.
that I watch.
I'm live
I'm
streaming right now. Just so you know, I'm live streaming. This is alternate corner and resistant to silence. That's who I usually stream on.
Okay.
But
I've seen you. I'm in from Florida,
oh, are you? What part of Florida?
in Delray.
Nice. My mom's in Inglewood,
I've heard of it. Where's
Gulf Coast,
Okay.
down by kind of like in between Siesta Key Beach and Venice. Like it's in that area. It's beautiful there. It's got Manatee Beach where all the shark teeth are. I love
Yeah.
that beach. It's my favorite.
Yeah.
I love Florida. I'd be living there right now if I had grandchildren, so I can't leave yet.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? But I love Florida. I'd love to go there. You rock, Dina. You welcome, you guys. Yeah, Robin, G, and Sherry just list everybody's channels. You guys always do. Everybody's in this together, so watch together. Maza Media, Alternate Corner, Resistant to Silence, Brian LTL, Nurse Kim, Auntie Bev. Oh my God, I can't. Of course, hold on a second. Hold on, folks. And of course, the Galera, my favorite. I have to say that with a straight, my face. I'm from Punta Gorda. Yeah, Inglewood is beautiful. Yeah, Linda, Kenny Baden, and Michael Bryant, Just to Serve TV. You know what happens? You start saying them, and then you leave someone out, and then you feel bad because you don't mean to do that. So, Annie Elise, um, you know them all. My daughter is in Bradenton. My mother lived in Bradenton before. I liked Bradenton. Um, But yeah, I love Siesta Key Beach. I started my leg tattoo at Siesta Key Beach. That back in the day, God, when white tattoo ink first came out. Of course, it's not. It's disappeared a year later. That's my like Florida Siesta Key Beach tattoo, and all the white's gone out of it. Oh well, don't say whoever you want. Just true crime. There's Danny, True Crime Social. You got that. Um, Someone just pulled up over there. Reserved for district attorney. They're really not driving in that car, are they? I mean, we pay a lot of money to these district attorneys with all the cash they've taken from us. You're going to drive in a car that almost looks like my car, Frank. Oh, you got Turtle Boy. I always forget to say Turtle Boy because everybody's already subscribed to him. But my God, Turtle Boy, how could I forget that? I'm losing my mind. I hope he gets in today. Good morning from Jacksonville, Florida. Nice. Nice. Good morning from another Dina Woodcock. Oh, well, hello, Dina Woodcock. Can you add me to the sign, Dina? Who's this? Elise. Watching from the Caribbean and tell Elise you're a rock star. Good morning. Is that Mama? Oh, there's Mary. Mary Bagwell. Good morning, and thank you for screenshot and everything. Good morning, Kate. Dina hangs with us occasionally. I'll come on soon again, Danny. Maybe today if you're going to be on. Just shoot me a thing saying what time you're going to be on at so that I know. There's part of the O'Keefe people that sit in their seats, the lady with the dark hair. So I forget what her name is. She's usually always to the far right on the O'Keefe side, front row. I forget what her name is. Is that Shay's mom? No, Shelley Harrington. Good morning. Who's this? Amy loves Karen, Refree Karen. Yeah, thank you. I'm a little slow today. As we all know, I have a couple herniated discs in my back, and one of them's acting up today. So I had to take some Tylenol arthritis and get my ass in gear. Dean, I loved your sign behind DePetro. I know. That was so funny. But yeah, when my back goes out, my fingertips on my left side here get numb. So it's inflammation. It's probably from rocking out at the Tesla concert Sunday. I was a little out of control. Morning from Detroit. Oh, one of my best friends lives in Detroit. I said it before. I've been to Mom's Spaghetti. I've been to Motown. She took me to record stores down there. I went to um, quite a few stadiums where shows are, and it was a great visit. I've been to the Easton Market. I had a devil horned hat on and went and stood out in front of the oh, there's Lally. Stood out in front of the Scientology building. Lally's here. Same girl just left PT. I know when it hasn't acted up in a while, but I was bouncing and hopping all around, and I should have known better, you know. But it's all right. I need to go get a good massage is what I need, and that helps a lot with the nerves. But that's part of getting old, I guess. It just sucks when it happens, but whatever. Whatever. Yeah, Lally has arrived. He's down there. I don't want to out his license plate, whatever he's driving. I don't want to put that on. So sucks for Dina. Maybe keep Alessi's gift on the ground for now. No, I asked Hardman. This sign's okay. I can have it in the buffer zone. I actually asked him. Thank you, Robin, for putting up Turtle Boy's channel too. Thank you. We're all in this together. Yeah, I got to try to give him the sign out here because I got to throw it in the car he's driving because he can't bring it into court. So
Uh-oh, we're in trouble.
I'll come and talk to you before somebody more
Thank
angry,
you.
excuse me.
Thank
does.
you.
You just-
Oh, I cannot. Oh, should I put my jacket on? Okay, thank you.
See that?
Thank you for telling me.
You can't have your shirt on.
I didn't even notice it. I forgot that. Yeah, you got to
But it has glitter on it.
just go like I lift mine up and tuck it in. They
I'll just open it when she's here.
no, you don't.
Oh,
They'll
I can't
arrest you.
open.
Nope.
Oh, they'll arrest me.
Nope.
Oh.
Then nothing in the buffer zone like that.
Okay, we're zipping up. We're
I'm
covering.
zipping off.
That's okay. I don't personally care, but
I'm from.
I think,
I didn't even know. That's why.
yeah, I know it sounds silly, but
He came
they
over.
don't want any Karen
But thank you.
material
Okay.
in this.
I'm live streaming just so you know.
Fine.
Thank you.
And when
Good
I say,
morning.
when I say they don't want, I mean there's a court order from
Right.
this building.
No, I understand.
Just
I
saying.
want to buy by.
So
And then what happens is one picture gets out and it shows you having that on, and then he's going to get a phone call to say, "Hey, you're letting people in the buffer zone with stuff."
and you can do that anywhere else. They just don't want stuff
Yeah.
interfering.
If we do anything else, please
You
let
can
us
do
know.
whatever you want, but other than no signs or
No justice for Boston police officer John O'Keefe. No anything against Judge Cannoni, and no Karen Reed stuff.
Okay.
You can have signs that say like "Stop Corruption." I can have this. This was approved. And you can't yell anything out when they arrive,
Okay.
whether it good or bad.
Okay.
Like
all the normal rules, the normal laws apply. However, there's a court order. There's a court
Yeah.
order that if you want to look it up online, we can get a copy of
I
it,
didn't get
which
to
is
say thank
prohibiting the Karen Reed
you. No, thank you.
material.
Thank
Okay?
you for letting me know.
thank you. Stay safe. And I was sitting here talking to you and didn't even realize you had it on.
I mean, it was so.
I would have said something to you.
See, you're allowed to have yours.
I can have mine. It's
I'm
got
from Jersey.
approved.
I have a customer ship. Look at my customer. I had to stop. What time does she get here usually? You know?
Anywhere from 8:30 to 5 minutes of 9.
Oh, she should be here. soon.
Yeah.
Where she walk by this way or we're not
Well, we'll
clear?
go down. You have to go.
No, they usually park around here and they get walked in.
I don't know what to think of this.
Definitely. I'll get.
I've been following it from far.
Well, whether you believe Karen's guilty or not, I believe she's actually 100% innocent. You should be outraged at the way this investigation went
Oh yeah.
because this should never happen again. Boston police officer John O'Keefe may never have justice of who really killed
I
him.
watched the documentaries.
They couldn't.
Why?
They couldn't believe it.
Yeah, and that's not even 100% of everything.
Well, I live in Jersey, so I've been following the New York Post. New York Post has an article like at least twice a week.
Yeah.
All right. Say something, right?
For this match, right?
There's Estee. Estee!
See which customer. And I'm like, there was a. And, but then that, I heard that the buffer zone was, I heard that that was overturned. Is that?
No,
it was
not 100% overturned at all. They just, they did like an amendment to it where they're letting us stand around here.
Okay.
But you still can't have Karen Reed stuff or John O'Keefe stuff. You can't yell stuff up to either the defense or the prosecution. You can't have anything to with the O'Keefe's name on it. Like you just can't do that.
Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And when they come, like, don't push other people out of the way. Like
I really don't.
I was
I don't
here
think I'd be that
Friday,
serious.
and the car pulled up down there when they went to lunch, and a lady actually pushed me. Hey, how are ya? Oh, are you right? Well, what's your name?
Kate.
Hi, Kate. Free Karen Reed. That car that just drove by is streaming "Resistant to Silence" right now in their car. This Ted Daniels just arrived. Esty just walked into the building. Um, they're probably making the two girls come down here because you're not supposed to be over by the media, supposedly. But somehow, Lally's out ripping butts over there by his car. And we can't go past like this brick building here. We can't go past the end of it. They don't want anybody up there. That was told to me yesterday. So you got Ted Daniels is walking in right now. They boot you out of there?
No, we realized that they were gonna like line up, we wouldn't be able to see anything.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Something, I guess yesterday they let people over there.
there were people over there.
Yeah.
But they're just like, maybe it's just gonna create a wall and I'm like 2 feet
Yeah.
tall, so I won't be able to see them over them.
This is how they treat their fallen brothers in blue. I'm not surprised. You can't hold a sign about John O'Keefe. No. How's that? Well, because it's about the case. Like you can't like outright about the case. They don't want any of that stuff there. So, and as you can tell, since this whole trial started, there hasn't been any supporters on the other side that the ones that think that Karen is guilty, they're never down here. It's because half of them that were here last year, the 5 of them or 5 to 12 that showed up maybe on one handful of times, the documentary crews aren't down here and stuff like that. So they're not down here. And most of them have some sort of court charges now because it was Krusty Panties and Kim Fair and
So
Tony Fed and
yesterday
them.
they said that you could hold signs that say like can't police are corrupt or
Yeah,
don't police are
you
corrupt.
can.
Yep. And then
Mike Morrissey, Meatball Morrissey.
Is fine.
Yeah.
Turtle Boy's
just
fine.
nothing
Yep,
about the
Turtle Boy
case.
stuff is fine. But this is approved, my Elise sign. So. Yep, Lally must be on his 10th, but yep. I see his shoes. I think he's still yeah, he's still over there ripping butts, probably dropping it on the ground. Litter bug. Oh, this is Mrs. O'Keefe. Did you see those blue? Oh, she's with the undercover Boston police officer. She had blue lights on there.
She gets a detail.
Yeah. And she should. I'm sure she has threats against her just as well as Karen. So she should have a police detail. No, I won't be down here tomorrow. I got work. I'm down here every Tuesday. Um, the alternate. Oh, bike patrol's out. Litterbug Ladley. Yep. Ripping butts over there.
That's good, right?
Friggin' dropping them on the ground.
I like the
Yeah, the one that is with Mrs. O'Keefe, she's no joke. She gives you that stern look.
I think she was
Yeah.
or like, well, was she like a kid in a candy store?
Yes.
Yeah, the state troopers are here. They're across the street, but they're just basically letting us stay there, stay around. That's King.
Like, wait,
He's part of the Boston Police. I forget what his job title is, but he's part of that too. No, we stay quiet. No one yell anything out at all. Who just wrote that about Turtle Boy?
Good morning. Morning. Morning.
How are you?
Hi, Patrick. So I try to just ban that person because he wrote something. Yeah, I try to just ban him. Hold on a second.
Very nice.
He should be gone. Robin, boot him out.
Was that you? It just said hi to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. Yeah,
You
well,
wave.
and I was like, can I say hi to Amy and Cal?
Yeah, I know he is. Boot him out of here, please. There he comes. He had 3 cigarette butts and ripped him up, lit it on the ground. I didn't hear you, but I'm live streaming. Tell me after.
All right.
Tell me after.
It was horrible.
There goes Lally. Gonna have a long few hours before he can rip another butt. Ah, there they are. This is for you, Alessi. Everybody signed it. Can I give it to him? Thank you.
If you'd like to do that.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah, just wait for him to.
Yep.
Obviously put it in park. I just don't want you to get your foot rolled
no,
over. or
no
anything.
problem.
That'd be a tough
Whatever
day.
you say. I know.
That'd be a
I don't-
long
I don't-
day.
I don't. Then I can't run on the treadmill.
It'd be a long day and a long week.
I know. I don't want that. There's Dana and Tracy, folks. No, I got this sign for him, but it's got to stay in the car because he can't take it into court.
Yeah. Wait for him to come over. That's fine.
He can't take it with him in court.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
It's a gift for him. Everybody signed it from the morning crew for you. We're
Oh,
all
thank
proud
you.
of
That's so
Thank
nice.
you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Russell. All right, folks. Let's give her a good round of hold on. A round of applause.
I just don't want you to. Yeah, I'm good.
Oh, there's Spanky. He drives a shit box car too for all the money he's getting. All right. Oh, the prisoners are arriving in the sheriff's vehicle.
What, man? Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Just shush. Just shush. Yeah, I'm telling I'm talking to you right now. Of course I'm talking to us. Oh, he's going over.
There he is. Hi, Dr. Russell. Doing a great job in there.
Oh, it's beautiful out.
He's around here somewhere.
Go get him, Alexi. Go get him. Dr. Russell, you're making all us women so proud how powerful you are.
Thank you so much. Give him hell.
Yeah.
Don't take any of his.
Don't take any of his shit. Don't take any of his shit.
Yeah, you got it.
Sock it to him.
Got it. You know it.
All right.
Erica Walsh. Mama. Yeah, exactly. She was the first woman Malden cop, which is impressive, and then becomes a doctor of like everything. This Spanky. Oh, I got my harmonica. Hold on.
I forgot my drinking.
Woo! Play a harmonica. Oh, there he is, the man. Morning. Give him hell. Good to see you too. Oh, Tracy got a hug. Yeah, Natty. Oh, here, I got to whip out my harmonica. Good luck. That's my tune, my harmonica tune. Yannetti, go get him, Yannetti. Yes, no mercy, no mercy.
Hi, Karen.
Thank you.
Go get 'em.
Good morning. Go get him.
I made my stuff. Thank you. I'm making
Good luck. Freedom's right around the corner, Karen.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello to the best driver. You didn't even wave this morning, love. I'm so sorry.
She's the world's most famous Phil Star.
Oh my God, him and the other one.
It's okay.
That's it. Tracy and Dana, who run the Resistant to Silence channel that all us boots on the ground are on, they're walking into court right now. Karen smells like justice is coming for her. That's what she smells like. Someone's asking, what does she smell like? She smells like justice is about to get served. Hi. Oh, there's my Mr. and Mrs. Rita here.
Thank you.
Oh, nice shoes, Mrs. Reed. I'm rocking it. Woo! Good morning.
Gorgeous day.
Hi.
Again.
So Esty and them are already in there. Mrs. Dr. Russell already went in. Oh, wait, who's this? That's a different driver. I don't remember him. Oh, the graduate. Woo! That's her defense team, part of them. Evan just graduated law school. 4 of them did, all graduated. Good job, crew. We're all proud of you. Congratulations on graduating. Been around for 3 years. And Evan graduated valedictorian of this class, too.
I didn't go home like I'm
No, no, but we knew it was there.
School I go to.
BC.
BC.
Here comes Scott McGinnis. Oh, but you can still see him through the trash bag. Yeah, that's awesome. He's got it covered, though.
Now, since they've gone in, can you? I don't know. Are we allowed to walk?
You can walk through. Well, I think you ask them first because they got to know if the whole.
Okay.
I think you are because they're walking.
Okay.
Mrs. O'Keefe's already in there. I didn't see Paul in them, but
Paul walked in already.
just ask them.
She wasn't with
Hey, what's going on? Where's your Jerry Garcia shirt?
I don't know.
I didn't see Krowski this
I
morning.
got a quick pic.
You want me to take a pic?
No, we can all get in it. Thank
I
you.
love
You're
it.
welcome.
Dina,
What?
this is Megan. She
Hi.
came up from the Cape to meet
And I
you.
wanted to meet you.
Megan, what part of the Cape are you? I'm live streaming.
That's okay, Yarmouth.
Oh, nice. It's beautiful
It
down
is.
there.
It is.
Yeah.
Have you been on the chat in there?
I have.
All right. Do you know Handsome Brian?
Yes. Well, it's Megan McGee. It's my name.
All right.
Yeah.
I try to remember, but I can't
All the
remember.
time.
What's your handle there on YouTube? Then Megan.
Yeah, Megan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Megan.
that's it.
Well, yeah.
What'd you do? Take the day out of work?
I did.
Yeah.
I
A beautiful day.
so,
to
that last Friday that they cut it short and made it a
Yeah.
half day. I drove up here
Oh,
and I didn't know because I wasn't listening.
yeah.
And I was like, I was like 10 minutes away. And
they
then
cut
my
it short.
friend who was watching it live, she said, "Oh, they just
Yeah.
called it a half day." I'm like, but I was going to New York, so I did 2 burns one.
Yeah.
And but I was like, yeah, I'm going. I want to do this.
Is that-
I'm always in
that's,
Falmouth. I love the.
Are you?
That's John Conley from.
Yeah.
That's John Conley.
John Carter.
Oh my God! Hold on.
He's going to the county.
Going to the county office. Prom day. When the weebles wobble, but they don't fall down. That's John Conley, folks. He does. You know, Colleen always says he needs to take care of his diabetes. That's John Conley.
I'll see what it's like to find out what he's here for.
Well, thank God Rita Lombardi fought hard to get Canton back together. Sue Harrington did it. Sue Harrington did it. She's in there making changes. Oh, I left my coffee cup over there. Shit. All right, hold on, folks. Let me turn this around. So yeah, that was John Connolly from Canton, one of the selectmen. Going back for my coffee. I had to film John Connolly.
I'm gonna have myself a real good time.
Oh, Dylan's playing this because last time I ran around.
And the world
That's what I was coming back for.
You got your coffee?
Look at what he's playing. We're having a good time. Remember last time I ran around with the flag? I can't. I said to him, oh, thank God for Rita Lombardi and them. They fought to get Sue Harrington. Come on, folks, let's go.
The laws of gravity. I'm a racing car passing by like Lady Godiva. I'm gonna go. There's no stopping me. I'm burning through the sky. 200 degrees, just why they call me Mr. Fahrenheit. I'm traveling at the speed of light. I wanna make a supersonic man out of you.
That'll really pump my friggin' back and gear.
I'm having a ball.
You didn't have my flag, it's right here.
Just give me a call.
Just give me a call.
Having a good time.
Having a good time.
A good time. I don't want to stop by.
Did you see I played my harmonica for Spanky? You think he would have played Tesla though, because I was at Tesla. Dylan's piano in the back.
Dylan, hey, I missed you when you came here, but I want to see you when you come in September, I hope.
You think he would have played Tesla?
Don't stop me, don't stop me, don't stop me. Hey, hey, hey! Don't stop me, don't stop me. Ooh, ooh, ooh,
I think
don't stop me. Have a good time, good time. Don't stop me, don't stop me.
I'm supposed to clean the place, but I'm trying to rearrange it so I can try to make it for the grandmother's cheerleader. So, good morning, who is that? Hi, Petty Paralegal. Danny. I'll play the harmonica for Hanky when he goes to break. I'll go sit down at the wall and playing the tune. Someone brought harmonicas for us when they showed the picture of Spanky playing the harmonica. Hey, who's ever running the music channel? Aerosmith or a little bit of Tesla this morning. If I had my flag, I would have ran more. All right, I got to go in my trunk, folks. Hold on. I gotta eat my breakfast.
I'm gonna read chat. Good morning, everybody.
Oh, what's Arrow Smith?
Oh,
That's
we got Dina coming.
weather.
We got Dina coming back out.
Seasons of weather. I didn't have my breakfast yet.
That's my husband's favorite.
Listen, Aerosmith, Seasons of Weather, my favorite song.
You don't mind?
Yeah.
I didn't know. Don't have to.
Blues, hot lady. Stay, shit. For the devil brought her to me.
This is Tesla singing it.
Seeds of 1,000.
Billy's on his game. He knew to do Tesla singing an Aerosmith song.
Seasons of weather holding me. Ooh, oh, it's me. I feel so bad. Left by you. Ooh, oh, it's me. I feel so sad. Left by you in time. Bound to lose your mind. Live on borrowed time. Take the wind right out of your sails. Yeah.
I'm live streaming.
Oh, you're live.
Yeah. Yeah.
Any of my Kieran Reed friends.
Nicole.
Yeah, Robin.
It's the people's channel. It's all you guys are the people. Oops.
My first time here to support Karen, and I got free popcorn from Pelham, homemade Bergeron popcorn. They told me to bring it for her.
Excellent.
Nice.
I'll be back too soon. Be awakened. Far, far away.
Well, we don't go over like
Light my candle.
showing you.
Show the way. Seeds of 1,000. Seasons of weather holding me. Ooh, it's me. I feel so bad. If I was you. Ooh, oh, it's me. I feel so sad. If I was you in time, bound to lose your mind. Live on borrowed time. Take the wind right out of your
Every month the people go to the lights to the right there. Really good work. They usually
When someone yells sidewalk, that means just to back up because it's like regular vegetable. Oh.
Right, Dina, have you got anything to say? She's talking. Dina, 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 Dina. How are you doing, my
Yes.
darling? I'm just
I'm
saying.
good, love.
So I'll put the court up now because obviously they got in. So I don't want to. I'll put the court up with you. Anything you got to say?
Don't you kiss me on the neck again, Scott McGinnis. You had the goddamn internet going crazy.
He loves it. He loves it. I don't
What's
think
up? They should be starting soon.
That's why I'm going to put the court up instead of the music. So
That's fine because then I can charge my phone because it's gonna go dead. But anyways, folks. Oh, I just had to catch my flag. Thanks for hanging with me this morning. I'll see you guys during breaks and stuff like that.
yeah, jump on, do the break.
All right.
Love you, Mama. See you later.
Do the little thing. Bye, everybody. I'll see you in a little while. Free Karen Reed.
Oh, fucking hell. The pocket rocket. Right, what's going on? Hey, Josie, how you doing, my darling? Weir's Beach, how are you? Hope you're well. She'll be back in a little bit. Miss Laura Dable, she's up today, isn't she? She is. Hang on, let me unmute. No, it's been unmuted. Let me boost the audio. Yeah, Laura Dable, she's starting today, is she? When did you fly back to Mass? It was last week, Steph. I've been back since Friday. So, back to Mass. Fucking hell, I'm still jet lagged. I think October, Steph. I think October. I was literally just looking now. So, we'll see. Hello, Boo Boo. Hello, Gary. How are you doing, brother? Caesar's on the witch. Hamburger. Happy birthday to you for yesterday as well, Hamburger. Right, what's going on? Wicked Sight, hello, my darling. Spacey Stacey, I saw you. Good luck to you next Friday, Spacey Stacey. I haven't forgotten. Don't you worry. And good luck to Robin this Friday for their treatments, or whatever you call them, that camera. Right. That's up. I know, mofo, I know. Thank you, Linda. I appreciate you, my darling. Thank you. Hi, Dan. How are you? There you go, Spacey. A bit knackered. Oh no, that's not good. Hope you're doing all right though, Gary. Fucking my socks. You know when you got something in your sock and you step on something. Motherfucker. You bastard. Okay, I got it. No worries, Robin. Just in case I forget to say good luck before then to you. Hey Matthew, how are you? I saw your beautiful wife, Wicked Sight. She's in here already. How are you doing, brother? Hope you're well as well. October girl, how are you? Nice to see you. KD, good morning, my darling. How are you? Hope you're well as well. Happy to hear that, Gary. Nice to hear that. Has been giving me tips of the prep drink. It's, do you know what? The worst part about your treatment, the camera up your ass is the prep. Apart from that, everything else is fine. You're going to enjoy it, Stacey. You're going to enjoy it. So, good luck to you as well, my darling. No idea. I saw that. I have no idea what he's there for. It must be something. I'm sure somebody will find out, hopefully, what he's there for. Hola, how are you, Sally? Nice to see you, my darling. Amy loves Karen Reed. That's a nice name. Dina, I've been praying every day for the jury to find Karen not guilty. Yes, we should all pray, because this could be any of us. So if you believe in praying, then give her a little pray. Why not? Because she deserves it. Hey, here he is. Keith. The world is a better place now, Keith, this year. How are you, brother? Hope you're well. Charles. So I got to meet Charles before I left, actually. So it was nice to meet you, Charles. You came down to Dedham to meet us, and it was really, really nice. And you said some nice things about myself and Sean and others. So thank you, brother. Nice to meet you again. It's not bad at all, but yes, the worst part is the prep. I didn't mind it otherwise. It was just the prep. We talk about colonoscopies if anyone is wondering, we got Robin G having one on Friday. We got Spacey Stacy, better known as Cheating Stacy, next Friday as well. There you go. Hello, Paula. How are you, my darling? Didn't get a chance to meet you while you're here. Looking forward to your streams. Oh, thank you, Paula. Don't worry, I'll be back. I think October, mid-October, I'll be back. So I'll be back for about 2 or 3 weeks. So I'm thinking of going somewhere else first and then to Boston. So I think somewhere else for like a week and then over to Boston for 2 weeks. That's the plan at the minute. There you go. Hey, cousin Gary. I know that cop pissed me off, if you excuse my language, but she really wound me up yesterday. That is not how you testify, the mofo. But yeah, I hope you're well, cousin Gary. Nice to see you, buddy. Justin, need all my besties in here to pray for the home selling gods. My home sells. She's officially at the market. Good luck to you, DJ. Justin, good luck, brother. Hope it goes well. Karen, how are you, my darling? Nice to see you as well. Hope you're well. Trying to hold Bev off from starting till he got here. Yes, Keith, we told her we better ring and say we can start now. Thank you, Charles. What can we expect today? You guys are just amazing. Well, we'll see. We got Dr. Russell. How long she could be? Is Lucky in today? Is there been any sightings of Lucky? But we'll see. I'm not sure if he's going to be in or not today, so we'll see. Will took over the chat last night. There you go. I'm sad you didn't meet him. Thank you, J-Mac. Will we get to meet Paula in the fall? In the fall, I've had to change my dates because J-Mac told me I couldn't come in September, so I have to go in October now. So blame J-Mac. There you go. Just sending all the good real estate vibes your way. There you go. Favorite hoe. I love it. We know. We took over that chat last night. There you go. Good morning to Trisha. Trisha's one of my favorite people as well. She's amazing. Good old. She is the head hen's number one. So Timmer's number one. Trisha self-proclaimed herself to be. So I love it. Robert, we sure did. Danny hates us. There you go. Morning, Lee. Court started. Here we go. The bitch is coming. It's all about me. They call Mr. Proc to examine. No, they will not call Mr. Proctor. I don't believe. No. Right, here we go. Everybody, strap it in or strap it on, whichever one you prefer. Some of you like to strap in. Some of you like to strap on. So, whichever one it is, do it right now because we're about to start.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court,
fuck off.
hold an indictment within and for the county Norfolk.
He's a motherfucker.
Front end, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or should be. Is Dr. Russell in the back there? Mr. Brennan, you can set up if you want to.
Right, I got a package, so I'm going to go get my delivery. I'll be back in a little bit.
Doctor, I remind you, you're still under oath. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Russell.
Good morning, Your Honor. Yeah.
Yes.
Good morning, doctor.
Good morning, Mr. Brennan.
I had asked you yesterday if your opinions regarding the wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's arm changed between when you testified last year and then the more recent hearings that we've had over the past 4 or 5 months. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
And when I asked you that question, I asked if you had help with your report, and you told us that there was a woman who helped you with your report.
I told you that there was someone who helped me or made suggestions in organizing the report, having certain sentences placed in certain categories.
When I asked you about the identity, the person who actually helped you, I asked you if it was one of the attorneys, and you had said no.
That is correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Thank you. You had testified in December 22nd, 2024 in this case?
I believe it was that date, yes.
And when you testified back in December of 2024, do you remember I asked you who it was that had assisted you with your report?
I don't remember that specifically.
Well, I'm going to show you a page from the testimony. This is from the hearing. And I asked you, line 21, page 207, did anybody help you write this report? And what did you say?
I wrote the report.
If you could finish, please.
I had some help with some minor edits, rearranging, some paragraphs or whatsoever, but putting things in the right category.
Then I said, okay. And you answered?
No, I wrote the report.
And then finally I asked, who helped you with your report? What did you tell us?
I said, Mr. Lessie.
And Mr. Leslie, is that gentleman the attorney who asked questions on direct examination?
Yes.
Okay. And so did Mr. Leslie help you with your report?
What I recall is we discussed the report, but I recall that it was someone else that actually helped me rearrange the report. That's my memory right now.
Is your memory different now than it was last December?
Well, I don't think so, but you have something in writing.
Do you think you would have testified to that if it was inaccurate?
Mr. Alessi did not help write the report. He may have helped organize and make a suggestion about what is training versus what is experience, but he did not help me write the report.
Did you have any help trying to describe methodology?
No.
You had any help talking about differential diagnosis?
No, I'm very familiar with differential diagnosis.
And so after that report was written, is there any reason why some of your opinions have changed?
I don't believe my opinions have changed.
When you testified at the hearing last year, June 21st, 2024, did you express that you couldn't say with 100% certainty what type of animal, in your opinion, caused those wounds?
100% certainty, that is absolutely correct. And I'd like to see that, but yes, I that's my recollection.
If it's your recollection, I'm happy to show you what
yes,
you
please.
testified to. You want to see it again?
Yes.
Okay. By the way, between last night and today, did you get any advice from anybody suggesting you should ask for a transcript when I asked you a question? Did that advice come your way?
That's my general advice from previous times.
Well, did you have any advice last night about that?
Yes.
Who told you last night that you should always ask for a transcript when I'm asking you questions?
Well, I think it was just Mr. Alessi.
So did you and Mr. Alessi, you know there's a sequestration order, don't you?
Yes.
A sequestration order that you're not supposed to discuss the case at all with anybody?
Well, we
during the
didn't. We didn't discuss specifics.
Do you know that the sequestration order mandates that you not discuss anything about the case from when you start your testimony until you end your testimony? You know that, right?
I understand that there is a sequestration order.
Do you understand the sequestration order mandates that you're not supposed to speak to people, including the attorneys, about this case overnight? Did you understand that?
There were no specifics discussed.
Or did you understand that you weren't supposed to, is what I'm asking? Did you know that's a violation of the sequestration
No, I
order
didn't.
to speak to the attorneys overnight?
I did not know that that particular conversation would be a violation.
So did you meet with Attorney Alessi last night?
No.
How was it that you had a conversation with him?
Actually, it might have been in the vehicle.
You drove together?
Yes.
So did you commute to and from court together with Attorney Alessi?
There's a driver.
Okay. Who else is in the car when you left court yesterday?
The driver. No, I wasn't with him yesterday. No. Not in the car yesterday. No.
Well, you just said that you spoke to Attorney Alessi yesterday. And I'm trying to figure out when was it that you were having conversations with Mr. Alessi relative to the sequestration order that you're under?
This morning, riding to court.
Okay, so you and Attorney Alessi drove to court?
With the limo driver, yes.
Well, who was in the limo with you and Attorney Alessi on the way to court today?
That was just us.
Just you two?
Yeah.
What else did you both talk about other than that you should ask for a transcript every time I ask you a question?
That's what we talked about specific to this case.
Was it a long conversation?
No, not at all.
The entire ride here, there must be more you spoke about other than just a sequestration order.
We did. We spoke about Boston, how I love Boston area. We spoke about New York. We spoke about other things. And in fact, I have to say that even on the ride back to the hotel yesterday with others in the car, nobody spoke about the case.
But I'm talking about this morning when you did speak about the case. What else? Not about the Red Sox or the weather. What else did you talk to Attorney Alessi about this morning other than you should ask for a transcript every time I ask you a question?
We talked about what I did last night.
About this case?
No.
I'm sorry, but I'm asking about this case.
That was it.
I want to know what all the discussions were between you and this attorney today or last night about this case.
Just that I should ask for a transcript.
Well, there must have been some concept. There must have been some context. He didn't just turn to you talking about the weather and say, hey, you should ask for a transcript. You must have been talking about something.
He also generally, not today, but generally says, be honest. Always be honest.
Fantastic. But this morning about your testimony, what did he tell you? Did he tell you this morning you should be honest?
Not this morning.
Okay. Does anybody need to remind you to be honest when you testify?
No.
Okay. What else did he tell? How did it come up? Hey, by the way, ask for transcripts.
I don't even know how it came up. I didn't put much significance to it.
Well, it was just moments ago it happened because you just at the court. You can't remember the context of the sage advice of Attorney Alessi?
No.
You have any memory issues?
No.
May I approach?
Yes.
Transcript. Since you've asked for the transcript, I have it for you. Dr. Russell, this is June 21st, 2024. I had asked you whether you expressed that you couldn't say with 100% certainty. You agreed with my answer, so there's no need to try to refresh your memory, but I'm going to show it to you because you asked. Take a look at line 16. Is that now consistent with the questions I asked you and the answer that you gave, that you were less than, you couldn't be 100% certain?
That looks consistent.
You want more time with the transcript?
No.
Has anybody else talked to you about your testimony today overnight, Dr. Russell?
No.
When you testified last year, same transcript that we just looked at, do you remember when you gave your opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, you said that you thought the wounds were from an animal, possibly a large dog?
On that same date?
Yes.
May I see the transcript?
Of course. Pursuant to Attorney Alessi's advice, let me approach.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to strike that, disregard that, James.
May I approach?
Yes. What page you want us to?
23. June 21st, 2024, Doctor?
June 21st.
Page 23, line 14. Will you ask the question based on everything we've discussed today? Is it your opinion based on a reasonable degree of medical certainty these injuries were from an animal attack, possibly a large dog? What did you say?
I said yes.
Thank you. Have that back?
Yes, you may.
Okay, thank you. When you gave your opinion, not this year, last year, you agreed when you were assessing the wound, you used the word or adopted the word possibly, didn't you?
Explain the context of it?
Sure.
That sentence?
Sure. Go right ahead.
No, you. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Then I'm sorry. Please rephrase the question.
When you were asked about your opinion last year, not this year, last year, about whether to a reasonable degree of medical certainty the injuries were from an animal attack, possibly a large dog, you agreed with that characterization. A large animal, possibly a dog, didn't you?
Yes, an animal, possibly a large dog, last year, yes.
When you were on direct examination, there were tons of questions about this word methodology. Do you remember all those questions you were asked?
In June?
Yesterday.
Yesterday, okay, yes.
Yes. And when you were asked about methodology, was that an attempt to try to explain that you weren't just looking at an abrasion and guessing or eyeballing it? You were trying to suggest some type of scientific or medical process to give some type of certainty to your opinion?
That is the process I used.
When you talked about methodology yesterday, you talked about your experience in methodology with knife wounds and gunshot wounds, correct?
Yes.
But there was no methodology whatsoever regarding looking at a photograph and then identifying whether that is consistent with dog bites, is there?
I disagree.
When you describe methodology, you were asked by Attorney Alessi whether or not you've engaged in that methodology regarding dog bites. Did you agree that there is really no methodology regarding dog bites?
I disagree.
When you use the word methodology regarding dog bites, there isn't something specific you're looking at as if you were looking at a fingerprint. There are points of comparison. You don't do that, do you?
There are no specific points that are published by a organization, for instance, on how to determine something is a dog bite. However, I did use different methodologies, including what we talked about, the differential diagnosis, the pattern recognition. Pattern recognition, again, is so important in medicine. It's what pathologists use to diagnose tumors.
There is no standard. There is no recognized standard anywhere for methodology on how to identify a dog bite wound, is there?
There is no published standard from an organization that I am aware of.
So there is no source. There is no recognized community. There's no certification. There is no recognized method in identifying a superficial abrasion as a dog bite. Isn't that fair to say?
As in many conditions in the medical field, there are no certifications.
How about published standards? Is there any published standards whatsoever, any, regarding claims that a superficial abrasion is a dog bite? Are there any published standards by any organization?
No, but there would have to be thousands of published standards to identify the causes of the thousands of different types of abrasions. So no, there's no published standards.
No published standards. There is nowhere you can point to where the so-called methodology that you were telling the jury yesterday is a readily accepted standard in the dog bite community. You can't point to anywhere, can you?
There are peer review articles which list recommendations on how to determine something is from some wounds are from a dog. These are peer review articles written by esteemed physicians that have analyzed dog bites and have published these and have published an approach to identifying, particularly a forensic approach to identifying dog bites.
Let me ask you the question again, Dr. Russell. Can you point to one place where there is a readily accepted standard in the dog bite community for identifying dog bites? One article, one journal, one book. Can you point to any?
Well, I'm going to mention the articles I mentioned earlier. The article with the lead author of Dr. Demunick and the article with the lead author of Dr. Pollack. And although they're not standards, they are recommendations.
I'm going to ask you the question one more time before I approach. Can you point to one place, one, where there is a readily accepted standard in the dog bite community for identifying dog bites?
No.
And so with no readily accepted standards in the dog bite community, no defined methodology, when you look at a photo like you do of John O'Keefe's arm, you're just eyeballing it based on your personal experience with dog bites, rather than relying on some type of scientific foundation that has been published and accepted in the community.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to allow that.
Isn't that fair to say, Dr. Russell?
No, absolutely not. There are many, many conditions in medicine where there are no standards developed, and yet doctors make and nurse practitioners and the like make diagnoses all the time on these various medical conditions, and more importantly, they treat them because they require treatment. There are not published standards on every single of the 10,000 or more medical conditions that exist, including dog bites.
I'm not talking about a stuffy nose or a broken leg. We're talking about dog bites here. So let's focus on dog bites, if you would, if you can indulge me, doctor. Regarding dog bites, since there is no standard practice, there is no accepted methodology, and since there is no accepted and approved guidelines, you are essentially simply looking at a picture, a photograph, and just using your past experience with treating dog bites as the basis for your opinion. Isn't that fair to say?
I don't think so. I'm using my past experience, my strong interest in dog bites over 30 years, and the method and the articles that I read. The numerous articles I read, but the articles that have recommendations. I'm using all of that combined to come up with a methodology for determining that those are the result of a dog.
When you say coming up with a methodology, are you saying that you're creating your own methodology, that you're the person who has the standard and nobody else? Is that your position, Dr. Russell?
No, the phrasing was not good there. I use standard methodology of pattern recognition and differential diagnosis.
There is no standard in the medical community relative to differential diagnosis and pattern recognition as it relates to dog bites, not other areas of medicine, dog bites. There is no accepted methodology, is there?
That's true.
You mentioned that you have this strong interest in dog bites. Let me borrow a phrase. Do you think you had any confirmation bias when you got into this case?
I don't think so.
Well, you definitely want to be in this case. You weren't sought out. You sought the case.
That is incorrect.
And you said you had a strong interest in dogs. And that is one of the reasons you wanted to get involved in this case. Isn't that fair to say?
No, that's actually an unfair statement. I did not want to get involved. I wanted to offer my knowledge and experience to help clarify issues. I did not want to become an expert witness in this case. And I used, again, as I do on just about every medical condition that I look at and every wound that I look at, I do a differential diagnosis. What else could this be? What else could have caused these scratches and abrasions and wounds? What else before I come to my conclusion?
On your ride over here today, were you instructed that when I ask a question, rather than answer it, give a long explanation about something else?
No.
I would like to put up an exhibit of Mr. O'Keefe's arm, and I want to ask you some questions about it. You and I have had many conversations about Mr. O'Keefe's superficial scratches before, haven't we?
Yes.
And would you agree, looking at these, they are superficial abrasions? Do you agree with that characterization?
Yes.
When we last spoke, just for background, to remind ourselves, we broke these into separate parts so we could discuss them by number, just for the sense of clarity. And we discussed this as wound number 1. Do you remember that?
Grouping number 1, yes.
Number 2?
Yes.
Number 3?
Yes.
4?
Yes.
5.
Which did you call 4? 4, 5, 6, maybe.
Okay. So as we go through, I'm going to identify them by number. That wasn't done by anybody else. It was just during our discussion so we can have clarity. Is that fair?
Okay. Sustained.
Is it fair if I refer to this as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6?
I think so.
Okay. When you testified on June 18th of 2024, last year, when you came in, you were asked questions before the actual hearing. You were asked questions about this particular superficial abrasion, weren't you?
I'd have to see the transcript. I believe so, but I'd have to see the transcript.
Do you remember when you were first giving opinion testimony about this specific abrasion, wound number 1? Do you remember you saying that you thought it was either teeth or nails?
I'd have to see the transcript again.
I will give you the transcript, and as I'm doing that, let me ask you, do you remember your testimony about what you actually said?
Yes, Your Honor. So, do you remember your testimony?
For each specific day, no. I remember generally, but not for each specific day.
If you
I've
have
been
an
here many
opinion,
times.
I'm going to bring your transcript up to remind you, but if you have an opinion, it shouldn't change, right? It should always be the same?
Generally, yes.
Okay. So let me ask you before we talk about what you said at the beginning. What is this from? Teeth or nails?
It could be either, but I think that's from teeth.
So when you say they could be either, if you have a methodology and you have a certain standard where you can identify something based on a standard, there wouldn't be so much uncertainty, would there? You'd be able to look at this, consider the methodology, and either come to an opinion whether it was teeth, nails, or something totally different, right?
You know, Mr. Brennan, perhaps I didn't explain earlier, but the nail of a dog tends
I can't find the friggin' stream. Hang on. I need to find it. Bear with me. We're not losing it. I just paused it. I can't find the stream. Why can I not find the stream? Bear with me, people. I'm an idiot. I'll have to swap the streams if I can't find it. Bear with me. Fuck's sakes. No, not that one. Not that one, not that one. Where did I put it? Where would I put a stream? Where would I put it? We'll catch up during the break, so it's fine. But where would I put a stream? If you were streaming, where would you put the stream that you're streaming? No, not that one. This one? Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Nope. Motherfucker. Where would you put it? Where would I put it? What an idiot. Why am I an idiot? Why am I an idiot? No. No, not that one. Right. That's gone. I'm going to start a new one. Hang on. Bear with me. Fucking idiot. I put the stream somewhere. I don't know where I put it. I don't know where I put it. Right. Hang on. I found another one. Right. It's okay. I'm going to go back a second. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. And then play from here. Right, hang on. I don't know where I put that stream. Let me boost it, and then let me play it. Go.
Be so much uncertainty, would there? You'd be able to look at this, consider the methodology, and either come to an opinion whether it was teeth, nails, or something totally different, right?
You know, Mr. Brennan, perhaps I didn't explain earlier, but the nail of a dog tends to be cone-shaped, conical in shape, and very similar to the nails that the canine teeth of dogs. So the shape and the fact that they come to a point makes some wounds indistinguishable.
Are you saying that nails of a dog are so similar to the teeth that you can't tell the difference between them when you're looking at a wound?
I'm saying that they can cause similar looking abrasions.
Are you able, as the premier expert in the United States on dog bites, able to tell the difference between teeth and claw nails of an animal when you're looking at a wound?
Individually, well, okay, that's a very interesting question. Sometimes it's difficult because they can have similar appearing wounds. So you have to look at the overall pattern in order to make some conclusions.
Well, when you first started testifying in this case, you never suggested you had to look at everything in totality. You were giving opinions regarding individual wounds. Isn't that fair to say?
No.
It wasn't until I began asking you questions and you had inconsistent answers that you've now changed from, rather than identifying individual wounds, now you're saying I can't identify individual wounds, but I can tell you in totality.
I disagree with that. I believe that the very first time I testified, I mentioned that the overall pattern was important.
When you first testified, so today, before we get to your testimony, you're saying this could be either teeth or nails, but you think it's probably teeth.
Correct.
How probable? Do you think it's certainly teeth, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty? You're not sure? What is the value of your certainty or lack of certainty about what caused this wound?
Reasonable degree of medical certainty.
What is a reasonable degree of medical certainty? That what?
That those are caused by teeth.
Teeth. Okay. When you first testified, your position was it could have been teeth or nails. That is different than saying, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, teeth, isn't it?
No, there is a small possibility that they could be caused by nails.
When you first testified, you didn't qualify it as a small possibility, did you?
I perhaps wasn't asked.
Well, you answered. Remember when you were asked about it and you answered? You talked about that it was a pattern close to the shoulder with parallel marks. Do you remember?
Do I remember what?
Saying that this is a pattern close to the shoulder, right? That they're superficial. You agree with that still?
Yes.
And did you say they were consistent with teeth and nail marks?
Yes.
Okay. Nails on a dog oftentimes or most times are horseshoe shaped, aren't they?
They're generally conical shape.
You don't think that nails on a dog in your studies have a horseshoe shape?
I think it depends on the grooming of the dog and if the nails were cut recently. But in general, they come to a point. They're at the, at the end of the paw. They come to a point. And by the way, the paws can open and close. So the distance between the nails can vary depending on how that claw impacts the skin. So in many ways, they resemble the overall shape of canine teeth.
And so to get back to my question here, you're saying that this could have been caused by dog nails?
It's possible.
Do you know, or do you think that the teeth in a dog are different shapes and sizes?
Oh, yes. Depending on the tooth, there's different shapes and sizes. Absolutely.
When you testified the first time and you said that you thought it was teeth or nails, do you remember testifying a couple days later in front of a group of people and you again iterated that this could be teeth or claw marks? That was your testimony last year, teeth or claw marks, right?
I'm going to object to the characterization of that prior proceeding. So just prior proceeding, folks, that's all.
Did you testify at that prior proceeding last summer that this could have been teeth or claw marks?
I would need to see the transcript.
Trying to identify, first testified on June 18th, doctor. You were asked questions trying to identify what you thought that wound was. And this is your June 18th, 2024 testimony. On page 37, line 7, the questions begin. And you were asked what you thought they were. You can read any part you want, but line 7 might be a starting point.
Yes, I said that which are consistent with teeth marks. They also could be possibly consistent with nail marks.
Dr. Russell, I'm just going to ask you to keep your voice up, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. That was your first testimony last year, yes?
Yes.
And then you testify a couple days later and again repeated the same opinion, teeth or nail marks?
May I see it?
I'm asking if you remember.
Yes, I remember testifying.
Do you remember after you worked on your report and submitted your report?
Yes.
After your consultations, do you remember changing that opinion regarding number one? Do you remember changing that opinion?
No.
Do you remember changing from either teeth or possibly claw marks to being very specific, claiming that it was definitely teeth marks?
No.
Are there different types of teeth in a dog?
Yes,
Okay. The pointy teeth, the big ones, those are called canines.
correct,
And the smaller ones are incisors.
correct,
There are 6 incisors in a healthy dog on the top and bottom between the canines.
correct.
Okay. Did you, when you testified subsequently to the original proceedings, did you change your opinion from teeth or claw marks to specifically teeth and even more specifically canines?
Do you have a transcript?
I do, but I'm going to ask you the question. Do you remember changing your testimony from teeth or nails to being very certain that it was canines, not just teeth, canines that caused that wound?
I became more certain, yes.
You had never said that the canines caused these wounds before you filed the report, ever, did you?
I may not have, that's true.
And so after you did the report, you shifted from teeth and nails to canines. Do you remember that?
I don't think it's a shift.
No one would ever refer to a dog's nails as canines, would they?
No, I don't think so.
That would be inaccurate, wouldn't it?
Yes,
That would be a mistaken use of the word.
I believe so.
When you testified December 2024, you didn't say nails could have caused this wound. You didn't say generally teeth. You said canines.
I believe that, and that's true. I believe that canine teeth caused that wound.
Did you have any new information about photographs that would help you change your opinion from teeth and nails to canines?
Well, I had been challenged. I had testified several times. I reviewed the case several times and challenged. And each time I reviewed the case, I became more certain that these were from canine teeth.
So,
and actually, there's other marks there, but these are from teeth.
You say more certain. You had never said canines before, ever, until that recent hearing. Isn't that true?
I said teeth.
Canines.
It doesn't matter. I said teeth. Canines are some of the teeth.
Upper or lower canines?
Upper.
And if it's upper canines, you testified previously that the point of entry would be here at the bottom and the dog would pull this way. That's what you testified to. Yeah.
No, I believe you misunderstood then. The point of entry is up there. The first initial point of contact is there. And the dog pulled this way, or Mr. O'Keefe pulled his arm the opposite way.
Dr. Russell, you don't recall that you said that the bigger circles are the point of entry, the dog pulled this way, and then I asked you, how could a dog pull this way when the arc is like this? The dog's mouth would have to be in backwards. Remember that conversation we had?
Objection, Your Honor.
Going to allow.
Do you remember that conversation? You said that the point of entry would be the bigger circle pulled this way, and then I questioned, how could a dog's arc look like this if the teeth went that way?
No, I don't recall that
Do you
at
remember
all.
that conversation
No.
we had? Okay. And so inevitably, when you look at this part of the wound alone, have you expressed an opinion that you're unable on its own to be able to tell whether this was caused by a dog?
Which part of the wound?
Taking any of these alone, let's start with number one. Haven't you expressed an opinion that taking this alone, you would not be able to say that was from a dog bite?
That is correct. In and of themselves, they're not that specific or characteristic. However, as a group, they are highly characteristic of a dog
So if
injury.
Mr. O'Keefe's arm only had this wound and nothing else, by virtue of what you're telling us, you would not be able to offer an opinion that this was consistent with a dog bite.
That very first wound up
Yes.
there, closest, I agree. Yes.
In fact, you've testified about this very issue before. If this was the only wound on Mr. O'Keefe, number two, you would not be able to say that the injury is consistent with a dog bite.
Correct.
I'm going to go through all of these just so we're clear. Same thing with number 3. You've provided opinions on this before. If you look at this wound alone, in isolation, you would not be able to say that it came from a dog bite.
Correct.
4, pardon me. Yep. 4, same. Looking at the wound alone, you would not be able to say it came from a dog bite.
Correct.
Same for 5 and same for 6.
Correct.
Now, when you testified before your recent testimony, you never had that qualification. When you came into court, you were saying that when you looked at these wounds individually, you were saying that you could identify it as a dog bite.
I disagree with that characterization.
Number 2, what caused this wound, Dr. Russell?
Number 2, I believe that was dog bite or scratch, but mostly I believe dog bite. And because there's a punctate, little tiny pinpoint almost lesion there and there, which could represent bottom teeth.
Okay, so you're using words like could, and we're talking about a reasonable degree of medical certainty. So when you look at this wound here, you said that you are sure or not sure what caused this wound.
I'm saying that individually, that wound, that's correct. I'm not sure individually what that wound was caused by. However, again, as I mentioned earlier, the overall pattern of wounds is what I am convinced of.
I want to go through each of these wounds separately so we understand what you actually recognize with your methodology and what you don't. So looking at wound number 2, based on whatever methodology you've been using, are there any signs, indicators, objective criteria you can look at and tell us this is or is not a dog bite based on this methodology you have?
There are some characteristics that are suggestive of a dog bite or dog claw, including the fact that there are parallel lesions, and many of these overall, by the way, parallel lesions are in the same general direction. So there are parallel lesions, and here they're associated with some punctate or point-like other abrasions right here. So they're consistent with being inflicted by a dog.
I appreciate you using some medical terms to describe this, but my question is more pointed. Is there anything about your methodology, something that stands out about these wounds, that you can say to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that these are consistent with a dog either biting or scratching?
These wounds all by themselves, not to a medical degree of certainty, no.
You said on this first wound, you thought this was from the canines. Those are the big upper teeth is what you're claiming, right?
Yes.
And you're saying today, anyways, starts here at the bottom and goes up. Is that your position today?
That's not what I said. I said the exact opposite.
So it starts here and comes down.
Correct.
Okay. And these 2 scratches, they're linear, just like these are linear, aren't they?
Yes.
But you have a problem with these because if these are the canines, you see the spacing there?
Uh-huh.
This is nowhere close, is it?
I didn't say that these were caused by canines. And spacing also, there's reasons why the spacing could be different.
Well, we can talk about that in a second. Are you suggesting that these these 2 linear abrasions, just like 1 and 2, are you suggesting the canines caused these?
I don't know what caused those, which teeth caused those, or which nails caused those.
When you testified last year on June 18th, you said that this was either teeth or claws. Can you give us any development of your opinions, whether or not you think that is teeth or claws?
Excuse me? No, well, I couldn't hear because of the fan.
When you testified on June 18th, you said wound number 2, the top 2 linear abrasions, you believe were either teeth or claws. You've shared with us now you have improved your study and have new opinions. Do you have a clearer opinion whether this is teeth or claws?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained ask.
Do you have an opinion whether this is teeth or claws or not something totally different than a dog?
I believe they are teeth or claws caused.
when you testified at trial and in that hearing that they were teeth or claws, you changed that opinion as well at the most recent hearings, didn't you?
No, I'm going to object to the word that used has been done before.
Mr. Brennan worded differently.
Sorry?
Worded differently.
Okay. Did you testify at a more recent hearing that teeth made these, not teeth or claws, but teeth?
I may have, and I would like to see that.
May I
Could
approach?
you just hold 1 second? Could you please turn the fan off? Joyce, is it okay if we turn the fan off so we can hear better?
Page 100, line 5. When you were asked about that second wound in December, and I asked whether you changed your opinion from teeth or claws to just teeth. Weren't you asked specifically about that on page 100, line 5?
Yes. But may I read it?
Sure, I'll read it with you.
Okay. I said, I'm not sure on the second set. So this is the set just above the elbow.
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure exactly what teeth made these. They could, one of them could, one set of these could be canine, one part of this, and then adjacent incisor tooth. But I'm not sure on the second set, so this is the set just above the elbow.
Yeah, I think the first part of that paragraph is talking about the first set up there close to the shoulder, and then the sentence, but I'm not sure on the second set, so this is the set that's just above the elbow. I said I'm not sure.
And then, sorry,
go ahead.
Are you done?
Oh. Yeah, actually, I did make another comment. What is it? So, however, what is interesting and certain is that there's an upper set and a lower set. So, this mark was an upper tooth. This is a lower tooth. What I was referring to is this mark here and that mark, and then this mark here and this mark here. So it appears that this is from upper and these are from lower. That's what I was referring to.
And so when you first described this wound as teeth or claws, at the most recent hearing, you had a certain opinion that this was teeth, didn't you?
Yes, I was leaning towards teeth. Correct.
Well, it didn't seem like you were leaning. You said these were from the upper teeth.
Yes.
You said it matter of factly, not with any qualification. Your claim at the last hearing is this was from teeth.
That's what I believed.
And today you're saying you don't know if these were teeth or claws.
Not with 100% certainty.
You didn't qualify 100% certainty. You were asked your opinion, Dr. Russell. You were asked, what do you think? And you didn't say without 100% certainty. Your claim, the first time you testified, teeth or claws. Recently, you said teeth, and now you're saying you're not sure.
No, I'm saying I believe that those marks are from teeth, but I'm not 100% certain.
Suffice to say, looking at wound 2 alone, you cannot say this was caused by a dog.
In and of itself, no.
What tooth do you think caused this wound?
I don't know.
Do you think this in any way could be caused by dog teeth if you're claiming that this is dog teeth?
Excuse me?
Do you think there's any way these two could be caused by dog teeth if you're saying that these two are caused by dog teeth?
Yes, it could be, but I don't know which teeth. And I don't know the extent of the bite, how much impact there was and how much pressure, how much contact there was between the teeth and the skin.
The canines are the longer teeth in a dog's mouth, aren't they?
They are.
And when a dog bites, it's very common for the canines to puncture, isn't it?
It's common if there's enough force, and it's common that you might have two canines if the strike is perpendicular to the skin. But if you have a tangential strike, a partial strike where only part of the teeth impact, you'll get different configurations.
Look at the spacing, Dr. Russell.
Did you say strike or strike?
Strike with a K.
Look at the spacing, Dr. Russell.
Mm-hmm.
A dog causing these wounds, the canines are not going to have such a dramatic distance between them because dog canines don't move, do they?
They don't, and I'm not claiming that these two parallel stripes in this case, or abrasions here, I'm not claiming that those two were caused by canines.
You think a dog is going to leave a wound with linear abrasions using its incisors as opposed to its canines? Is that your opinion?
It's possible if that's the only part of the mouth or the jaw that actually touched the skin, if it didn't go back as far as the canines.
Did you ever look at the underside of Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
I did.
Posterior side?
Excuse me. Pictures, yes.
Yeah. And when you looked at the photographs of the posterior side of Mr. O'Keefe's arm, did you find anything conspicuously absent from underneath his arm?
Well, first of all, let me clarify. Part of this is the posterior aspect of the arm. So are you asking me, did I look at the underside of the arm, the fleshy part of the arm?
Exactly what I'm asking. It's a question I've asked before. When you look at the other side of Mr. O'Keefe's arm, did you notice anything conspicuously absent?
Yes, there's an absence of wounds.
When a dog bites, I don't care if it's a law enforcement dog or a domestic dog, you know it's like a lever, a dog's mouth, isn't it?
It can be if both jaws strike the skin. However, there are many times when only the upper jaw strikes the skin.
The lower jaw is a lever, locks, and that's part of the clamping and pulling process of a dog, whether it's a law enforcement dog or a domestic dog. You know that, don't you?
I know that they are attached.
Your claim is that there's many, many different dog bites on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. Are you suggesting, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that these are a number of different dog strikes and coincidentally every single one of them lacks any wound to the underside of his arm?
Yes.
Your claim is that a dog penetrated the sweater on the top, but the lower jaw did not leave any wounds?
I'm claiming that that's not what I'm claiming. No. As I mentioned earlier, these could be from lower jaw. Those right there.
You're saying could be.
Could be.
That's speculation. We're asking you for your medical opinions. Your medical opinions. Do you have any evidence that the dog's lower jaw, you said maybe upper, maybe, that the lower jaw, even just once in this whole event, penetrated Mr. O'Keefe's skin?
No, nothing penetrated the skin. There was no actual penetration of the skin. These are abrasions. But I believe that these small marks right here, punctate marks, may be the result of lower jaw impact.
Rather than deal in speculation and maybes, can you tell us to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not this was caused by a tooth?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm going to strike the first part. Why don't you ask the other?
Can you tell us to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether this superficial abrasion, put that back up, please, was caused by a dog?
In and of itself, that part only, no.
Can you tell us anywhere on Mr. O'Keefe's arm to a reasonable degree of medical certainty where the lower jaw impacted Mr. O'Keefe to leave even a scratch?
Not with a reasonable degree of medical certainty on individual wounds.
And not just individual wounds, I'm talking specifically the lower jaw. Can you point to one wound, one abrasion on that arm where you can say to a reasonable degree of medical certainty the lower jaw caused any of those abrasions?
I believe there are several areas where there's impact from the lower jaw. However, I cannot say with reasonable degree of medical certainty that part only.
Let's look at number 3 to move along. When you first talked about these wounds, again, is it fair to say that you described that it could have either been teeth or claw?
I'd have to see it.
Okay, I'll bring it to you. You don't remember that testimony?
I remember, again, I've been here many times, so I want to be
Well, you have the
specific.
opinion today. I'm getting the transcript for you, Dr. Russell.
Thank you.
You have the opinion today that that those were either teeth or claws?
Yes.
What's your opinion today?
Well, I think that most likely they are from teeth marks.
Well, rather than most likely, we deal with reasonable degree of medical certainty. To a reasonable degree of medical certainty, can you give us an opinion regarding the cause of those marks?
Objection, Your Honor. So I'll strike the comment.
Can you tell us to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether these wounds were caused by teeth or claws?
Individually, no.
Did you ever change your mind about the source of these abrasions?
Can you be more specific?
Did you ever claim that any of these abrasions were from upper or lower teeth?
I don't recall changing my mind.
You don't recall if you've ever said that? Let's separate these bottom wounds. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether these were caused by teeth or claws?
I have an opinion.
To a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
No.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether these were caused by either a dog teeth or dog claws?
I have an opinion.
To a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Individually, no.
The one near the wrist, you had testified yesterday, there's lines in what you believe to be an arc, correct?
Yes, they have a general overall appearance of an arc.
If there's an arc and there's 2 linear abrasions on the outside borders, wouldn't these necessarily have to be the outside borders from canine teeth?
Not necessarily.
They're longer than the middle ones, aren't they?
The abrasions are, but doesn't mean the teeth are.
If this was an arc, like you claimed, you think different teeth other than the canines could have caused the outside scratches?
It's possible.
And you do note the distance between the top and bottom of those wounds compared to the distance in number 2 and the distance in number 1.
I see the difference, yes.
And you have to concede, Dr. Russell, that the same set of teeth, the same canines, could not reasonably have caused this wound, and this wound, given the distance between the inside and outside.
First of all, I'm not certain that these are all canines, as I mentioned earlier. Secondly, you have to take into account that skin is elastic. It bends. It depresses. So you could have 2 prongs, for instance, of a pitchfork, for instance, just as an example, in impact the skin in different places, and the measurement between the two can be slightly different depending on the elasticity of the skin and the underlying structures.
This is not a slight difference, Dr. Russell, is it?
Again,
Objection, Your Honor. So there was a question with that, so I'm going to let that.
Again, Dr. Russell, the distance here, it's not insignificant, is it?
Mr. Brennan, I already mentioned that I did not think that these were caused by two canine teeth.
And these, the distance between these two, have you measured them?
I approximated them, yes.
What did you come up with?
Visually, and I can see that there's a difference.
What was your measurement for this one?
I think about 4 centimeters, and this was a little bit more.
Did you note that in the report? Did you
No, I
actually
did
measure
not.
them? Did you actually take out a ruler, measure them, and document them as you studied these wounds? Did you go through that process during your methodology?
No, because this is an image, and there's no scale in this image as to how far away different points are. So my own measurement would not be accurate because there's no scale in the picture.
Why did you go through the process of measuring them if you're now saying that it's inaccurate after I asked you if you memorialized it? Why would you even do it if you're now saying it was inaccurate?
It was an approximate measurement in my mind.
In your mind?
Yeah.
Okay, but you never put it on a piece of paper, report, notes?
That's correct.
Why would you even go through the process if you're looking at it and your explanation is it's only a photo, I wouldn't be able to tell? Why would you even try to?
I think probably everybody in this room has already done the same thing.
And if anybody in this room did the same thing, it would be quite obvious, doctor, that the gaps between 1, 2, and 5 are dramatically different from each other, aren't they?
They are. However, I'm not saying the same exact teeth caused those marks.
When you testified yesterday, you used the term differential diagnosis. I want to ask you a lot of questions about differential diagnosis. Do you remember using that term?
Yes.
And differential diagnosis was really just a way for you to try to get your opinion to the jury that these injuries were not consistent with the car accident. That's what a fancy way of doing it is, right?
No, it was a method I used.
Differential diagnosis, you're claiming that you can say this is not from a car accident or a car collision. That's what you're trying to say, aren't you?
That was the result of my differential diagnosis and my pattern recognition methodologies.
If you're going to exclude a cause of the injury, in this case, a collision, you have to know a little bit about collisions, don't you?
Yes. I don't know how to answer that.
Well, try.
Can you be more specific?
If you're going to say that these superficial abrasions could not have been caused by a car collision, you kind of have to understand a little bit about the mechanics of a car collision, don't you?
Actually, I disagree. However, I've treated thousands of victims of motor vehicle accidents and have seen the wound patterns that they come into the emergency room with. And that forms a basis for me.
Do you really think?
I'm sorry, please. Did you finish that answer, John?
No.
Did I cut you off?
I believe so.
Oh, I'm sorry. Please continue.
No, and the thousands of victims of motor vehicle accidents, I've looked at their wounds, I've treated their wounds, cleaned their wounds, touched their wounds, and that is what I use as a basis, part of my basis to determine that these were not caused or not consistent with a motor vehicle accident.
When you first gave that opinion that it wasn't consistent with the motor vehicle accident, it's fair to say you didn't have a lot of information at that time when you first came in and said that, correct?
Specific to this case?
Yes.
I didn't have a lot of information, that's correct.
Okay. And so in order to rule out a collision causing these wounds, let me ask you, are you an accident reconstruction expert?
Reconstruction? No.
Did you ever go to any academy for training to receive any type of degree or certificates in car collisions?
Actually, I did receive a certificate in hit and run accident investigation from the Massachusetts Criminal Justice Training Council when I was a police officer.
Do you agree that what training you did have was rudimentary?
It probably was, yes.
Well, not probably. You've used that word before. Wouldn't you say that any training you have had has been rudimentary?
In terms of
Accident yes.
investigation, yes.
Have you ever testified as an expert anywhere in accident reconstruction?
No.
Do you know what ACTAR is?
ACTAR?
Yes.
No.
It's a certification group for collision specialists, accident reconstructionists. Is it fair to say that you're not ACTAR qualified?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Are you ACTAR qualified?
No, and I don't know any physicians that are.
Have you ever gone to a scene of a car collision and done an investigation and written a report and reached a conclusion about the cause of the car collision and the injuries that were related to that car collision?
No, that's outside my scope.
It's beyond your expertise.
Beyond the expertise of a physician, yes.
Right. Yet, yesterday, you offered the jury your opinion that these wounds were not consistent with a car collision. Did you offer that opinion yesterday?
Wounds are in my area of expertise. So yes, I am very comfortable talking about wounds from a variety of sources, including motor vehicle accidents.
I'm sorry, I didn't want the siren to interrupt you.
Okay. Yeah, wounds are definitely within my area of expertise.
When you considered your opinion to this jury that this was not caused by a car collision, do you know what type of vehicle is in question?
Yes.
Have you ever studied the vehicle to look at the make, model, the height of different things like the bumper, perhaps the taillight? Have you ever studied that in this case?
I'm aware of some of those factors.
Have
yes.
you studied that before
Studied.
you made this opinion? Yes. Did you go and actually look at the photos, do any measurements before you came up with this opinion?
Not before I came up with the opinion, no.
Did you ever look at the damage to the rear taillight of the defendant's vehicle and see if it was in similar or the same height of Mr. O'Keefe if he was standing up? Did you ever do that?
I have looked at photographs.
And when you looked at the photos, did you see that a 6'1" man like Mr. O'Keefe, if he stood, his elbow would be the exact height of Miss Reed's broken taillight? Did you notice that?
I noticed that there was a similar, that the height would be similar. The height of the elbow and the taillight, yes.
Did you look at photographs of Miss Reed's broken taillight and see if where the break was corresponded closely or directly to the same height as Mr. O'Keefe's elbow and forearm?
I did.
And did you see that it matched up height-wise perfectly?
Close, yes.
You have really no, respectfully, comprehension about the details of the car collision in this case, do you?
I have some understanding of the allegations of a possible collision.
Do you know how slowly or fastly Miss Reed's Lexus was traveling on January 29, 2022 at about 12:32 a.m., right around the time that you think these wounds happened?
I have some knowledge of the alleged speed at the time of the alleged collision.
Do you have any knowledge about the surroundings, the outside, whether the ground was soft or frozen?
I understand that there was snow on the ground.
How much snow do you understand was on the ground when Mr. O'Keefe's body first landed on that ground?
Several inches.
Where did you get the information that there were several inches of snow on the ground when Mr. O'Keefe landed?
You asked me when?
Where did you get that information from?
A report that I read.
Have you ever seen the videos or the reports that when Mr. O'Keefe was moved from the ground, there was grass and dirt under him?
Yes, I saw a picture.
Okay. Not 2 inches of snow. The ground, the cold, hard ground. Did you see anything that said that?
Yes, I saw an area of grass in the picture.
Have you ever looked at Mr. O'Keefe's pants to see if there was any dirt or grass stains on the back of them?
I've seen pictures.
Did you realize when you were forming your opinions about the source or the genesis or the cause of these abrasions, did you look at his pants and study whether or not he landed on snow or landed on the hard ground?
I did not see any evidence of grass on the pants.
Did you ever actually look at
I
the
don't.
pants?
I don't know if I looked at the pants.
So when you say you didn't see any evidence, are you saying you didn't look, or you looked and you didn't see anything?
I looked at pictures of the clothing that was available at the hospital.
Did you look at anything about the pants, photographs, the actual pants themselves? Did you look at them?
I looked at the pictures that were available at the hospital of his clothing that was on the floor.
Were part of the photographs that were available for your review and your conclusions of differential diagnosis, was part of that evidence photographs of the back of his pants?
I don't recall.
If you're going to make an opinion about something outside your expertise, that this was not consistent with a collision, wouldn't you want to see as much information as possible?
So let's, we'll come to sidebars.
So this sidebar is very heated. We're now live again. We were a minute behind. We're live. It got very heated. So we'll see what happens from it. But I don't know. Anyway, there's 3 motions got in, and they're trying to get the FBI officer back in. And also an interesting one I've never seen before. Well, another one is about jury instructions, which is like whatever. But there's one here that I've never seen before. This kind of stuff. It is around. What is it? Where did I see it here again? Oh, damn you. Oh, hang on. I think Robin G said she sent it to me, so I'll just look there. It's easier. Oh, there you go. Oh, shit. Right, which one's which? Right, jury instructions. No. Hang on, people. Yeah, defendant's motion to present a missing witness argument and a request for subpoena. Hang on, let me get it open. For some reason, it's not opening for me. Request for subsequent instruction. So basically, because Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, and Trooper Proctor, they were never called. They were under subpoena. They were never called. So the defense want to put a motion together to present a missing witness argument, which I've never heard of such a thing before. So request the honourable allow to present a missing witness argument and grant. So it's quite. There's about 6-7 pages of it. Yeah, that's going to be. I need to look at that more in depth because that looks like an interesting one. I've never heard of that before. Yes, thank you, Robin. It did open. I did get it. Yes, I got it. But the Michael Easter one is the FBI agent who's going to basically the defense is saying the Commonwealth have opened the door because they said that the investigation was so good.
Dr. Russell, before you gave your opinion to this jury, suggesting that Mr. O'Keefe's wounds on his arm were not caused by an impact with the motor vehicle, did you go to the scene of 34 Fairview and look around in the corner of the yard?
I did not need to.
Did you?
No.
Did you look at photographs to see if you could identify the land, the dirt, whether it was flat and smooth or whether it was bumpy, whether there was rocks or debris in that area?
Yes.
And you went there and looked at it?
No. You asked me if I looked at photographs.
When you looked at photographs, did they show whether that ground had any bumps or divots or rocks?
It showed that there was a little bit of a hill in that area.
Could you tell from the photos, were they close enough so that you could see what the makeup of the ground was?
No, most of the ground was covered with snow.
Did you know that there were bushes right near the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found? Bushes with branches. Did you know that?
Not very close, no.
Did you see the bushes in the photographs near where Mr. O'Keefe lay?
Right where he laid, no.
How about next to him on the left? Did you see those bushes?
There was some other stuff there in the photograph, but the photographs I looked at were not of excellent quality.
Do you have any understanding or information you can share with us the angle of Mr. O'Keefe's body at the time of any impact with a motor vehicle?
I don't see any medical evidence that there was impact with the vehicle.
Do you know Mr. O'Keefe had other injuries other than just the superficial abrasions on his arm?
Yes, but no significant injuries below the neck.
How about on the head? Was there a significant injury?
Oh, yes.
When you considered excluding car collision as a source of those wounds, did you consider in your history that you've seen, or have you seen, let me strike that, have you seen in your history multiple victims of a car collision where
Many.
they were
Sorry.
hit by the same car?
Probably, but I can't recall a specific case.
Would you agree with me if a car ran into a group of people and caused a number of injuries, those injuries to different people could vary wildly from one to another?
Yes.
Even if the car was going at the same speed and ran into a group of people, those injuries could be totally dissimilar from one another, couldn't they?
Yes.
Some person, unfortunately, could be killed if the car was going fast enough and hit them the right way. Yes?
Yes.
Another person could have a less severe injury, maybe a broken bone.
Yes.
Another person in the same exact collision could have scratches.
Yes.
In fact, there are cases, I'm sure you've studied, where people have been hit by cars, thrown airborne, and had no wounds on them at all. Have you seen that?
Could you repeat that?
Are there instances that you have considered where a person is hit by an automobile, actually thrown, removed from the ground, thrown in the air, and gets up unscathed with no injury at all?
No significant injuries, correct.
So a car collision can cause wildly different injuries depending on many, many unpredictable factors. Isn't that fair to say?
Yes.
When a vehicle's involved, have you ever been involved in treating patients that received injuries from broken plastic or broken glass in a car?
Yes, many times.
And when you've seen them, have those injuries differed on a person as far as cuts and abrasions from glass or broken plastic?
Yes.
When you were considering excluding car impact or collision as a source of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, did you consider whether or not Mr. O'Keefe could have been struck on the side of the car in a clip type event rather than being run over?
Yes, I considered multiple scenarios.
Had you, or do you agree that injuries from a side swipe or from a clip could be much, much different than a full rear or front impact being run over?
They could be.
Did you do any study in this case when you were thinking about excluding the car collision or impact as the source of Mr. O'Keefe's abrasions about what his body posture was, how he may have hit a motor vehicle? Did you consider that?
I considered several scenarios, several different positions.
And when you considered that, what did you conclude as far as Mr. O'Keefe's body movement at the time of any potential impact?
Oh, first of all, I didn't see any medical evidence that there was an impact. There were no significant injuries from the neck down, no fractures, no bruise, no internal injuries, no lacerated organs, no collections of fluid in the lung cavities, the abdominal cavity, no significant injuries from the neck down. And so, yes, I used that and tried to put that in a scenario of his various positions. What could he have been standing, kneeling, sitting, lying down on the ground? I did all that.
You were a police officer before you went to medical school, weren't you?
Yes.
You had arrived at scenes of many, many car collisions, hadn't you?
Yes.
What is oftentimes left behind after a car collides with an object?
Debris.
Debris field, yes? Did you look at the debris field in this case?
No.
In the cases that you went to wherever you saw car collisions, some of the debris that you would find could be broken glass or broken plastic. Isn't that fair to say?
Yes.
And when you went to those scenes, you would often find broken glass or broken plastic in a debris field near where the victim was found or laying. Isn't that fair to say?
The debris field would be usually near the collision, if there was a collision impact.
And when you were considering excluding car impact or collision in this case, did you take a look at the entire debris field to determine how close or far it was from Mr. O'Keefe's body?
I couldn't tell on the photographs.
I'm sorry, please finish.
I couldn't tell from the photographs.
And before you came to your conclusions, did you ask anybody for any more information so that you could make a fair assessment of that information?
The injuries here were so characteristic that, and they were so parallel to one another that I couldn't even imagine pieces of glass or plastic or even metal lining up to cause those injuries, lining up in a certain fashion to cause those regular striations.
Rather than imagining, did you make any effort to actually seek information so you could identify and evaluate the debris field around Mr. O'Keefe's body that morning?
I did not.
Have you ever, as a police officer looking into car collisions, ever hear of the term knocked out of one's shoes?
Not as a police officer.
Have you ever heard of that as a medical expert?
I've heard of it as a civilian, yes. Not as a medical expert.
Can I have Exhibit 74B, please? In your study, before you gave an opinion excluding an impact or a collision as the cause of Mr. O'Keefe's abrasions on his arm, were you aware of this photograph where Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker was found on the side of the road?
I am aware that there was one shoe off, correct.
Were you aware that it was wedged right up against the curb? Were you aware of that?
I'm aware, I have been aware of that, yes.
And when you came to your conclusion that you offered that the injuries are not consistent with a impact or car collision, was this photograph part of your consideration?
No.
Could I have Exhibit 99D, please? In your study to give an ultimate opinion, where you suggest that a car collision or impact was not the source of Mr. O'Keefe's arm injuries, were you aware of this photograph of Mr. O'Keefe's hat found at the bottom of the snow in the corner of that yard?
No.
Do you see underneath that hat there was not 2 inches of snow? It looks like dirt and grass.
Yes.
When you gave the opinion that he was on 2 inches of snow, would it be important to know whether or not he fell directly on the hard ground or on snow?
It could be important. However, It could be. If the ground was frozen, if it wasn't frozen, it could matter a little bit.
Exhibit 73, please. When you were reaching your conclusions, you said you considered some of the debris field. Did you see this photograph of a piece of taillight that matches the defendant's taillight of her SUV? Did you consider this piece of evidence that was found in the debris field?
Not specifically.
76A, please. Same question. Did you consider this piece of the debris field when you were coming to your conclusions that you offered us yesterday?
I considered that there would be several pieces of metal, plastic, or glass at the scene.
Did you consider this picture of plastic from the defendant's rear taillight found at that scene? Did you consider that before you gave your opinion to the jury?
No.
You can take that down, please. Would there be any significance in your study in the foundation of your opinion that a collision or impact did not cause Mr. O'Keefe's wounds on his arm? Was it important for you to determine whether or not the taillight to the defendant's Lexus was broken early that morning?
I think there needs to be more to the question.
Okay. When you were considering potential causes of injuries, did you know that the defendant's Lexus rear right taillight was broken in missing pieces?
Yes.
Was it important to time when that taillight was broken?
What do you mean by time?
You understand that Mr. O'Keefe was found on January 29th, 2022, yes?
Yes.
Early morning hours.
Yes.
When you were making your differential diagnosis, was it important for you to learn whether around that time the defendant's taillight was broken?
It was important to know. I still don't understand the question. I'm having trouble understanding the question.
It's my fault. I'll try to ask it a different way. You were considering as much facts and information as you could to give a solid opinion in front of this jury, weren't you?
Yes.
And you ultimately have offered an opinion that the wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's arm are not consistent with an impact or a collision with a vehicle. Yes?
That's correct.
You know the vehicle in question in this case is the defendant's vehicle, her Lexus.
Yes.
And you learned that her right rear taillight was broken and missing pieces. Yes?
Yes.
Did you want to know if there was any evidence depicting when that taillight was broken? And considering this conclusion.
Yes.
Did you know that there was video from 5:07 a.m. showing that the defendant's taillight was missing pieces?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
None at the time, but I expected that if there were a collision, that there would be pieces of the car, involved. So it didn't really make any difference.
When you were trying to rule out a collision between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed's vehicle did not cause these injuries, did you want to seek that information about the broken taillight and date and time?
A broken taillight in and of itself could not cause those injuries. There would have to be multiple projections from the vehicle that were lined up in certain pattern to give those parallel marks all in the same direction. So, that's why a broken taillight could not have done that.
So in your investigation, you did not want to know when that taillight was broken?
Oh, I did, but for information only.
Did you review the ring video from 5:07 a.m. at Meadows Ave?
Later on, later on in the, not initially when I had the initial records, but later on I did.
Did you have that information before or after you arrived at your opinion?
Oh, after.
So you had already arrived at your opinion, then you received new information, which was that ring video, correct?
And it confirms, yeah.
And then you received more information. Did you receive photographs from a dash cam during a wellness check showing the defendant's Lexus missing pieces of her right rear taillight at about 8:03 a.m. that morning.
Would that be? I'm not sure which video that is.
Well, it's not a video. If we could put up Exhibit 10. It actually was from a video. Did you look at this picture during your differential diagnosis?
I think I've seen that picture before.
And
The
could we have
the vehicle parked. Yes.
Exhibit 11, please. Did you consider this picture in your differential diagnosis?
I didn't. I don't know that I ever saw this picture.
Seeing this picture, do you see that the right rear taillight is missing pieces?
I can't even see that. Oh, yes, I do see that. But again, these pieces would have to be lined up in a certain configuration in order to cause those wounds.
So seeing this photograph now for the first time, it doesn't in any way shape or change your opinion, does it?
No.
You had, as a police officer, when you're excluding the source, and in this case, you're saying the cause of Mr. O'Keefe's scratches on his arm could not have been from a collision. Do you listen to witness testimony or do you review witness statements?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that. Just, do you do that?
As a police officer, in investigating a car accident, is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
Did I listen? Did I take witness statements?
Yes.
Yes.
And do you value the statements as part of your analysis?
I give varying values depending on what I believe to be the veracity of the witness.
Have you listened to the statements of the defendant herself in this case regarding potential impact?
No. What do you mean?
Well, have you seen any statements made by the defendant to any media about potential impact or collision in this case?
Oh, are you referring to what you've asked me previously about? Did I hit him or something of that? What do you mean specifically?
Have you seen any of the media statements by the defendant, 2020, Nightline, docuseries? Have you seen any of these statements in your analysis of whether or not there was a impact or collision between the defendant and her Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe? Have you seen any of those?
I did see some statements, but that was after I rendered my opinion.
And some of those statements after you rendered your opinion, did some of those statements come from the defendant herself?
Yes.
And when you listen to those statements, did you hear any of them talk about the idea or issue of collision or impact?
Yes.
And when you listen to those statements after you formed your opinions, did in any way change the analysis of your opinion?
Absolutely not. And I'll tell you why.
Please do.
Because she had, the defendant had undergone a very stressful event, finding her loved one in the snow. And so after a stressful event, many people suffer from what's called an acute grief reaction. It's very common. And they do things that seem to be irrational. They ramble. They act bizarrely. They make statements that are irrational, that don't make sense, and they oftentimes tend to blame themselves for whatever has happened. I've seen this many, many, many times in the emergency department.
Does this happen moments after a stressful event?
Oh, yes.
Does it happen months later when you go on 2020 or Nightline?
I've never seen that situation.
Yeah, no. Does it happen a year later when you go and speak to documentarians and be interviewed? Is that the same kind of condition you see a year and a half later?
A grief reaction can last years. It usually is very brief, but it can last years.
Now, when you looked at the clothes in this case, Mr. O'Keefe's clothes, you are aware that those clothes were swabbed for DNA traces, aren't you?
Yes, I'm aware that some of the clothes were swabbed for DNA.
Could we have Exhibit 147B, please? on the right arm, there were a number of different tears in that fabric that you looked at, weren't there?
Yes, there were a number of small round holes in that
You're
fabric.
aware, aren't you, that those holes were swabbed for traces of dog DNA?
Objection, Your Honor. I'd like to approach, please.
Okay, come on up.
Oh shit! They'd be going to break now. I imagine because it's nearly 11 o'clock. They like to have a break about 11. Yeah, these. Yeah. This is very annoying to listen to this. He's trying to discredit her. I got no trust in juries anymore. You know, I just hope that they see through this. You know. I think for me, the difference between Dr. Russell and pretty much all the other witnesses we've seen so far is that she admits when she's when she's not sure about something, she admits to it. All the other witnesses seem to be like adamant, no, we're 100% correct. So I hope the jury see that as well. That's something that would be important to me as a juror. But then I can't read minds of what they're thinking as well. Okay. Also, Ginge. I was just starting taking ginger shots. I just saw your name, Gingy or Gingy. So I'm just trying to start taking them myself. They're fucking spicy. Okay, that's fine. Frosty, that's a good point, Frosty. Because she was adamant wanted them. Brendan, again, he's been very evasive whenever he asks for it, so you're right, Wicked Sight. I just hope the jury see it, I just hope they see this. We don't know what they're thinking, so. And as if you watch Rodney, that guy who was on with Aiden with Turtle Boy, speaking about their thought process and stuff, I was just gobsmacked. They were seeing things that we weren't. They thought things that were credible that we didn't, and vice versa. So, but yeah, if I was a juror, I would definitely be thinking that she was very, very good. I just hope they've all got common sense. But I hope the same thing last time as well. So, oh right. I don't like to look at that. We've not seen much of it today. Where is she gone? Here she is. Erin Hartree drives the bus, yellow bus, yellow bus. Erin Hartree drives the bus all day long. Mighty B nailed it. Juries are wild cards. It's always a coin flip. I know. It's just, I just feel like she's so great. But again, we just don't know. We never 100% know. We can all guess. We can all listen to people, but we don't officially know what any juror is thinking. We can interpret what they're thinking and listen to people of the court, but sometimes you have to have a reality check of different things. Her persona, the way she conducts herself is important to me personally. I can't speak on everybody else. I can only go by what I think. I think she's very credible. But then again, I'm not the jury. We never know what they're thinking, so. I've given up on thinking of what juries think, because ever since that Ronnie guy, so. But we'll see soon enough. If they got any kind of common sense, then the Alessi and Dr. Russell is all you need. You don't even need the ARCA people. Well, you do, but yeah, because they're important. But I think Dr. Russell is a star witness, I think, because she's so well-rounded, with her career as a police officer, as a doctor, everything. That's going to be what's important. I think for me, that would be more important than anything. So her answers about not being sure about whether they're claws, whether they're bites, that has no relevance, So, and that's what Hank is trying to portray, that she doesn't know. She actually doesn't know, but I hope the jury are able to see through that, So you never, I will be honest, if you watch trials, if you don't watch trials, you will never, in my opinion, ever find a better witness than Dr. Russell. Ever. The experience, the knowledge, everything she brings, her demeanor, you just can tell she's telling the truth. Because if she was lying, she would be more adamant about her answers and be like, nope, 100% they're teeth masks, 100% they're this, 100. She's like, no, I just know that they're dog related. So, and I've never seen a witness of this caliber. I've been very impressed. More so this time around, when she's had the time than the first time around. And she was very impressive the first time around. But yeah, not many people can hold their own. Here we go. Told you.
While you're sitting here, so we're going to continue what we're doing, but we will give you the morning recess. So that's it.
Okay, so there's no break, people. The jury.
All rise for the court, please. Those in notebooks, follow me.
So the jury are going on break. The jury going on break, but they're staying. They're staying, so they should come back now, and it should be in court, for us to see. So we'll wait. So yeah, the jury have now left to go on break, but the and Dr. Russell's leaving as well.
Sam, watch your step coming down. Follow me.
Jury is exited the courtroom. Please be seated.
All right, Mr. Alessi, I'll hear you. Mr. Alessi, I'll hear you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Excuse me, Mr. Brennan.
Mr. Brennan, can you remove? Oh, okay, it's being removed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Attorney Brennan, just with regard to Dr. Russell, in open court in front of the jury, used the concept of DNA in this case. He has introduced it and brought it in for the very first time in front of the jury. He has done so intentionally. He intentionally brought up DNA. Based upon that intentional mention, the defense moves strongly, vigorously for a mistrial with prejudice. A mistrial with prejudice. There has been no mention in this trial of DNA with regard to the topic, with regard to what Mr. Brennan has raised. There has been none. Specifically, the prosecution had in the first trial had a witness, Terry Kuhn, with regard to DNA. For whatever reason, the prosecution has chosen not to bring that witness in who would testify perhaps to DNA. As a result of that strategic decision that the prosecution made, there's been no mention. I want to be very clear. The defense has been incredibly assiduous and meticulous about not mentioning DNA in any fashion, directly or indirectly. With regard to the hoodie shirt and the hole, the only thing that was adduced in direct examination was a mechanical function, simply of Dr. Russell testifying that a dog tooth went in and came out and caused a certain mechanical effect on the yarn. Nothing even close to the mention of DNA. With regard to representations that Attorney Brennan has made, that somehow there was a hearing that we were on notice, it is completely incorrect. Show me the hearing, show me the transcript where that has been discussed. The prosecution has also said, we're going to, or we always intended to bring on rebuttal Dr. Crosby, who would talk about the supposed absence of DNA, the alleged absence of it. The problem with that of trying to rescue the mistrial that the prosecution has caused with prejudice is that Dr. Crosby could never testify about such a topic, because I would object and object, because there would be no foundation, because the prosecution strategically chose not to bring in the foundation whatsoever in this trial. The fact that they did it in another trial, or perhaps did it, is irrelevant to this trial, as Your Honor has admonished several times. What happened this is a new trial, and whatever happens in the first trial is the first trial. So in conclusion, Your Honor, because of the conduct of the prosecution, and specifically the intentional mention of DNA, the prosecution has put in the jury's mind that topic that is irremediable. That cannot be reversed. That cannot be cured. That cannot be ameliorated with a jury instruction. That cannot be dislodged. The prosecution has to suffer the consequences of its own intentional actions of bringing up that topic. Ms. Reed is entitled under the Constitution, under the Massachusetts Declaration of Rights, to a fair trial. And what has just happened is antithetical, abhorrent to a fair trial. The only remedy is a mistrial with prejudice.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Brennan.
Inquiring of Dr. Russell about the absence of dog DNA is not only proper and permissible, it's essential, and the Commonwealth is entitled on cross-examination to explore theories and facades that the defense creates if there is actual evidence that undermines or contradicts the representations that they are trying to portray to this jury. Let's be clear. The defense is on notice that there is no dog DNA in the sweater of John O'Keefe. Let's be clear. The defense is on notice that we were not going to try to disprove all of their varying theories in our case in chief, but if they were going to propose theories that we thought were unsubstantiated, we would do so in rebuttal. It is clear these witnesses are on the witness list. More so, the conversation and examination of Dr. Russell is replete in the historical record of this case. Dr. Russell herself testified on December 12, 2024, that she did consider the absence of DNA in her opinion. She disregarded it. She discounted it. She created false theories about the potential destruction of it, but she did testify this was part of her consideration for her opinions. Again, on January 7th, 2025, Dr. Russell again discussed the absence of dog DNA in John O'Keefe's sweater. Now, it may be inconvenient. It might be hurtful for the defendant's theories, for the creation they portrayed for this jury yesterday, but it is not improper. It's not unconstitutional. It's not irrelevant. It's very relevant. It is powerful evidence that the Commonwealth has to undermine this idea that the linear superficial abrasions on John O'Keefe's arm were somehow caused by a dog. They, on their case in chief, tried to create impressions about the cause of the abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe. The defense does not get to pick and choose what words the Commonwealth can or cannot use. They do not get to pick and choose what parts of Dr. Russell's opinions are important and not important. Because they chose not to emphasize, highlight, or discuss the absence of dog DNA on direct does not mean it's beyond the scope of direct examination. It means they did not want to talk about it because it was not helpful to them. There have been countless cross-examinations in this case where questions are asked beyond the scope of direct. This is not beyond it. It goes to the heart of her opinion. If I cannot cross-examine her, as proposed by the defense, about the heart of her opinion, she shouldn't give it. She shouldn't have an opinion, because you can't come in and just take the favorable factions to yourself and leave out reality. I intend on asking Dr. Russell about her opinions, about the role that the absence of DNA played. Also, I expect to ask her about her attempt to diminish or demean the DNA evidence, because it shows her inherent bias in all of her opinions, where she acts as an advocate, not as a scientist or a doctor. It is admissible evidence. We intend on using it. And when she returns to the stand, these are the very questions I'm going to ask her.
Your Honor, may I have a brief 1 minute?
Sure, go right ahead.
Thank you,
Mr.
Your Honor.
Wilson.
Your Honor, a key misstatement of fact that Attorney Brennan just made. He said that Dr. Russell talked in prior proceedings and hearings about dog DNA. The record is abundantly clear. She only did so in response to a question from Mr. Brennan. I have the transcripts right with me. She never raised it affirmatively. She gave her opinion that these wounds were to a reasonable degree of medical certainty from a dog. Mr. Brennan on cross said, did you consider, and this is in a prior proceeding, did you consider DNA? She gave her answer. She didn't raise it. I heard it. I was there. Your Honor was there. So this impression that Mr. Brennan is trying to give, that somehow the defense brought this topic up before, is incorrect. The second point, Mr. Brennan needs to have a good faith basis to ask the question. To have a good faith basis, he has to have some admissible evidence that he's got for it. He has no admissible evidence on dog DNA with regard to the arm. He knows he doesn't. He strategically chose not to bring that evidence in this case. Now he's saying he wants to use it. That would be improper in this trial for that reason. The other 2 points quickly. Mr. Brennan alleges an absence of dog DNA with regard to these wounds in the right arm. There was no swabbing of the wounds of the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe. That is a major, major investigative flaw in this case. That should not be befallen upon the defendant. Secondly, there are, with regard to the hoodie, that was one, I believe, swab taken, and we don't know much about it, but what we do know about it is there are horrible, tremendous chain of custody and care with regard to the hoodie, conceded virtually left on the floor of the ambulance, left on the floor of the hospital, carried around by Mr. Proctor for weeks, maybe even months, not submitted for testing for months. There are huge issues that prevent a fair determination about whether there was even proper determination of whether there was DNA or not. So in conclusion, Your Honor, the defense has never brought up DNA or alleged absence with regard to the right arm of the hoodie. It's always been the prosecution. We were meticulous and assiduous in not doing it here. The prosecution needs to live with the consequence of its action. This is remediable, and I respectfully submit warrants only one ruling respectfully, and that is this trial must be declared a mistrial with prejudice.
30 seconds.
Sure.
The defense can pound their fists and yell as loudly as they want, but they can't change truth and reality. Whatever the motivation is for wanting a mistrial can't be based on a claim that the prosecution raised DNA for the first time with Dr. Russell at the Lanigan hearing. If we actually look at facts and reality, rather than making false claims about everybody in the courtroom and everybody else who comes in here, what we'll see in the transcript, and this is the December 22nd, December 12th, 2024 transcript. I direct the court to the direct examination of the attorney who just accused the government of raising it for the first time. Despite his words, we have page 83, line 21. We have page 122, line 14. We have page 124, line 14. These are the words of Attorney Alisi on direct examination. And there are more. But that is enough for the court to understand that the representations are wholly mistaken by Attorney Alisi. Wholly.
All right, thank you. We'll give everybody a half an hour.
All right.
Wow. Yeah, she's just want she wants a 30-minute break. Jim has already left to make her some gin. Wow. So just for people to understand, just in case you don't understand, I know a lot of you will understand, but some people may not understand. So they're asking for a mistrial with prejudice. So it's different to without prejudice. If it was a mistrial without prejudice or just a normal mistrial, that means Karen can be tried again. The reason they're asking for a mistrial with prejudice, that means then the Karen can never ever be retried for this. So that's the difference. Hang on. Let me see here. I've got the pocket rocket here somewhere. Oh, I'll just wait for a second till she does come in. So Jim is doing some gin in the back. Couple of gins. Dina, you're not connecting, my darling. Oh, she is. She's here. Your connection is really bad. Hello?
Woo! We're all
Dina, can you hear me?
screaming down here, trying to get on. Hold on, I gotta walk up a little bit, I think. Hold on.
No, you're on though. We can hear you. We can hear you.
Oh my God, yeah, we're all going crazy down here, screaming and hollering and everything.
Good. It's
Alessi's on fire.
Yeah, it's good for the record. She's obviously going to deny it, but it's huge.
Oh, she's gonna, but she's taking a break to go get a shot of Fireball right now.
Yeah, Jim's making a double gin at the minute, so Jim's good.
That was insane.
So. It was unexpected, so it just came out. That was
insane.
It just came from nowhere. I was like, "Fuck!" Yeah, so it's around the DNA stuff.
We were.
Hey, Mama.
Hey. We were inside the bakery. Hi, baby. We were inside the bakery place. We were screaming up and down. The owner came out. He's like, "What happened?" We're going crazy. What's that?
Yeah.
Want to bite?
How are you?
It's pesto. No, it's a crepe. It's turkey, pesto, and red peppers. Different. Mm.
Hi guys,
Um,
what's going on? I'm back
hey,
down here in the buffer zone.
Just a shout out to Erica. Remember, if you're down there tomorrow, go support Erica. She's in court at 11:30 tomorrow. So go support our girl
Oh, I
down there
appreciate you.
tomorrow, everybody.
Thank
Oh, I love
you.
you. It's
Appreciate
fine.
you.
Do you see my mother? I go tell my mother you're on, and she'll be straight watching now. She loves Erica.
Tell her I said hello.
Yeah,
I
she
said
loves Erica.
I can't wait to meet the beauty that birthed you.
Hi,
I
Dylan's
know.
mom.
I know she's the best. J Mag Robin, what's up, girls? Handsome. Oh my guy, there he is. Wait, is it handsome? Yeah, handsome Brian. I met handsome Brian in person today.
Mm-hmm.
In real life. IRL. Hippie chick, my girl. What up? Erica, thank you for getting arrested
I love
alone,
it.
so I do not have to come.
Let me tell you, we back our girl up.
I think I've put that. I think I've given him more grays in the two in the couple of weeks he spent with me. Then sorry.
I loved every minute. Loved
I
every
love you
minute.
guys. Hi, Rhodey. I love you guys. Hi, Olivia. What'd she say? Oh,
You want to go up there in case she comes out?
no, you know me, J Mac. I just get raspy from time to time. It's been a rough couple of weeks for you, girl. So I'm trying to stay strong here.
Yeah,
Thank you guys. You guys are the best. Hi, Amanda. Hi, Sally.
Bring it with you. Come on up.
Oh yeah, let's go. We'll go for a walk.
Because they got a half an hour break.
Erica, meet regular Brian this morning. Meet regular Brian. No, that's handsome Brian. You're always handsome Brian. That's what I always laugh about is like
Erica,
meeting people in real life. Yes.
are you okay to be on? I'll dart off quickly for 5-10 minutes if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, we're good, right? We're good.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Do what you got to do.
I'm at like 34%, but it's charging slowly.
Thanks, Jen.
fine, I'll be
It
back
was
at 10.
okay. I swear I like.
How was that?
Hi, Lovey. Yeah, I bet. Hi. Good to see you. What was I gonna say? Oh God. I don't know if I want to do this. No,
Do you want to be up here?
I'm good. I'm good. Screw them. Why is the camera facing the wrong way? Oh, there we are. Hello, guys. Hi, guys. Why is it not on us? Something up with the camera? Oh, yeah. What up? What's going on? How are you? I'm on live, just so you know. How you doing? Good. Good to see you. Let me see. I'll turn the camera on so everybody can see everybody. There we go. Got a good little crowd out here. What's up? Oh, you got to take your hat off? That makes sense.
The only thing that's scaring me.
Yeah. Let me see. I just do. There we go. Wait. There we go. Let's see. Can y'all see everything here? If I hold it like this?
Getting that new laptop next week?
Huh? I know. I need one too. Shit. What is this? Oh, here we go. All right. That. See everybody.
And then Brennan saying he can get.
Yeah, it's a good crowd out here, right?
No.
Good to see all these people out here. Yep. It is warm. It's nice in the sun though. Reminds me of last year. Oh yeah, it got brutal out here some days.
It's gonna get like that.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Officer Barrows.
Definitely. Where? Oh, nice. Officer Barrows, Nathan. Nathan.
Good cop in there, baby. Yo, good cop.
What's going on? How are you?
What's up, Bill?
See you. Oh, from Illinois, another state. Cool.
Can we get a picture with
Yeah,
you?
of course
You like me to take?
There we go.
All the way from Illinois.
There we go.
Woo, woo, woo.
All the way from Illinois.
I'm a photographer here. There you go, guys.
Wait, what did I do to this? Let me just make sure this is done right. Sorry, guys. Trying to figure this out. It's not my thing.
Yeah, ask for Mr.
Good bad. Yeah.
What's up, dude?
Yeah, what's going on, Erica? How are you? Nice to see you back.
Yeah, I am. I'm gonna be. I have court tomorrow. My grandmother's wake, and then Thursday I have a funeral. So.
I'll go to boy. What's going on, brother? How are you? How you doing? Hey, take a picture. Let's do it.
Oh, just let her through, will ya? With the baby.
Watch the carriage, guys. Make a hole.
Anything?
It's funny. Everybody is like cool with Hardiman now. Since I've been arrested, it's cool to see people talking to him and stuff. You know. Yep, she was the first woman Malden cop. I believe that is true. Yeah, Robin, I'm gonna try to see if I can get off too. We'll see.
I saw that.
Huh?
You can anything.
Who's wearing a sticker? Oh. I was like, what? What are we talking about? I thought you meant the
Have a
cop.
field day with me.
Yeah, yeah. I thought you meant the cop.
Back, buddy.
I was like, what are you talking about? What sticker? I could. He's fed up. He's fed up. All right. Dina's finishing her lunch. I'll get back to you. I'm not really anything going on. If you want to talk to people. Can eat at the same time. Hold on, folks. I'm woofing my lunch down and feeding Henry. Hold on, Henry. Watch, he loves turkey.
Are you gonna miss us?
Like a hole in the head. We can come visit you.
You'll have people without us.
Everybody's out here because we're wondering if someone will walk out here. Yeah, but dismissed with prejudice is.
I really.
Is he calling for
dismissal or mistrial?
Mistrial.
But she won't do it.
She's not gonna do it, but it was nice to see Alessi fire up.
They have to do it. They do. They do it. But they beat it for years. She could do it, but you shot me.
Well, you brought up a great point. You can't undo that in the mind of the jury.
What did Brandon show at the very end? Like right before 2 minutes of break, he pointed out something that I think that he like wanted like to page number and wanted to know. I don't know. I guess not. You know what it was?
I don't know because we were screaming up and down inside the store. The owner came over. He's like, "What happened?" Like, "Oh my God, you're saying mistrial." I'm like, "Holy shit."
No, I texted. Texted like I got it out. She doesn't come out.
They're probably doing a ton of shots.
You'll go for lunch.
Honestly.
Like that's nothing nice. Someone wants to hear.
All right. Let me throw my trash out, then I'll talk to you guys. I was whiffing my lunch down. Hold on. Throw my trash out.
You'll love.
All right, hold on. Let me throw my trash out. Did you guys listen to that?
Yeah, Dina.
Oh, I went to the bakery and got a crepe that was turkey, pesto, and red peppers.
I was talking about that yesterday.
Oh my God, it's absolutely delicious. When you go right down near the bakery, you got the gym zone, barber shop or whatever. The bakery's right there. Oh my God, the food's delicious.
What's happening?
Hey,
I'm up.
hi Meredith. Good. How are you? Did you guys listen to that? What was going on in there?
No.
I'm live streaming. So hold on. Let me.
No.
Here, walk up that way with that. It's live. It's
My-
on, it's live stream. No, just walk up to everybody else.
Sure.
Hello.
Yeah, he wasn't happy. Yeah, he wasn't happy. I asked him if he could sign my puppy coat, and he called me. He just said, "You're a effing ass."
Like, oh my God. You know what the thing is? Do you remember when they got city? Amazing. I don't.
Is she done or are they gonna call her back up?
She's not done yet, right?
I don't know how I got stuck with Dina's phone, but I did. I don't know how I got stuck with Dina's phone, but I did.
But I also don't think the jury's gonna like how he talks to her.
Yeah.
Did you get it? Yeah, I did.
Yeah, but the constitutional right that he's saying he's violating, so if this is denied, now we can appeal to federal. And she's already got a little risk of violating.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Right, so
Yeah.
maybe things will go forward. Yeah, no,
Thank you.
can't.
I pulled out. I found my Lucky shirt too in the trunk of my car. I put it on the
wore
thing.
mine yesterday because I thought because Friday they said that he was the next witness. So I wore mine yesterday. And it's in the washing machine now, and I'm sad.
It's probably a scheduling thing. With that.
Yeah, well, yeah, they probably brought because she has to fly it.
Yeah.
Will they bring her back up though? That's the thing. No, Ross didn't have the phone.
Barrels walked right by us. Boy, wouldn't he? And I was.
He's a cutie.
And he's a good.
I'm live streaming, but he's a cutie.
You can know that Barrels is a cutie.
It makes the top hotter when he's an honest
Yes,
cop.
yes, it does.
It just puts it up over the edge.
Everything has meaning.
Be a barrel.
What?
All the little sentences people give you. No.
Collect it and then give it to people when they fly in here.
I have all my stuff. I saved even all of my
No.
Oh yeah, so we can.
It's going to be like a half an hour, right? That's what she said.
Yeah.
Yeah, morning break. That's why I'm like, why did everyone walk up here? Because you don't come up for morning break.
Sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you're coming out of
Unless
nowhere
he
just
has to
after
redirect
motion to
after
get that
Brennan's
far.
bullshit.
They're in there
that'll-
strategizing.
Oh, they're shitting right now. She's not going to do it anyways, but she's not. We know her.
Fly on the walks. It's entertaining. It's actually fascinating. Being
Well, it's like a learning lesson. We learned about, after Davids and
After David.
affidavits.
after Davids,
It's
we
a
call
joke.
them. What is it? Rules of lemonade and stuff like. I didn't learn any of that in school. I'm live streaming too. I don't have it pointed at you. No, I don't
That's
know.
all right. There's no reasonable
Yeah.
expectation of privacy while in the scopes of
Yeah.
my duties.
This is Hardman.
This she comes out.
He takes care of everything down here.
Can we yell then? Are we gonna get in trouble if
Mr.
we yell
McCraft
back?
over here. What's that, ma'am?
Can you give us that one pass? Like, if it happens,
What do you mean?
Can we yell it and like cheers like yay, or we're gonna get in trouble for
For what?
if there's a mistrial or prejudice?
If it's,
If it's a mistrial and it's declared, then it's all over with. There's no buffer zone.
you first until the jury.
Right. You can't give me.
But I'm not.
You know,
Nathan!
Yeah.
It's like Brandy.
Yeah,
She's a fine
I love that.
girl.
I love that song.
What a good wife you will be.
That's a good song.
It is. That's an old one.
Who?
Oh, don't ask me who sang it.
Yeah. No, actually, two-hit wonder.
Want me to tell you?
Yeah.
Looking Glass.
Yep. There you go. Look at that. You're right. Old school.
Old school. I'm
So
dating
you're like me.
myself.
I'm like a whiz bang when it comes to like the old bands and stuff. But I mean, there's
You
no,
would have enjoyed
market in it.
Tesla Sunday. I went to Tesla. That was a
They killed rock and roll with the acoustic crap.
Stop it.
Yeah.
Stop it, Hardman. No, Tesla
They
was
killed
on
rock-
fire. They were on
They
fire.
were the hair band that killed with all the acoustic.
Stop it.
Yeah.
Don't be legend now, don't be.
Oh, no,
Yeah. I'm old school.
I'm going to see
I like
Black Crowes. I'm going to Joe
Good. I like Black
Project,
Crowes.
and
They're
Joe
Georgia
Perry's
band.
now going with the Who. They're playing
Yeah, but the
Fenway.
Who's really not the Who.
No, they're not, but they're playing.
They're old.
I just want to see the Joe
They're my
Perry
greatest
Project.
rock band of all time.
Chris Robinson's going to be singing for them.
Yeah.
Buck
You know,
Thornton.
my dad's brother went to the Cincinnati one in 1980 when there's or 79 when there's 11 people were trampled.
Yeah.
My dad probably got that.
Were they trampling people?
No, it was just they were opening up two doors like that.
Yeah.
And there was just thousands of people instead of opening them all up. It was just a bunch of idiots running the stadium. Yeah.
Yeah, well, stuff goes down. It gets
Yeah.
crazy in there.
What's that? Yeah.
John DePetro isn't here today.
It's got the green. Where's the green?
I got that song.
It's on.
Wearing green.
I got my lucky shirt. It's on the outside of my car.
Are you guys going to game?
Green. This is beige. You
No.
No, but I'm seeing green. The green.
Yeah,
Green.
because it's lucky.
Oh,
Lucky
9 out of
last
10 men.
Oh, there they are.
Karen's right there.
Are you live?
Woo!
Oh.
I'm crossing. Yeah. Hey, someone, I don't know if you can take this now or later. It's a gift for you from one of the supporters. Okay. I'll wait for him and I'll give it to him. I know, I know. I'm surprised you didn't hear us all screaming out here. We were in the stores and we were buying lunch and stuff. We had the owners come out. They're like, "What's going on?" We were all like, "Yes!" Oh my God. Anyways, all right, I'll hold it. When the car comes, I'll give it to him. All right, I don't want to jaywalk. I'm not jaywalking. I got to cross in the crosswalk. Tracy! Oh, Tracy and Dana are out there. There they are. Hi, Bill. Hi.
Hi, Erica. Who's the guys up there? Karen said it. Hi, Mama. That's one of my best friends. Gotta get this on camera.
Have you been sitting too long? Do you want me to run a little bit so you can run after me?
Nah, dude. What you're doing right now is just fine.
It's
Perfect.
Well, enjoy this now because when it comes down to when they deliberate, you're going to have hundreds of people here and they're not going to know the rules, the lay of the land.
That's why you're an important asset. You're going to tell them the rules.
If I'm going to do that, I need a taser
Like
gun.
I always did, right?
No, I need
like
a taser.
I always did. I
Yeah.
always told every new person the rules.
I need a taser gun now.
And maintain the rapport I've had with the state police. I've always done that. Up until 3 weeks ago. And I was lied about on camera.
Yeah, I think Dina needs a taser gun.
What did she say? What was Karen saying to him?
Would you say
Nothing. I was saying about how we were cheering on when Alessi got up there. I wish he'd come out and give him a big round of applause.
Guy in the pink tie, is that? Oh, yeah. That's a news lady.
Yeah, Christina Rack.
Pregnant.
Christina, when do you do? November? September? Wow. Girl or boy? Oh, good for you.
Thank you.
What'd you think of that fiery? I'm live streaming.
I can't keep up. My fingers don't type it fast enough to keep up this week. You should see my notes. That's what I'm like.
We know she's not going to grant that.
It would be.
Did she say she's taking under advisement?
No, they just went to break though.
Okay.
I mean, she has.
I wasn't sure.
Or they could put a test.
Oh, she does. Okay, that was my question.
But we know she's not going to do that. She's calling Michael Morrissey.
Camera. Oh, thank you. Not to the camera first. Just like last. Oh, you guys smell. Somebody smells very good.
Me. It's Nag Champa. It's me.
It is you.
I know.
My granddaughter's perfume.
Everybody always loves the smell of Nag Champa. Nag Champa. It's a hemp lotion. Mag.
Oh, man.
Nag. Nag. Then CHAMPA. Nag Champa.
I did. Thank you. Yes.
I'm not even reading the chat. It's too bright out here, guys, with the sun. I just can't. Let me say. Hold on a second.
No.
Yeah, we're just sitting out here filming right now, so it's really bright. I'll just let you guys look around. Everybody's out here because everyone's coming out of the courthouse taking a breather. Oh, see, I hear my voice. Thank you.
Dr. Russell, she has made a skill.
Oh, she's amazing. Yeah, she's professional. That's the difference.
Yeah.
The first female cop. She's a female cop, right? She's a police officer. So I just think it's funny. The difference. It's almost like it's 100%. Yes.
Hold on, I can put this on landscape again. Hold on, folks. There we go. Oh, no, hold on. I lost you guys for a minute. Hold on, folks. Stay with me. Bear with me. There we go. Landscape mode. All right.
Yeah.
Is Coco still up here? I don't want to lug this. Hi, are you? I'm good. How are you?
Doing good, thanks. Yeah, you look great.
Thank you. 59 pounds so far. I'm at a plateau though now. Thank you. Coco must have went down.
When you come down all the way.
Where'd Coco go?
Back down there, I think.
Shit. Now I'm stuck carrying it around.
This is my favorite player. What is Steve? Good. Well, exactly. Oh my God.
Everyone's lined up. There we go. It's hot out in the sun. I love it. I love that skirt. It's a cute skirt.
I think it's from India.
They don't make them good like that anymore. Yeah, they don't make them good like that anymore. Like you really got to search for the good skirts.
Grandmother always brings it back.
Right. Why does her grandmother go to Indonesia?
Yeah, her father's uncle is.
Oh, my daughter-in-law's Indonesian. Yeah, they're going over there in September.
I wouldn't take that flight.
It's a long flight.
Yeah.
All right. There's Coco. All right, I don't want to jaywalk, so I try to hit the crosswalks.
I heard you over the speaker.
Yeah, you got to wait till her car's there. I'm like, where's Coco? I don't want to carry this thing around.
Yeah. What do I wait for?
You got to wait till her car comes, like when Dr. Russell goes to leave or something, or at the end of the day when she goes to leave, we can give it to her.
All right, I will be at
They
the end
can't
of the day, but
Well, we'll leave it and then
yeah,
we'll give it to
yeah,
her. Yeah, I just don't want to carry it.
yeah. Oh, I don't blame you. Thank you, honey.
Everybody's lined up. The sun's hot. I don't know if I can zoom in. All right, I might not be able to zoom in this way. No, I can't.
I think I want a group photo of us.
Group photo?
Oh,
Yeah.
everyone squeeze.
I gotta go. I got a few Coco.
Good luck.
I got some for you.
We love you,
Yippee.
Ken!
Tracy, you look beautiful. Dana, not so much. Not so much. I seen the stain on your shirt.
Love you, Ken!
All right, guys, I just ate that crepe, so I need to run. So you want to get ready and let's start running?
I'm not running it this year.
Can shoot me with the taser gun, so that makes me run faster.
I don't think he's the perfect guy. That's the opposite.
Well, that's if the barbs go into me. I got tased once.
By choice.
You had to. And I peed my pee.
You got paid too.
It's awful. All right, drink plenty of water.
Hey.
Turn my goods. I love her pants. What's in there? Well, it's a little tiny store. All the times I've been in here for 2 years, I've never been in there. But it looks like holistic and pretty cool. I'll have to go in there after when I get rid of the camera. All right, let's go back, folks. Thank you. All right, let me turn this around. I finished eating, so, I didn't want you guys to see me really chowing down on food. Hey, Dylan.
Yo, how we doing, Pocket Rocket?
Hi. No, mark that. I got to come out with some sort of something called pocket rocket.
You do. You are the pocket rocket. I love it.
It would have to be in an adult store, probably.
Well,
Let me
if,
fix my sign.
yeah, if you wanted, yeah, probably actually. Why? Where's this? Hang on, I've lost the stream. Oh, here we go. That's where it is. There you go.
Yeah,
Oh.
I'm down here on Tuesdays, folks. So every Tuesday, sometimes I get to stop in between, but it's mainly I've taken Tuesdays off each week. So
They wash his clothes.
Hi, Rhonda.
mainly. Oh, there I hear the delay.
Oh shit.
What's going on? That was so fiery, wasn't it? I freaking love Alessi Alisi.
I know. Hey, you just see, even the passion. Seeing that passion was amazing. It gives
Well,
you a
you know what
real
it is
lift.
too is all those lawyers know she's innocent of this. And then there's
Yeah.
shit that they can't even bring up. They know they can't. And they've been playing by the rules of that. And now this, a mistrial. I was like, don't call a mistrial. We have to do this again. But a mistrial with prejudice, they do not.
Yeah.
So,
But it's very rare. I mean, Alec Baldwin
yes,
got
she's
one.
not going to do it.
No, I mean it's so rare to get this with prejudice. Mistrial, yeah, fine, but we don't want a mistrial unless it's with
Video
prejudice.
about Allie.
No. I'm
What,
I'm
Allie
on
did
this though.
Oh.
That's all right. I'm live streaming. We need to be careful with the commentary here, talking or joking about using taser guns. Oh, it was a joke. My God. I was talking about exercising because I just ate my lunch. Yeah, you're taking it way too serious, Kathleen. It's okay. I have a rapport with some of them here that I can joke with. Some I can't, some I can. And that's okay. It's fine. Sometimes in life you just got to laugh and make jokes. You know.
I was gonna. Oh, it's gone now. Damn.
Yeah.
What's happening down there?
Alessi is just amazing. He's so fired up.
Yeah, yeah, it is good. It's good to see you. I love it because it's been so frustrating watching Brennan and all that, and now it's like, right, let's get that passion back because it's so frustrating listening to him try to discredit her. You know, it's frustrating.
Well, not only that, now you just watched how brilliant Alessi Alisi is because that was off the cuff. That wasn't a prepared statement. And it just rolled right off his tongue. That's how goddamn smart he is.
Yeah, that I was going to say that's what he paid for, but he's doing for free. So that tells you everything you need to know.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So
I wonder what she's going to say when she comes back. You know, she's not going to obviously do a mistrial, but is she going to make any comments? Is she going to,
she's going to comment something, but it's on the record now. So if there's ever has to be an appeal, all this is down on the record.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Well, it's all
do you
on
have
the
an
record.
extra one? Oh, thank you. Thank you.
You are unmuted. Court is back, my darling. I'll see you.
All right, bye.
Bye, darling. Shit, wrong one. Wrong one.
Please be seated for the session.
All right, so the motion for mistrial is denied. Your rights are saved. And Mr. Brennan, you can continue with this line of questioning.
Nor I did not address sidebar the other issue that's under court's consideration regarding Dr. Walsh's opinion.
Yeah. I don't see it without a foundation. So if you can build a foundation, I'll consider it. I do not believe that foundation has been laid yet.
I would expect that foundation would need to be substantial, specifically whether or not it was relied upon by the witness.
Yes.
Could you do that outside the presence of the jury so that I don't ask the questions in front of the jury?
Yes, but not right now. They're on their way. All right. Do you have enough?
I'll work around it.
Okay.
I'll work around it.
Your Honor, I would object to being done outside the jury. That it should be done like I've had to do with several witnesses in front of the jury.
Okay, if that's what the defense wants, are you sure, Mr. Alessi?
Oh, wait, I'm sorry, let me confirm with my. Yeah, okay. I am going to, yes, Your Honor, we are going to.
Oh, dear.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
You're welcome, Your Honor.
Thank
you. I'll be done very quickly, so I'll make that decision.
Are the lunches here? Probably not. Okay. Are they still over there? How long they are?
Did you start yet, or can you turn?
I just, if they're downstairs on their way up, I don't want to stop them.
I could do it in 2 questions.
Yeah, please.
Oh. Excuse me?
They're still over this way.
Great. Okay, they're going to stay.
Your Honor, if it might help, obviously with involving subject matter because based upon if Mr. Brennan only has 2 questions, I may have 30 minutes that I could, most 35 to finish up whatever redirect that I have, if that affects Your Honor's scheduling.
I just didn't want to stop them if they were on their way. They haven't yet gone downstairs.
No, I don't think they did.
All right, we'll do this now. Okay?
Dr. Russell, during your review of the case, did the defense offer you the report of John C. Walsh, MD, Deputy Medical Examiner?
I didn't hear the whole question.
During your review, the defense provided you materials. Did they provide you the report of John C. Walsh, MD, Deputy Medical Examiner?
I don't recall.
May I approach?
May I?
Yes. Can we turn the fan off over here, Tony, please? Thank you.
Dr. Russell, did you ever review and receive that document from the defense?
Oh, yes.
And regarding Dr. Walsh's opinion, did you consider that when you formed your ultimate basis that the wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's arm were consistent with a dog bite?
Yes.
Did you disregard it or agree with it?
I disregard. I disagree with his assessment.
Thank you. So I'd like to inquire.
Your Honor, I would object. This is the same exact issue I had to deal with because the witnesses disregarded it and I was not allowed to pursue questioning. So I do not believe under the standards that's been set in this trial that a proper foundation has been set.
What do you say about that, Mr. Brennan? How is this any different?
Pardon me?
I'm talking to Mr. Brennan. How is this different with this witness's analysis?
Because they specifically opened the door when they had her vouch for her own credibility, extolling her uniqueness and ability to determine that these were dog bite wounds. And so when they opened their own door to vouch for their own credibility and suggested that they're only person or a limited person in the entire country that could do this, they should be confronted that they are not alone. There are other experts. And so this isn't affirmatively bringing it in. This is when the defense continually opens the door and creates these issues.
What do you say, Mr. Alessi?
Thank you, Your Honor. My response is this. I'll give 2 quick examples. Dr. Welter, Trooper Ball, Dr. Scordy-Bello. They talked and opened the door under Mr. Brennan's theory of opening the door widely. They even had, as part of their direct examination, documents in Dr. Welcher's slide that mentioned Dr. Scordy-Bello. You'll recall that slide. They even had material from the CARS team with a file named Trooper Ball.
I'm not letting it in.
Thank you.
All right, I'm not letting it in under that, Mr. Brennan. So you can mark the report if you want, but for that reason, I'm not. For the reasons stated by the Commonwealth, I'm not letting it in.
I don't need to mark.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Hunter.
Well, not surprised that she went against him for the mistrial, but surprised that she's not letting that line of questioning in. We'll see what Hank has got here. Alessi said he's got about 30 minutes of redirect. after Brennan's done. So we should be done by lunch. And then they'll break for lunch, I think. So
Objection. Where are we? Is it in evidence now?
It's not yet, it will be.
Okay. The DNA. It's not, right?
It is not.
Okay.
Is there a question?
Yes, it's open. I denied the motion and allowed the line of inquiry.
Oh, I'm interested to see or hear what the line of question is going to be with this one. So she's allowing the DNA questions to come in. I think you can see Hank trying to put a square peg in a round hole several times here. Julie, you're not the only one confused, my darling. I think Alessi was even confused because she's not very clear what she allows in and what she doesn't allow in. Was she flirting with Hunter right now? All right, here we go. They're back.
Back in session in 8 seats.
Jurors, I appreciate your patience. All right, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Russell.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Russell, we were talking about your differential diagnosis and your opinion that Mr. O'Keefe's abrasions on his arm were not consistent with impact or collision with a car. I was asking you specifically about some of the things you may or may not have reviewed before you formed your opinion. You looked on direct examination at a photograph in Dr. Welcher's presentation, and it had a photograph of a person who had been hit and died as a result of a collision. Do you remember that photograph you looked at?
The photograph of which one specifically?
There was a gentleman
I've
lying
seen.
on the ground. His face was redacted, and there was.
Oh, that one. Yes.
Remember that one?
Yes.
And when you discussed that, what was the reason? What was your point in discussing that?
I was answering questions.
Do you know what the point was? What you were trying to deduce or?
No, I was
suggest?
just answering questions.
Okay. You have stated before that one of the reasons you do not believe that the injuries were the result of a collision or impact with a car is because there were no lower body injury breaks. Do you remember that?
That's one of the reasons, yes.
You would agree that a side swipe or a clipping collision is different than a front or a back immediate impact, like being run over. There's a difference, right?
In general, yes.
When you talk about the absence of lower body breaks, do you have any studies about the frequency or the likelihood of lower body breaks in a clipping impact as opposed to being directly run over?
No.
When you looked at that photograph that was shown to you on direct examination, did you look at the actual injuries that were listed for that gentleman and see that there were no lower body breaks?
I looked at all the injuries, yes.
And did you recognize in that photograph and slide that there were no lower body breaks?
Yes, I did. There were major internal injuries, however.
When you considered the information in this case, did you have an opportunity beyond that photograph to look at Dr. Welcher's videos about impacting a vehicle driving backwards? Did you watch those videos?
I saw an image. I saw an image.
Did you see a video when Dr. Welcher put blue paint on his arm and showed the height and the location when it touched Alexis? Did you see that?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, I saw that image.
Did you consider what's called the text stream data? Do you know what text stream data is?
What?
Text stream, the black box that shows the operation of a car, how fast, how slow, acceleration. Did you look at any of that information before you formed your opinion?
I looked at it, but I honestly did not understand it.
Did you ask anybody to help you interpret that data before you drew an opinion that the injuries were not consistent with the collision?
Well, first of all, my opinion came long before that report ever came out. So the answer to that is no.
When you have an opinion, if there's new evidence that is contradictory or different or maybe undermines your theory, do you have an open mind to reconsider your theory?
Yes, I do.
Did you want to understand that information about the text stream data and the information that was available regarding this allegation? Did you want to understand that before you came back and offered the same opinion you had before that information was available?
I didn't understand it, and I didn't know that if any of the attorneys understood it, actually.
Did you know anything about Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone data when you were drawing these conclusions about when his last movements were? Did you learn anything about that?
No.
Did you know about any type of DNA testing on the defendant's rear taillight area?
Yes.
And did you know about any hair found on the car?
Yes.
Did you consider those things when you excluded the collision or impact as the cause of those wounds?
Well, I considered that. However, he had, my understanding is he had been in and out of that car, on many occasions. And so therefore there would be reason for either skin cells or DNA or possibly other, hair, fabric to be on that car.
So when you consider testing your conclusions, do you look at it as an advocate or do you look at it as a scientist or a doctor and try to value how little or how strong that evidence is?
I'm looking at it as a neutral party, a doctor, a scientist.
So you're not looking at it as an advocate to try to discourage the strength or weakness of evidence?
Excuse me?
You're not looking at it as an advocate? You're looking at it as an independent professional?
I'm not an advocate at all.
When you talked about John O'Keefe's sweatshirt, can we put that up, Ms. Gilman, please? You identified or discussed some of the tears to the right sleeve of Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt, didn't you?
We discussed one puncture to the right sleeve. Yes.
Having an interest in dogs and dog bites, certainly you're aware in your experience, when a dog bites, it creates quite a bit of saliva, doesn't it?
It can.
It can actually, a dog can froth, is what they call it. Excessive saliva when it's in the moment.
Some dogs, yes.
And some dogs, they can shed hair, especially when they're interacting with other objects, don't they?
They could.
Hair is considered trace evidence, isn't it?
Yes.
And saliva contains important items, sometimes like DNA, correct?
Yes.
And that's considered oftentimes very important trace evidence.
Yes.
And Dr. Russell, are you aware that one of the criminologists took swabs of holes on the left sleeve of the sweatshirt?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, are you aware of that?
Yes,
You've heard of UC Davis, haven't you?
yes. And in reference to that previous question, however, the swabbing was done many weeks after the death, and there were images of clothing on the emergency room floor. So yes, I am aware that there was swabs taken at some point.
Is that gratuitous answer part of your advocacy or a part of your medical objective opinion?
Objection, Your Honor.
And so you're aware that these holes were swabbed to send a sample to UC Davis, aren't you?
Yes,
UC Davis, you understand they specialize in dog DNA?
animal DNA, I believe.
And you also know, in giving it before you gave your opinion, that when they were tested, there was no dog DNA found in any of the samples. You knew that, right?
Yes,
In fact, what was found was pig DNA,
that's correct.
and there's no identification where the pig DNA came from, is there?
I don't think so.
So when you saw the information, after you claimed there is a dog with John O'Keefe, when you saw the information that they were swabs done of those holes and the results were no dog DNA, did you consider that before giving your ultimate opinion?
Yes,
And in fact, you've tried to discount the significance of that evidence in the past, haven't you?
yes,
In fact, you have made claims about that evidence candidly with no foundation whatsoever, haven't you?
I explained why there could be no dog DNA found.
You were claiming that it was inconsequential because a number of speculative reasons, didn't you?
Objection, Your Honor.
So the objection sustained. You can ask it differently.
When you were discussing the absence of dog DNA on Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt in the past, were you trying to make suggestions that perhaps the samples could have been tarnished or compromised in some way?
That's one possibility, yes.
As a independent, objective expert, should you deal in possibilities, or is it a better practice, best practice, to deal with objective criteria in the form of actual opinions to a reasonable degree of certainty?
It would be best to go through a process to determine, or at least come up with a list of reasons as to why dog DNA was not found. There are a number of reasons. If you have a test in medicine, you expect it to be positive, and it's not positive. You go through a process of trying to figure out why the case is that way. There are many reasons why there could have been no dog DNA found.
When you first gave your opinion, you didn't even know about that DNA testing, did you?
Not initially, correct.
But then once learning about it, you were not willing to reconsider and change your opinion about the source of these scratches. You maintained the same opinion you had before, correct?
I reconsidered, however, my opinion did not change.
What you suggested is there's possibilities, is the word you would use, possibilities why there were errors with the DNA. Yes?
Yes.
You can't tell us anything based in fact. Wait,
no.
I'm sorry. You can't tell us anything based in fact to support the claim that something was wrong with the testing of this DNA, can you?
Not in fact, but again, you have to go through a process. If you expect a certain diagnosis or a certain finding on a lab test and it doesn't materialize, then you wonder why, and you want to know, was the test done correctly? Was the specimen handled correctly, et cetera, et cetera. There's a process.
And in that process, you found no evidence whatsoever, none, zero, to support any claim of compromise of that DNA process, did you?
Well, ideally, the swabbing should have happened immediately or very soon after the incident. So there was a delay in processing or swabbing to begin with. And then, of course, I don't know about the transportation or the chain of custody.
You were a medical examiner, weren't you?
Yes,
When you were a medical examiner, when you examined a person or their body, you did everything you thought was reasonably necessary based on the information you had, correct?
yes,
Did you know at the time Dr. Scotabello did the autopsy, there was no claim whatsoever that a dog caused these wounds?
yes,
Did you know that claim didn't come about until over a year later?
no.
And did you know that in response to that claim, that's why this was done at a later time? Did you know that?
Still, for a complete investigation, this should have been considered by investigators early on.
Even where there was absolutely no claim or evidence whatsoever that a dog caused these wounds?
Well, again, a complete investigation.
You can't tell us one step that went wrong with that DNA process, can you?
The process, no.
In fact, you have admittedly very little experience with DNA.
I have little personal experience with DNA.
And yet, although you're not an advocate, you are willing to advocate trying to undermine the strength of that evidence, aren't you?
No, I am a scientist, and I'm trying to understand why it could have been negative.
As a scientist and providing a medical opinion, do you try to exclude in your differential diagnosis all other reasonable causes of a wound?
Generally, yes.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Now, when a dog bites a sweater, would you expect that it would leave DNA?
Yes.
When a dog bites a sweater, you would not expect it would leave little fragments of taillight shards in clothes, would you?
Correct.
And so in this case, when you were developing your theory and differential diagnosis and excluding causes, did you consider that when Mr. O'Keefe's clothes were scraped, his pants and his shirts and his sweatshirt, what was discovered were minute, small fragments of broken taillight that came from the defendant's motor vehicle?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Did you consider that?
I didn't know that at the time.
Could we have 201D, please? Dr. Russell, this is a photograph.
Okay.
He's pushing the boundaries now, and he's walking a very fine line, or treading a very fine line right now. It's going to be interesting. This is very interesting because this will also play a part in what Alessi's going to redirect her on as well. I'm interested to see this. Right, hang on. Let's just wait for this one to come up. Where's it gone? Where's it gone? Oh, why can't I just set things up easily for myself? I don't know. Here it is.
Ole, 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 ole. Erin ha ka ka. Ole. Erin ha ka ka. Ole. Let's go, Erin ha ka ka. Ole. Erin ha ka ka. Ole.
What great timing.
Dr. Russell, were you aware that very small fragments, shards of plastic that match the broken taillight of the defendant's Lexus were found when criminologists scraped Mr. O'Keefe's shirt and sweatshirt?
Yes, I became aware of that.
Did you become aware of that before or after you came to your opinion and conclusion that Mr. O'Keefe's arm abrasions were not caused by a collision or an impact?
After.
And when you learned that, did you get a chance to see this photograph to see how small many of those pieces were?
Yes.
And would you agree that broken plastic, like broken glass, can tear fabric?
Yes.
Would you agree that broken plastic, like broken glass, can rub up against a person's skin, and if enough friction is caused, it can cause abrasions?
Yes.
Would you agree that if fragments like this were randomly in the sweatshirt, that it could cause cuts or abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
I don't believe that fragments that are randomly in the sweatshirt or clothing would cause the parallel abrasions, the pattern of the parallel abrasions that we saw in the arm.
Do you know how Mr. O'Keefe fell to the ground and what movements his body and arm made as he fell to the ground?
Not definitely.
You don't know?
How? No.
Do you know how much distance or little distance he moved when he was on the ground?
Yes, approximately, I think it was 20 feet. I initially heard 60, but around 20 feet, I believe.
You think, do you know where his body was found on the side of the road?
Yes.
Do you know if his body, before it rested, moved or slid on the ground?
Yes, it did.
And it's your opinion that fragments like this could not have caused the superficial abrasions to John O'Keefe's arm?
You know, in reference to that last question, actually, that I don't know that there was a collision, but I know that it's alleged that there was movement of the body after the collision.
I wasn't asking about the collision. I was asking about his body. Are you telling us to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that these type of fragments that were found in his clothes could not have caused the superficial abrasions on John O'Keefe's right arm?
They can cause superficial abrasions, but not in that pattern that we saw on the arm.
I'm going to ask you the question again. Are you saying to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that these fragments did not cause the superficial abrasions to John O'Keefe's right arm?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Okay. Mr. Alessi?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I would like to have published what is in evidence is 201A, and then I'm going to proceed after that with 201E.
Okay.
Dr. Russell, I have up this exhibit, and with regard to the questions of Attorney Brennan that he just asked about these alleged shards, can you tell the size of them from this depiction?
I don't even see any shards in that depiction.
Can you read that slide and see the handwriting that is there?
Yeah, it looks like clear app plastic collected from 7/18/18. There's another date over to the left side, and then it says AMV 6/29/23.
Right. And if Mr. Wolk, you could go back. Can you determine at all from this whether the shards are microscopic or not?
I cannot see any shards.
All right, let's go to 201E. With regard to this depiction, do you recognize what is in this depiction?
It looks like irregular, red-colored pieces of debris.
Thank you. And do you recognize the ruler above those pieces?
I'm not sure if this is the same ruler as in the previous image, but there does appear to be a ruler.
If we could go back to the previous slide, does that at all assist you in determining whether or not it's the same ruler?
Not exactly, but there are similarities.
So let's go back to, flip back to the next slide. Does the, what is up in black help you reach any conclusion about whether those pieces are microscopic in size or not?
Well, so those are, again, I'd like to go back, but I think those might be 16th or 32nd of an inch if we're using the same edge of the ruler. Those pieces that are depicted are not microscopic because we can see them with our eyes, but they're extremely small.
All right, so they're extremely small. You've asked, you want to go look back at the ruler. Does that further assist you in your analysis as to the size of these pieces?
16. So those looks like they're maybe a 16th of an inch or less.
Okay, so let's go back, Mr. Wolk, one more time. So these pieces are a 16th of an inch or less, correct?
Yes, if we're using the same ruler.
Right. So with regard to, and if we could, Mr. Wolk, now go to Exhibit 1. Attorney Brennan asked you several questions with regard to whether those 16th of an inch or less pieces could cause these types of abrasions. You have addressed this issue, but I would like you to answer whether those pieces, a 16-inch or less, could cause, now knowing the size, whether they could cause these abrasions, including with regard to this pattern.
I don't believe so.
And with regard to that answer, how do you come to that conclusion? What is your thought process?
Okay, again, there are multiple parallel abrasions. So these pieces would need to be lined up in a certain configuration to cause those abrasions, and they'd have to be oriented in nearly the same direction because many of these groupings of wounds, and if I may use the pointer, are oriented in this direction a little bit. well, anatomically, a little inferior to superior, ever so slightly this way. So they're oriented in the same way. So not only would they, those abrasions are rather large for those tiny pieces of plastic or glass, but they'd have to be oriented in a certain way to cause those wounds.
As an emergency department physician, as a forensic pathologist, what is the likelihood, if any, that those shards could cause those wounds?
You have to ask it differently, Mr. Wilson.
Dr. Russell, please state your evaluation and conclusion and the basis for it as to whether those shards of glass, or excuse me, shards of plastic, 1/16 of an inch and less, can cause those abrasions on and wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe.
I do not believe that they could have caused those wounds.
Is that a close call for you to come to that conclusion?
Not at all.
You were asked several questions by, please keep that depiction up, Mr. Wolf. You were asked numerous questions by Attorney Brennan where he wanted you to go section by section by section and evaluate each. He grouped these, I think, 5 or 6. Do you recall that questioning?
Yes.
Is that a scientifically proper way to evaluate this wound to determine whether or not it is from a dog? Is that a proper methodology to look at each individual section only?
No.
How, at a scale, is it improper to evaluate them that way under your methodology?
Sustained.
Dr. Russell, what is the proper way to evaluate the wounds on the right arm to determine whether or not they're caused from a dog?
To look at patterns, because individual wounds can vary, but the pattern is what is significant.
And on your direct examination, did you go through this method that you just described, a pattern and pattern recognition? Did you go through that in some detail and discuss that?
Yes.
Now, you were asked questions by Attorney Brennan, and in his questions, it was asserted that you don't have a standard, a published standard. Do you recall that questioning?
I'm going to allow it.
Do you recall the question asking whether you had a standard to reference for your methodology? You recall that questioning?
In reference to dog bite wounds, yes.
Yes. And with regard to the question and assertion in the question with regard to a methodology, you referenced studies, and as part of your answer, do you recall that discussion with Mr. Brennan?
Yes.
Do those, are those studies peer reviewed?
Yes.
And give the name, please, again, that we had gone over on direct, but give the name of the lead authors of each of those studies.
Yes. So one of them was by Dr. D. Munich, and the other one was Dr. Pollock. And by peer review, that means that it's the article was reviewed by other physicians in those respective specialties of the authors.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Dr. Russell.
I'm sorry.
Finished?
The specialties of the authors, yes.
We could take that down for a moment. Your Honor, may I approach, please?
Okay.
If I could have, Your Honor, for Madam Court Reporter, exhibits marked for identification P, 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 and Q, Q, Q. And I'll start with P, P, P if I could, please. Thank you, Madam Court Reporter. May I present PPP to the, thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Russell, you have before you PPP. Is that the study with the lead author, Dr. Demunick?
Yes.
Do you recall Attorney Brennan in his questioning asserting that you had no basis and there was no support for your methodology of pattern recognition? You recall that discussion?
Objection.
Sustained in that form.
Do you recall questioning on the cross-examination by Attorney Brennan as to your basis for a methodology in terms of pattern recognition with regard to dog wounds? Do you recall that?
Yes.
Can you please take a look at exhibit PPP for identification and identify whether there's any section in that study that talks about and documents the methodology that you used in that study?
Yes. So this is an article that was published in the International Journal of Legal Medicine, and it is entitled Forensic Approach of Fatal Dog Attacks, a Case Report and a Literature Review. And so it's several pages long, talks about a specific case, and then on page 298, there are some significant passages that I would like to read, actually. So it says here, dogs have some very specific dental and maxillofacial features. They have 42 teeth, 20 in the upper jaw, 22 in the lower. Usually the mandibular dental arch is narrower and shorter than the maxilla, and that means upper, lower and upper. Maxilla is the upper. Maxilla, and the shape of the dental arches varies among the different breeds. There are natural gaps between the teeth that are attenuated or accentuated depending on the breed. The canine masseter pterygoid complex is short and strong, and its insertion on the mandible provides powerful mechanical advantage. So that's talking about the muscles, how powerful they are. And then goes on to measure the forces.
If you could find the location, if there's any in there with regard to pattern, is there any discussion about attributes and patterns in that study?
Yes, this next paragraph. The above features attribute to the characteristics of dog bites. The maxillary teeth distal to the mandibular teeth allow the so-called scissor bite in which the dog can lock onto his prey. The tremendous force of the bite, muscle complex can develop, allows the dog to twist and tear, and cause great damage. The injuries caused involve a combination of biting, crushing, tearing that results in characteristic patterns of punctures, lacerations, avulsions of the skin and soft tissue. Forensic pathologists noted the multiple torn wounds with adjacent puncture wounds, the so-called hole and tear combination. That's in this case. The puncture wound, a round hole, is made by the canine tooth of either the upper or lower jaw on one side that serves as an anchorage, while the other teeth cut into the flesh, causing stretching lacerations in the process of biting, shaking, and tearing. This should be considered pathognomonic for dog bites, especially when accompanied by tissue defects and claw marks, the latter being narrow, superficial, linear abrasions arranged parallel to one another, 4 or 5 in number, and usually found in the vicinity of the bite. This pattern allows differential diagnosis, with bites of other animals, which are not accompanied by pulling and shaking, nor by the usage of prominent canine, and with stab wounds caused by sharp instruments.
Does that study support or not support in the literature a pattern recognition methodology?
That's sustained.
What do you conclude from the language you just read in that study with regard to methodology of discerning dog bite wounds?
That pattern recognition is very important.
Now what I would like, if I could approach Your Honor.
Okay.
Sure. If I could return this to Madam Court Reporter and please request Exhibit QQQ for identification. Thank you, Madam Court Reporter. May I hand it to the witness?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I've now handed you what is marked for identification as Exhibit QQQ. I would ask, please, that you, is that the Pollock study that you referenced in your direct and in your cross-examination?
Yes.
Could you please, as you did with the Munich study, can you please articulate the relevant, just the relevant sections with regard to your reliance upon that study?
Yes. So this is an article from the Institute of Forensic Medicine at the University of Vienna.
Is that a peer-reviewed study?
Yes.
Please continue.
Excuse me?
Please continue.
Okay. The title of the article is Fatal Dog Bite Injuries. And there's a summary. It says the dog's front teeth. So let me preface this. This was talking about a deceased child. And they describe the features. It says the dog's front teeth left marks of individual circular or scratch-like abrasions, as well as slit-like skin severances. Slit-like skin severances of the skin, arranged in curved lines. The pattern of the skin lesions largely corresponded to the anatomy of the dog's set of teeth. No tissue defects could be detected.
And is there any other section of that study that references pattern and pattern recognition methodology? Any other words, any other section? And if so, could you please read them?
Yes. So on page 491, there's a section called the morphology of dog bite injuries.
What does morphology mean?
It means the shape. And so it goes on to say the anatomy of a dog's teeth is the key to interpreting injury findings. The particularly long, cone-shaped, pointed canine teeth often create sharp-edged wound slits that can be mistaken for stab wounds. The bite mark on the skin is ideally a complete and congruent imprint of the front dental arch. Sometimes only the protruding canine teeth are imprinted. If the shorter incisors leave an impression, smaller skin lesions, parentheses, round pressure marks or streaky glide marks, can be found between the impact points of the canines. In practice, it is hardly expected that all 6 incisors will act uniformly.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that sentence. Could you repeat that?
In practice, it is hardly expected that all 6 incisors of a jaw will act uniformly.
Is that sentence relevant at all to what you've referenced as an incomplete bite?
Yes.
How is it relevant?
Because if not all the teeth impact, then you get a partial bite. You know, you get irregular appearances. There's another sentence that's important here. A gap in the injury pattern can have several causes. Oblique biting, so what that means is not dead center on, but off to the side a little bit. Oblique biting, curvature of the body surface, which we could have in this case around the arm, the edges of the arm.
Mr. Wu, can you please put Exhibit 1 back on the case? And Dr. Russell, would be helpful as you're discussing these items, if you could determine whether or not what's discussed in that study is at all depicted in this exhibit.
Okay, so we discussed oblique biting, which is off at an angle. Curvature of the body surface. So here we have a body surface that's actually quite irregular. There's curvature down here. There's definitely curvature around the elbow. And so there's curvature around the bones. So curvature of the body surface can change the appearance of the wounds. Interposition of textiles, so that would be clothing.
Is there an example of interposition of textiles in this case?
I don't think so.
Well, was the decedent in this case wearing any? Is textiles mean clothing?
Yes, and I thought you meant in this
decedent-
article. But yes, there was textiles in this case. Mr. O'Keefe was wearing that hoodie sweatshirt or sweater shirt. So interposition of textiles, and then it goes on to mention some other things which I don't think apply in this case, such as different tooth lengths, tooth loss, abnormal teeth.
And is there any other aspects of that study that are relevant to your analysis and methodology with regard to evaluating the wounds in Exhibit 1?
You know, a lot of this article is relevant, and I don't know if you want to keep.
I don't want to
keep on
keep
reading.
reading it, but if there is a section, because then I'm going to have a few more questions once you're done identifying the most relevant sections of the article.
Yeah, this. And then there's one section that said.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Then it does mention that in some victims, parallel scratch marks originating from clawed paws are found accompanying the injuries.
And is there any other section that you believe supports your evaluation of the wounds on Exhibit 1?
No, I think that's it.
All right, so thank you, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Russell.
Mhm.
Madam Court Reporter. So do those studies, the Demunic and the Pollock that you just referenced, do they support the methodology of pattern recognition that you applied in evaluating Exhibit 1?
Absolutely.
And do they directly or indirectly support that methodology?
Directly.
And is that medical literature peer-reviewed support or not for your pattern recognition methodology?
So as to the form, Mr. Leslie.
Do those studies, each of them, those peer-reviewed studies, support your pattern recognition methodology that you applied with regard to Exhibit 1?
Yes.
Did those studies look solely at individual wounds, or did those studies' methodology look at the overall pattern to evaluate and discuss wounds from dogs?
Ask it differently.
How did those studies evaluate wounds with respect to individual wounds and overall wounds? How did the study evaluate those?
They described some individual wounds. There were numerous wounds. Described some individuals, but they looked at the overall pattern to make recommendations.
Was the pattern, overall pattern in those studies important or unimportant in the analyses and conclusions that those authors reached?
Important.
Now let's switch topics. Attorney Brennan asked you about various considerations you made with regard to differential diagnosis. Do you recall those?
Yes.
Let's just start with your differential diagnosis methodology. You describe whether or not you took into consideration additional information that was presented to you in determining whether your initial hypotheses was correct or not. Describe just generally that process and whether or not you took new information and retested your hypotheses. Describe that process that you undertook just generally.
So in general, when a physician is presented with a set of circumstances or wounds or symptoms or whatever, they come up with a possible diagnosis, but have to consider other diagnoses as well. That's what a good physician does. They consider what they think is the most likely, and then they go through a process of eliminating the or including and the other possibilities. Would you like to give an example, like chest pain or?
Well, I'd like to give you an example of what you used here in this case as the application of that.
Well, okay, so I'm just describing the overall process, because if you came to a diagnosis and narrowed in on it and never considered any other information, sometimes your diagnosis is going to be wrong. And so you have to allow for other information. And so I did that in this case. I examined the circumstances, examined the wounds photographically, and came up with my impression. But I also considered other possibilities. What else could cause those scratches or those abrasions?
And did you honestly and scientifically consider those other possibilities as you continue to review the information, old and new information in this matter?
Yes.
And did that process allow you to avoid confirmation bias?
Yeah. Yes.
So in terms of that process, now let's go through some of the items that Attorney Brennan discussed with you. He asked you several questions, one of which, did you evaluate news clips in audio clips? You remember that questioning?
I remember a question about some news clips.
And did you recall your discussion with Attorney Brennan about acute grief reaction? You remember that discussion?
Yes.
Now, in terms of acute grief reaction, you talked about it, and do you recall discussing that sometimes people who have a traumatic event, that acute grief reaction occurs? You recall that discussion with Attorney Brennan?
Yes.
Now, do you recall also mentioning that sometimes these patients engage in self-blame?
Yes.
And my question, among others, is when they go to self-blame, from your experience as emergency room physician, seeing patients with this, as you discussed with Mr. Brennan, are there instances when patients blame themselves for something when they're not to blame? Can you discuss what you meant by self-blame in acute grief reaction?
Sustain.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
I missed that bit, the last 2 seconds of that. So I missed why they went for cyber. Damn. She's very honest, Keith. She, as I said, she's probably the best witness you'll ever experience, because she doesn't get offended. Even when Brendan's been a dick, she didn't get offended. Like, she's frustrated, but it's like, okay, well, this is why I mean by it all, So I'm not going to rewind it because that means I messed the whole stream up. So whenever I rewind, it goes into a, what do you call it? The screen of death. So that's why, because I got too many tabs open and stuff. So that's why I never rewind until afterwards. I can go on my phone later. After they come back, go back and watch it. The self-blaming interviews. Yeah, I mean, she's just very impressive. But the self-blame and the grief, that's just trauma, as Wicked Sykes says. Yeah. Well, I mean, he brought it up. He brought up about the whole thing about trauma, like, her comments on Dateline and stuff. So I don't see why he could object. So I don't know. He doesn't like it when he opens the doors, it seems like. So. But we'll see. We'll see what Bev says now. I like that. The most qualified person to make an opinion on this topic without being the dog herself. I love that. That is so true. It's like he brings it all up. He starts it all, and then he's like so angry then whenever anybody else says anything. Yeah, a screen name there. Kristen Gilotti. I like that. Kristen Gilotti. That's like Italian, Kristen. Are you Italiano, Kristan? He's tried to compose himself, Deb, in this testimony. He's tried to compose himself a lot. He snapped at Dr. Russell yesterday, and then he apologized because he knew he'd snapped. But he doesn't mind getting angry at everybody else. Basically, you're seeing a defense attorney being a prosecutor right now, is what's happening. And that should never, ever be the case. Ever. A prosecutor should always be a prosecutor. But Italiano. Where you from, Kristan? I shouldn't really make an Italian accent. Are you currently living in Italy? Italiano. That's Deb. You said yeah, but I thought that was Kristen. Oh, you live in Italy. That's nice. Pennsylvania. Okay, so your roots are in Italy. Okay. Pizza. Now I can put somebody on Kristen does not like pineapples on her pizza. So don't think anyone else. No one wanted it bad. But also they needed somebody like Brennan. They needed somebody for a defense attorney that can really think like a defense attorney and think what they're going to be doing ahead of time, and to fight for different things that a prosecutor normally wouldn't fight for. Are you, Amanda, are you from Pittsburgh, from Pennsylvania as well? Bev lets wank break the rules, then allows all these objections and carries his water, corrupt vag. Alpine Stars, hello. This Kristen likes I like pineapples as well, Alpine Stars. Chap, you remember my 9th grader made varsity flags football this year. First year Minnesota for big happy days. Sponsored by the Vikes. Yes, I remember that. Is she enjoying it? Play on Monday night, the Vikings. Oh, what position does she play, Erin? What position? That what an experience that'll be for her. I do wonder what position she'll be if she's anything like you. Go read Aiden's latest tweet. It'll go very interesting. Right, what's Aiden saying? Aiden says, Dr. Russell's been great, but it's time to move on to some more exciting and simple witnesses. A dog bit John O'Keefe and the story. And he's saying, for your information, sources reported to me that Karina Kolakithis, with this Phil Coleman's last trial, will testify with a lawyer present that Jennifer McCabe told her that there was ring camera footage of John O'Keefe being hit by a car in an attempt to convince her to turn against Karen. I'm not surprised by this. This is completely in line with McCabe's manipulative behavior towards many other witnesses in the days after O'Keefe's death. WBZ also reported this lie on February 1st, the day they were at D&D Pizza, and Matt McCabe texted in the group chat that Chris Albert should tell them the guy never came in the house. That is interesting. I'm not surprised. So the Kolakithis, the husband, stopped by us for the Camden standout, but his wife doesn't leave the house. She's that like intimidated, so scared to leave the house because she gets treated like shit.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Russell, do you recall questioning by Attorney Brennan with regard to some alleged clip with regard to a motor vehicle, the Lexus and the pedestrian in this case? Do you recall that discussion?
Yes.
And have you reviewed and Attorney Brennan asked you about the slide presentation, what Dr. Welcher did with regard to this supposed accident reconstruction? You remember those questions?
Yes.
Mr. Woke, if you could please publish the slide from Dr. Welcher's presentation with the arm out in the glass in the back, not that one, the one in this case of the Lexus and Dr. Welcher dressed up as Mr. O'Keefe and with the clothing in the back, but with his that would be toward the back of that slide presentation, probably around 130-ish, 120. That's it, yes. And what slide number is that? 109. So, Dr. Russell, can you see what is depicted on that slide?
Yes.
Is that impact that is depicted on this slide, is that a clip or is that a direct impact to the arm?
I believe that that's a rather direct impact.
Okay, so this is a direct impact. And now, from your experience, and you were asked about this on cross-examination, a direct impact to the arm, assume, as was discussed, a motor vehicle, 6,000-pound Lexus going 24 miles an hour in reverse with a direct impact on the arm. From your experience as an emergency medicine physician, what type of injuries would you expect to this arm?
So I would expect at least significant bruising, at least. But I would also expect fracture, possible dislocation of portions of the arm.
What portions of the arm would you expect fractures and dislocations?
Well, from this image, if it impacted that section of the arm, and let me use my pointer, right here, a very good possibility that there would be a radius and ulnar fracture of the forearm or an elbow fracture.
Could you please stand up and with your Honor's permission, show where the radius and where the ulnar bones are of the arm? Lights on, please. Thank you. You can keep the lights on.
So the radius and ulnar are the two long bones in the forearm right underneath the skin. And then they join with the humerus bone here in the upper arm at the elbow. And those, of course, these bones are they're susceptible to fracture with a significant impact. And also the elbow would be susceptible to fracture.
How about the hand?
The hand could be injured. It depends on where the hand was in relation. And also, if there was a fall, there are other mechanisms that could contribute to a fracture from the actual fall onto the ground. So there could be a wrist fracture, digital fractures. It depends on the circumstances.
Thank you. And do you, you can be seated. Thank you very much, Dr. Russell. From a direct impact to the arm, as you said, is depicted here. What is the likelihood of there being any fracture to any bone?
Sustained in that form.
Do you have an opinion based upon a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether there would be any fracture to any bone?
I believe that there's a very high likelihood that there would either be a significant bruise or a laceration or a fracture of the bones.
Now let's go to, as I understand it, you have reviewed the autopsy report of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And you've reviewed the file, the medical records files, correct?
Yes.
Is there any indication at all of significant bruising to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
With regard to the lower extremities, from what is depicted here, meaning this impact, did you evaluate the autopsy and the medical records to see what evaluation was done of the lower extremities?
Yes, a very extensive evaluation of lower extremities was done.
What very extensive evaluation was done and by whom?
By Dr. Scortibello, and it was both an external and an internal examination of the lower extremities.
Let's start with the internal examination by Dr. Scortibello. Could you please describe what type of internal examination she performed?
Well, she opened up the legs.
Sustained.
May we approach her for lunch?
All right, Jers, I'm going to send you out for lunch. Okay, we'll see you too. Yes, come on up.
Please.
Oh, I had to take 5 there as they were going. Hey, Coco, how are you, my darling? Do you like my top, Coco? Do you like my top? Boston Shenanigans Squad. They're on sidebar. Something came up, I think. I was not here either. Right, which one was that again? I shouldn't fiddle with stuff. Oh, no, wrong one. That's the one. That guy looks tall as anything, that other guy. Jen's sister's there, is she? Okay.
All right, Chrissy, does that help?
They go on lunch break, okay.
All right.
Okay, they go on lunch break. Well, hopefully somebody's there. Yeah, thank you, Coco. I don't think they can do it 9 to 5. I agree, but there's always something. I think they've got to do it 9 till 4, half 4 or something. The best. I just decided to wear this today rather than the Scully cap, Dennis. I'll try ringing you. I'll try ringing you in a bit as well. Once hopefully Dina or Erica comes online now. Let me message Dina, see who she is. Ba, 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 ba. Let's go, girls. Ba, 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 ba. You coming online? Okay. Nope. Right. Hopefully somebody from down there will be on in a minute. So, Dennis. Yeah, Dennis leaves at 9. Coco. Dennis leaves after Karen arrives and she drives down. Dennis and Brenda leave then. Frosty, thank you, my darling. Thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate you, my darling. Hope Tony is fine. I've not seen him in ages. Right. If they are not coming online, I'll play some music whilst I do this. I need me dinner. You can see I got spaghetti bolognese. So it's getting cold. Thank you, Frosty. Let me see what I can play here. Let's do a bit of 90s. We did the 80s yesterday. Let's do some 90s today. Oh, I was going to sing "Oh Baby Baby," but we got another baby coming on. Here we got Erica
Here we
Wolf.
go.
Here she is.
Tina just notified me she didn't have her phone. Sorry, I would have been here sooner.
No worries, my darling.
Hi, guys.
I love you. Love you. A lot.
Hi. We'll see you later. Hi, John. Sorry, babe. Just want to get them on their own channel.
I'm tired from Utah.
Oh, God almighty.
Erica, I'll leave you to. I'm going to go get some dinner.
What'd you say?
I'm going to eat my dinner, all right?
Where are you going for dinner?
I got it here in front of me, spaghetti bolognese.
Oh, nice.
So
Sweet.
I need to eat it. So I'll leave you alone, all right?
Yeah, Dr. Russell.
Thanks, Dr. Russell.
Karen, Brown Brothers.
Enjoy.
Brown Brothers.
Fidelity.
19.
God.
I know. I know.
Oy.
I know.
Here we go. Grab my stuff so I can move along. Ugh. What's up? No, I'm good. Thank you. Yep, nice little crowd out here today.
All right.
Excuse me,
Nice crowd.
excuse me. Yeah,
We're
definitely.
getting there.
Yep.
Must be new here.
Oh, I'm not.
You're
No.
like, I'm not.
Oh, I.
We're on a different road.
That was a selfie video. It wasn't direct there. Thank you.
Yeah. This is exactly the problem. But when you demonize the one person that spoke to all the new people and said the rules, this is what you have to deal with. So I'm glad that they're dealing with it themselves. I'm glad I caught some of that on video. So I don't know. So the cop went up to her and he's like, "You must be new here. We're not going to do that." And she was like, "What?" And he said something like, "You're not going to do that." And she said, "It was a selfie video, sir," because he thought he was recording Hank because, he gets the royal escort down the street by state troopers. Oh, look at Crystal in her fucking wheelchair. I'm so dead. Not a wheelchair, a scooter, rather. Yeah. She got her headphones on. She's ignoring them. It's Crystal. She's in her scooter. She's like bombing ahead of them. Oh, come on. God, this guy again. He's our favorite guy. We love him. You want some honey hots?
I'm trying to work it.
Whatever. Don't say I didn't offer. Sorry, Dylan. We're just getting back down to the buffer zone here. Oh, Dylan's eating dinner. Sorry, I forgot. Hold on, I don't even have the chat. Who we watching?
Has this kind of memory problem.
Yeah.
Okay. So either she's got a memory
What's this,
problem.
Clara?
Maybe
Must be. Hold on, guys. Sorry, I'm in the chat. Doobie-doo comments. Here we go. Hi, Dennis. I'm so sorry I missed you this morning. I'll be here early tomorrow, though, before my arraignment. Hi, Erica here. Thank you, Coco. Oh, no worries. I'm glad I saw you today.
she saw something and she reported it to the feds. Okay. There's no such thing as a
Wait, what are people talking shit?
okay.
Hmm?
And
Someone said leave Erica alone. I'm like, oh, God. I love you guys. Hope everyone's having a good day. Karen got off to lunch without incident. Get in the zone buffers. That's a good one. That's a good one. The Dedham cops are being extra today. What are you looking at? Honk. So we're just chilling. There's a good crowd today, though. Weather brings out, So insane, Erica. That girl had no idea you protected her. Yeah, probably, but I don't know. She's all right, thank God. They just don't start. It's ridiculous. I mean, they just don't stop, rather.
obviously the
You gonna
FBI
tag?
comes in August 9th of 2023. That's some 18 months later. Had
All right.
an audience. 18
Appreciate
months
you.
later, she tells them that she saw
Oh my God.
Oh, we don't give you a hard time.
Brian Higgins.
No.
Not tall.
Yeah.
Some people.
Well, sometimes when you.
See, this is what I'm saying. I can't. We have good, decent people down here that just trying to do their job, and Thank you, Dennis. It's 11:30. Don't stress about getting here or whatever. All right. What are they coming down here for? What the fuck is the problem now? All right, good. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. They're giving her a fucking ticket, I think. Or they're having her scan that thing. Hey! I can talk to you about the rules. They're trying to get her to scan that. Yeah, no shit, Mary Bagwell. No shit. And now they're trying to predate charges, which is even fucking funnier. You don't have to. Don't scan it. Don't fucking scan it. Don't. She said she was taking a selfie. Like, I don't understand why they can't take her word for it. She had her camera up, and said she was taking a selfie. He thinks she was taking a video of Hank, and it's a big fucking deal. This is what they're doing now. This is what they're gonna try to get away with.
Hank, where's Hank?
He walked by. He's gone. It was maybe.
So Hank probably said,
Well, he watched her do it, I think he said. But regardless, I don't know this girl, guys.
"Can I walk up there?"
I mean, go ahead. But I just tell her, we'll tell her the rules.
Oh, good for her.
Good for her. Good for her. Yeah, this is the guy that's talking now. That's Hardman Jr.
Okay.
He thinks he's fucking Big Bad Daddy. He's a fucking loser. He's the one that screamed my name when he was in the van, like near the van, and I was at the end at that corner. Screamed my name, and I was like, I'm leaving. And I waved. He said, stop now, or something crazy like that. I was like, all right, brother. It's ridiculous. You guys are seeing this live firsthand.
Look at Hardman with his chest out.
Yeah, oh yeah. He stood in the street with his arms in front of him like, tough guy.
Don't be nasty.
Get the body camera. Yeah, CJ Coop. I don't know what the problem is. They've done it to us all week. It's whatever, since the beginning rather. You're not allowed to do that shit, I guess.
No. Jesus trouble. I want to say hi to my peeps.
Just can't help themselves.
I'll be right back, Al.
Wrong. 100% wrong.
She said,
Huh?
She said,
I don't know what she said.
She said,
Who cares if she said whatever the fuck she said?
a selfie with a cop. And she put him in it.
No.
Pee Wee Herman.
Okay, so what I heard was he come over and he said, you're not allowed, you must be new here, you're not allowed to do that. She's like, what are you talking about? And he goes, you're recording him. And she goes, no, I didn't. I took a selfie, sir. I wasn't recording him. She thought she was recording Hank walking by.
Why can't we do this?
You can do whatever you want, sir. It's America.
That's all I need.
I mean, I'm not really, they unlawfully arrested me last week or 2 weeks ago, so I may not be your favorite person to ask, but stand your ground, girl. Stand your ground.
Just called the Pee Wee Herman.
No, you are assuming that. You are assuming that.
I'm recording too. I'm live right now. Yeah. I was arrested 2 weeks ago for it.
They're insinuating what I did.
I saw her. I was right there. I stood next to you.
I'm trying to make everybody
Because it works.
No, I already told you I just want to make sure. This girl needs it.
Listen, I'm the last one that, Proctor's was insane and all that, but they're not all like that, I don't, I got cousins that cops and.
It doesn't matter what she calls it.
It's different going like that.
But I'll tell you right now, from my own opinion.
If Hank is so sensitive about,
She said Pee Wee Herman.
if Hank is so sensitive about pictures and name calling, he should stay inside or he should walk around. He created this zone.
If it was me, I'd laugh and go funny. That's what I'd say. You know what I
It's a
mean?
joke.
Yeah, I'd go
It's
funny.
a joke. They try to say it's intimidation. Bullshit. It's fucking disgusting.
It's insane. Gonna try to intimidate me.
If he doesn't like it, he
He's
should
not
walk
just-
another way. He should stay inside the house. He should stay inside the court. If he doesn't like name calling, he should stay inside the court.
To go see some tailors.
It's America. Oh, what do you mean? They're waiting for the flood. I told them invite their shit down to their ankles. They can party.
You get arrested.
Did you raise it? Did you say Pete River?
No. Ah. What a fucking joke. Did they at any time say you were free to go?
Yeah.
Okay.
Trying to intimidate me.
Of course they were. So they did it to me too.
Well, he did say.
A week before I was arrested, they did the same thing, except
I
there was
thought it
three.
was you.
Except there was three of them, and they surrounded me. And when I
Yes,
went to take
I
a
saw
step,
that.
they clenched in, and I was like, "Yo, what are you doing here?"
Pull the footage.
That's what I said.
Yeah,
There were way too many people around you. They're wrong.
they don't like when you speak up.
There you go, guys.
So one
Another incident. Another incident. Another incident. Well, the one. Okay, so if you're looking, the one on your right, he's Minnie Hardman. That's Hardman's fucking protege. I was at that last corner, literally, where that bench is. That's where the guy.
I saw you. Which
That was Erica. That was a week before I got arrested. I was at that corner, leaving the buffer zone, going to my truck. I hear Erica. I look and I go, yeah, I'm fucking leaving. Like, see you later. Bye. I'll talk to you later. I said, I'm leaving. Have a good day. And he stopped now and like ran after me. It was.
I'm surprised they just didn't try to get you for interfering with an
That's
investigation.
why I stood there. They can't. Again, I'm not. I'm just. But that's why I kept my mouth shut. But
Appreciate
it
that.
needed to be recorded. It
You
needs to be.
interfering with an investigation.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they'll try
One's
it.
investigating me, but one's
Yeah, I have court tomorrow. I have court tomorrow. Yeah.
Which one? This one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Good for you. They want you to be silent and scared. No.
They freaking do. Yep. They look good. So yeah. Nothing. They let her go. She let her walk away. She didn't do anything wrong. Even if she was recording him, even if you were recording him, you did nothing wrong. So that's like my thing too, is like, I didn't see you do shit. I didn't see you do shit. But at the end of the day, it's like, come on. Right. Well, yeah. Oh yeah, we all know. Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, we know. Yeah. Yep. Oh yeah. Please. Absolutely. You should arrest you. Where is he? He's right there. Have him unlock it. Yeah, have him unlock it. So where's my sign? Which one? Oh, it's up. Thank you, guys. All right. I mean, I'm gonna sit here for a minute. Hold on, I'm gonna turn that down and sit here for a second. I'm gonna turn this down. Sorry, guys.
Right back at it, but this is just a small piece.
I'm just turning this down a minute so I can do live. Sorry, Scotty. Sorry, Scotty. All right, let's see. Someone walking in the buffer zone took a selfie. Cops didn't love it. It really wasn't even that, to be honest with you. Hold on one second. It was more just, I think, it was a statey trying to prove himself in front of Hanky Panky that he was a big bad tough guy, and that's what it felt like to me. Like he was trying to defend Hank from some, fucking arch criminal, whatever the hell it is, when that's really not necessary because, it's just stupid. Erica, Coco put a bag in Dina's car. Can you let her know? Yeah, is for what? For Dina? I'll let her know. She's down there right now, but I'll let her know. I think the girl that just had the incident is talking to Michael O'Brien. He likes getting the suits on. He likes getting the stories on this stuff, so I'm sure he'll air it.
Eric is hearing right now.
Oh, I love you. Oh, you're funny. You're funny. I love you. Thank you.
Figure out the best way to attend it, and I don't think they.
No, listen, family comes first. Yeah, her daughter has an appointment here though, and then she got to drive all the way back up there. So I'll smoke about with you while I'm on camera talking to these heifers.
I did tell Scott I'm gonna do a drive-by and throw something out.
Yeah, okay, thank you. He won't remember. He'll be like, wait, who's this for, Jessica?
Yeah.
That's what he calls me. Scott, what's my name? Look at him. You fucking asshole. What?
Was that lady and her daughter, were they not even part of this? They were just like sitting on the bench?
No, they were across the street with us in that little group. But
Okay, they were.
so again, here's my thing. The way she was facing, I watched the whole thing.
Yeah.
I didn't see her record. I, with my own eyes, did not see her recording, right? But when I walked by, I did see her go like this. 100% it looked like her mother and her were taking a selfie. He said the statey,
Okay.
come over and he goes, yeah, I know you're new here. I don't recognize you, but we can't do that here. And she goes, what are you talking about? No. And he's like, you were recording. And she goes, no, I was taking a selfie with my mom. And he's like, yeah, no, blah, blah, blah. She crosses the street, sits on the bench. He comes over.
My sister's watching.
Oh, it's on. No, it's right there. There you go. Hey, I love it. They sit on the bench, and he comes over with the scanning thing, and I think she's like, "Yeah, I'm good. I'm not scanning that. Like, I'm all set." And he started, and then it was. She said something like, "Oh, am I being detained?" And then the other one said something like, "No, we're doing an investigation." And she's like, "Well, which one is it?" Like, if it's I'm free to go then, right? I'm out of here. And she's like, "Yeah, no, it was very odd." And again, like it just shows, like I literally just stood there shaking my head. Hardman just stood there staring at me. I recorded the whole thing from a safe distance. I wasn't being obnoxious and I wasn't yelling stuff. But by the end, I did tell her like, "You're good. Let's go. Like I'm recording. Come on." I have my own shit going on. I'm not trying. I have my own. Here's the thing. I have my own shit going on, so I'm not trying to start. I'm not trying to start shit with these people at all. But I can't stand here and keep my mouth shut when shit like that happens in front of me. I just can't do it. So again, whatever that leads for me, because I guarantee, she just said, I'm surprised they didn't try to get you with interfering with the fucking, interfering with an investigation. I'm like, oh, it's coming. They're already trying to predate charges on my ass. Let's see how that goes. Oy.
So I did ask chats what if it was a misdemeanor, what happened.
Oh, hello.
Oh, hello. I needed to know.
I turned that down just a little because I'm just doing a live with these peeps.
I needed
Because my phone's charging. Are you on?
Whenever Michael
Yeah, well, I'm on, like our link. Yes, yeah. I think Dylan went to go eat dinner. Yeah, so I said, sure, go ahead.
arrested. I asked if it was just like, what was it, a misdemeanor? And thank God it was.
No, but no, so it is. But obviously, like your lawyer has to explain the severity of each charge. So technically, originally, for what I was being arraigned for and charged with, I could face up to 365 days.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Because I have like.
Again, one of those charges was dropped, right? Like one of those was dropped. Another one, none of them are felonies. Yeah.
Well, so I had said to my husband, if I want to like back up work or whatever, and I was like, wear a shirt or do something happens, like
You'll lose your license.
Yeah.
No. Well, like what? Hanging with a felon. Oh, hanging with a felon, I think. Yeah. Sound like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Hi, Lisa. I hope you feel better, lovey.
Yeah.
Brennan is a pussy.
I did hear
He's a little bitch.
when he walked back up.
Oh, Dina. So was that the fucking cowbell I got yelled at for? Because I had no idea what the fuck was going on.
I think somebody drove.
That's what I said. That's
bringing a
literally
cowbell.
what I said.
And
That's
I went
literally
up
what
to
I
the
said.
Police officer, and I said, there is no goddamn cowbell.
Right,
I
idiots.
said, I was playing the harmonica, and he goes, nope, it was a cowbell. And I said, then it had to be
So
someone driving.
because he heard a cowbell, it was a cow. He sounds stupid.
I said,
Yeah, it was me, right? Literally, right?
I said to him, I said, are you coming down to start a riot? Because that's what you're gonna fucking do.
Mm-hmm. Coco said, hey, Erica, can you tell Dina I put a pink bag in her car? She'll know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know. Karen's got it.
All right, all said, Coco.
Karen's
Thanks.
got it. You popped out of your boobs. No, I didn't pop the bag out of my boobs. I do pop things out, but not that
You
bad.
walked up to the driver and you went like this, and I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, weather is wonderful out here. It's very nice out here today.
Cheryl with an S made a sticker in it about Dr. Russell.
Nobody heard a cowbell. I didn't fucking hear a cowbell.
Coco's bag is in there.
I think he's delusional, but that's fine.
I thought I heard one, but I think it was someone driving by. Oh. I am not going to want to go to work tomorrow. It's going to be 90.
Oh. It's going to be 90 tomorrow?
Oh, shut up. Really?
Yeah.
Oh, the
Next 2 days, 90.
well, at least the funeral home will have.
Hey, you've already been down here in a.
Honest to God, I was freezing like the first 2 times though that the first 2 days I was home. I swear to God, being down in Florida, like my body adjusted that week. It was awful.
Oh my God.
More cowbell, J Mac. That's literally what I yelled to him. I said, "Is this a fucking SNL skit? What is happening?"
Expanding my deck in the pool.
Oh, hi, Christy. All right, so it was funny. I was walking with the girls, and they were like, "Who is that?" I'm like, I don't know, but they were cool." We waved back, though. I hope you saw us. It was good to see you guys. Hey, is DePietro here? Oh, damn it. I wanted to go claim my corner. I'm going to call it the convict corner. He's going to be so mad. Erica's convict corner. DePietro would be so mad at me. Jooby doo. Let's see. And what did your text say? Jim Macaulay. That was a good one. That was a good one. That's literally what. That's like. I don't know. I honestly, I like blacked out, but I don't even know what I said. But I literally was like, "Is this a fucking SNL skit? Like, is Ashton Kutcher gonna come out? Like, am I being pranked right now? You're standing over me. I'm in a camping chair. Like, my knees are up to my tits, and you're above me. I'm like, what? Enough of the cowbell. I go, what the fuck? Sitting down? I was in that gray chair that my ass almost touched the ground. Bro, no. He was like this. No cowbell. I was like, what is happening right now? I've never. Like, am I in the fucking Twilight Zone? What is happening? Ugh. Hate it here. My God.
It's almost over. It's almost over.
No shit. No shit. Thank God. Yeah, maybe I should. It's so crazy. So crazy, dude. But even the guy, like, oh, you must be new here. Not like taking him to the side and being like, you know. And then I looked at them and I go, why'd you come over to me like that? Like, why are you being, because I can or something crazy like that. And I like, what? So obnoxious. There they are. What's going on, guys? We appreciate you guys. Seriously. Erica Walsh, it's my pleasure. Pleasure. Yes, we have. Nice to meet you, darling. You look beautiful. Take care in there, all right? We're praying for you guys. Seriously. Tell the truth. That's all it is, right? No, I know. That's it. I'm saying you guys make it look easy. That's it, right? That's all it what it comes down to. That's it. That's it. We got your back 100%. Yeah? Yeah, it's just yeah. Right. Or had real friends because or know what loyalty is. Yeah, that's all it is. That's all it is. Yep. Thank you. Appreciate you.
You're just an honest person, so that's all that matters.
Yep.
You know.
Appreciate you guys.
He's just a complete.
He's a cartoon character. He's not a real person.
Like piss people up and stress them out and stuff. Yeah.
Dudley Do Right. Fucking clown.
You know, they used to say if you go on stage, picture people like in their underwear. Yeah. Just put your Hank Brennan in his underwear playing a harmonica.
Yeah.
That's it.
Brendan's gonna be aggressive and
Yeah,
disagreeable and just nasty to everyone.
Erica Michael from Justice Serve came right at this.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Dude, Coco. So I didn't even get to finish telling my story. I not only the cop walks away and he's like, cause I can, and I was like, all right, buddy, well, don't start something you can't finish. Like, not today. I'm not in the fucking mood, you know. Whatever. Like, not in the mood. I didn't say that, but hi, Jules. What's up, sister? How are you, lovey? What's going on? How are you? You know, same old. How you been? Good. Okay. That's what I was talking about. So I literally looked at and he like goes and walks away, and I'm like, why are you coming at me like that, dude? And he's like, oh, cause I can or something. So then he walks away. I no sooner look at Lauren, I look up, and who's in my face but Michael O'Brien with the fucking microphone. So I literally go, and he goes, what just happened? I go, what? And I was like, I genuinely felt like I was being punked, but it is what it is. You know that. I love y'all. I miss you too. I love you. Who is that? Oh, that's Nicole Keithis is the genuine, real friends of John O'Keefe and Karen. Yep. It's funny when you have like people witness things like that because it's like you're in a situation where you're like, is this really happening to me right now? Like, am I going through this by myself? Like, I feel like that's exactly how it was today. So crazy. Got a couple of people here just hanging out. How are you?
What's going on? Warm?
Ice runs through his veins. Probably not. He works for Norfolk County. Yeah, Michael, I was cracking up. He wasn't being a bad guy or anything. It just like shocked me that he was right, right there in my face. So funny.
As far as I know, they're not. As far as I know,
Thanks, CJ. I appreciate it. Both of my lawyers called today and said the same thing. I'm just, I guess, a pessimist sometimes, and dealing with a lot of Irish guilt right now. So he's like, I think it was Mark or John. They both said they were proud of me, and Mark had said like, you're a hero, and when people get called up, it's not something they usually want to do, but it's something they need to do. And obviously, I just don't want to stand around and watch people get dogged on. It's unnecessary and it's bullshit.
right now, all we gotta do is set the faith and testimony yet again. They already got the fine, so the facts will take care of it. All we gotta do.
Are you getting FFCI or disability benefits?
Who is? Oh,
He has a reason.
stop, handsome. Oh, he's so cute. Officer Crump, the silver fox. Dina, silver fox alert.
So where is
Right here, right here, right here. Hurry up, get a picture. Yeah. Hey, hey. He loves us. He's so funny. Yeah. So funny. Yeah, because he's smirking. His whole face goes red. It's so funny. I'm like, ooh, Camille, what's up?
everybody's been waiting to see Silver Fox.
Yep.
Oh,
He
he's
said
on duty today.
he pulls out the driveway one day. We're sitting here, and he's like, come here. And I went. He goes, yeah, come here. I go. And I saw he was pissing his pants. It was so fucking funny. It was so funny. He's just a nice guy. He's always been respectful to us. Yes. Yeah.
God, is everybody dying?
Yeah.
There?
Well, yeah. No one's really paying attention because everybody's on lunch. But I think no one's really.
Runs across the street.
Yeah. Oh, hilarious.
Objectifying men is a child.
Go, shut up. So I know he's calling Hardman on us right now.
Man, he's a god.
Yeah. Right. Yes, he
Silver
is.
Fox is awesome.
Yep. He sure is.
Just making sure that they're not like. Probably.
Oh, God. What do you mean there are other people there? Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
She's live streaming.
Yeah. Over there, right? You're good.
Yeah.
Over there, right? Them?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So that's literally what I thought. I looked over to you guys. I didn't want to say it out loud.
Well, that's why
But he walked past me and I went like this and I was like, interesting. Gina's trying to make the Clara jealous. Well, it worked, bitch. No, I'm just kidding. I love you.
Hey, I've already said.
Give the girl a kiss for me.
I've already said Silver Fox. All right.
No, it's live.
So I've already said there's a thing between the glare is here and Silver Fox is right here. But the glare will always be up here, but Silver Fox is here.
Yeah, you know. Listen, hold on. Listen, Baghdad. That's funny. Hold on.
Filming right now?
I don't think he's here, right? DePietro? No. I love that. Hi, Mom. Fantastic.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. I love it.
I will. I love you, Will.
Yeah, there you go. Shout out to Will.
Chelsea, Brennan did it, and then.
Oh yeah, I forgot you're North Shore like me. Charlestown. I miss Floramos.
Who's getting the profit? Who's getting the?
So I
Who's getting the? Oh, here's John's girlfriend from 30 years ago.
skin suit.
Yeah, skin though.
Where?
Want to wear your skin?
Oh, Bunny.
You want to wear someone's skin?
Fucking Tara Kerrigan. She gets an escort though, so she gets an escort now. Why does she have a cop escort?
Yeah.
She's not a witness.
No, she's not a witness. She's John's girlfriend.
Tara Kerrigan from 20 fucking. The one that wants to wear Karen's skin suit. I say it all the time. I said it to Karen one day. She was cracking up. Because she's a weirdo, Robin. Who knows?
Right there, next one. Right there, see where it's at? That's
Any rickshaws around here?
They're good.
That's a long walk.
gotta work.
This place is, I bet you the beer's just.
What, the Thai? We've always wanted to try it. We've never tried it. If you got enough balls, go try it.
Nothing?
Thank you, Dom.
Anyone want?
I need a water.
Is this Browski?
No, I don't think so.
No. No, Browski.
You wouldn't walk down this side.
You never know.
Tina, I've been telling you like 6, 7 times, but I'm just flying on the ridge. Yeah, I had.
Hi, Aisha. Love you too, boo. Dennis. Bunny Boiler. Yeah, hell yeah. She's definitely a Bunny Boiler creep. Hey now. Hey now.
I love Hampton.
Hampton.
Oh, Hampton. Up in the White Mountains.
I love Hampton too. I've gone every summer my whole life.
It's changed. It's gotten crazier.
You think?
Like,
Well, it depends on which week you go, so you're right.
Stuff.
Oh, yeah. Well, honestly, that's on the beach at the end of school. Revere Beach is like that too. But I'm telling you right now, we go the same, well, it's been the same 2 weeks every year for since I've been a kid. And then when they sold that house, my grandparents had to rent another house. So we go to like a motel with a pool down back, but we always make sure we go to the beach and hang out with them and stuff. It's amazing.
It's just.
It's one of my favorite memories. It's one of my favorite memories. It's one of my favorite things to do every year.
Yeah.
Even if we can't do like a week or 2 weeks, we do 3 days, whatever. We just get up there at least once. I can't. And sometimes I try to do like day trips throughout the summer, but then I always end up like, I'm getting a fucking motel. I'm not going home. But my uncle owns a house up there. If you're coming into the beach, you know, the ice cream Captain Hook, like the ice cream at the beginning, at the beginning of the boardwalk.
If you're coming from 95.
Exactly. So if you're coming from in like the boardwalk's on your left, right, and you're coming into like Hampton itself, right before you hit like the beach, you'll see like it's like Pacific Atlantic, I think. Atlantic, yeah, we always on that street.
Well, I'm not. What's the word?
And then they do it like Southie because it's like letters, like you know A B C, you know.
Say we always.
Yeah.
To the house on F Street.
There you go.
Right across from.
The L Street Tavern, so much fun. You karaoke and shit. A blast.
You don't stay right here. You don't drive. You park.
Exactly. You don't have to. Exactly. The one thing I miss is the water slides. Those are the best. Yeah, I liked those a lot. But I understand why they closed.
All right, so someone who's not from here but follows the faith religiously.
Yeah.
Day one, red flags. Right. Right. So, were you?
Oh, day one too, yeah.
Locals, April 18th.
Yeah.
Locals. How did you become so like an activist in the case?
So I've been following Turtle Boy for like 8 years now. And then he dropped the case of April 18th, 2023. I shared it on my Facebook, commented on it. And Elizabeth Proctor called my job 2 days later. I didn't find out about that till about 3 weeks later when I went back to work for something else. Like I was just like, you know, like just hadn't talked to my friend. And my manager posed me aside. She's like, oh my God, I brought up the case because I was bringing it up to them at work. And I was like, you guys got to see this, you know, you got to look into it. And one friend really did latch onto it. Well, two actually. And so we're talking about it. My manager goes, oh my God, I completely forgot to tell you. And I was like, what? And she's like, somebody called here complaining about you a couple weeks ago. And I said,
2023?
yes. I said, well, no, wait a minute. What are you talking about? And she's like, I said, no, seriously. Like I started laughing because Aiden had already written the stories that she was calling people's jobs. So I go, wait a minute, what are you talking about? And she goes, yeah. She goes, someone called. So I pull my friend aside. I go, what happened? She goes, oh my God, yeah. She was on the bar working. So she answers the phone. The first time the number came up, it hung up. She answers again, it's private. She answers, she's like, hello. And she's like, yeah, like I want to put in a complaint. Hi, Theodore. I want to put a complaint about one of your employees. Like she's talking shit on Facebook, talking bad about a Mass State Trooper, like blah, blah, blah. Yeah, yeah. So I said to Karen, I go, you're fucking lying to me right now. She goes, no, I swear to God. I go, and you didn't tell me this? Like, what the hell? And she goes, they really didn't think it was a big deal because they're like, you know. And my manager literally was like, Erica, I'm your friend on Facebook. And she goes, and why the fuck would I care what you put on your Facebook? Like, I don't give a shit. You know what I mean? So, like, it's that, you know, whatever. So, and then she knows I'm not a shitbag anyways. Like, yeah, 100%. I work at one of the oldest taverns. I work at one of the oldest taverns in Boston. So I think she thought she could try to pull, I think she was trying to intimidate me because any other normal person would go to work and hear that a state trooper's wife's calling their job and probably be like, oh my God, I shouldn't do this anymore, blah, blah, blah. But fuck that bitch. And if anything, it launched me right into it. So there's that, you know, but so anyways, I said to my manager, I said, no, I said, you need to do me a favor. And she goes, no, she goes, call Peter, who's our other manager, who does like all of like he does all everything, dude. He's unreal. I said to him, I said, I need you to check what the date was on that, right? Because I'm like, I need it. And he sold it right away, 4/20, 2023. So 2 days after I shared it. Yep. Yep.
That's how you know they were looking in certain
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
Guilty.
100%.
You know what was coming up on my feed? It was my notes.
No, he didn't. They took a picture.
Oh, really?
Stay down in front of it. I think.
That means she's clicking on now.
Oh,
That's what I figured.
Maybe.
I searched. It is. So she comes.
It's algorithms.
I searched it. So that's like I've seen people here come up, and I've never looked anybody up.
Right. It's because you're on the page or the wall, you know, like the group and stuff like that. Yeah, it's crazy. Hold on one second, guys. I'll put you down.
The way 20 years ago.
Yeah, Tara Kerrigan, she's such a creep. We called her a creep as she walked by. Funny boiler. She's disgusting.
You didn't say that.
No reason for her to be here.
Oh, I thought you were kidding. I thought you said it. That's funny.
And she was live. Yeah, I'm not gonna.
Who said it?
No,
No, why would you? They don't have.
We should laugh. I was laughing.
because that sounds.
Yeah, no. 100%. They're trying to make something out of nothing, and they're trying to establish their like power down here or something. And again, like when he said something like, "Oh, like you must be new here," I was like, "Oh, here we go." Like you couldn't just pull her aside and say, "Hey, ma'am, listen, we're not allowed to do that here."
You're already putting yourself out there.
Oh no, yeah, I just
Yeah, so I
Yeah.
totally. It's not like I don't believe it when I see it.
No.
You see it in person.
If anything, I say it all the time, and I was always raised to respect authority. I always have. You know, we gave cops a hard time, you know, in small town shit, but like nothing ever. They used to come and dump our beers out and send us home. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, I have a lot of family members that have had bad, like, just pieces of shit. And again, they were individualized to me. I don't believe all cops are bad because of that, right? So again, to come to, but when I came down here and started getting treated the way I've been treated, on top of, and that was even before me getting arrested. Like I'm talking even last trial. I believed it with my own eyes. I tell people that all the time. I'm like, you know, you might think the state police is like this, you know, nice shiny force, and they're good. They're not nice people, some of them, and I guess that sucks. But do something about it. You can't have people out here behaving like this. You're gonna end up with a lawsuit that affects us. I can only imagine the amount of money that they fucking settle.
So these troopers, these new boys and whatnot, the ones that are watching this, and, you know, I would never do that. They're the ones that are also participating in the blue wall of silence.
100%.
When they treat you like
100%.
They all know guilty by
100%. I got arrested, and then I got a summons to court like a week later, dated 2 days after my arrest for something that happened before it.
They'd rather see you as soon as possible than a child molester, than a pedophile. That's their fucking.
I was in there. Somebody made a good point in the chat about being how quick they got me in there, but the fake victim hasn't been taken in. Like Aiden, yeah, the girl, that turtle boy is dealing with. Yeah, it's so unreal. It's so unreal.
Everything that any other case would stand for.
And then that's the thing I used to too, right? Like after 2020 and all that bullshit, like I always said, like I kind of feel bad for cops because at the end of the day, now you got to go out there with a chip on your fucking shoulder. That's gonna get you killed too, bro. Like you know, I understand not everybody might like you, not everybody might. Hey, I kept standing that up because when you shut the door, it's going on the ground. So stand it up the way I had it. It worked perfectly. It was blowing. No, because it wasn't you that kept fixing it. Someone else did.
Take an individual oath before when you know in your soul you want to be a trooper, you want to be a cop, you want to put yourself out there. You know it's in your
Right.
soul, right?
Right.
You take that oath to stand alone.
Right.
That's what they need to do.
Yep.
So it's not that everybody has a chip on their shoulder. Each cop needs to wake up
Yeah.
in the morning with themselves.
Amen. Oh, so sorry. I didn't get what I was saying was, yeah, like after all the protests and all that bullshit, right? I could see, but you're right. That's what I'm saying, right? Is like I could see being a cop and like that now, because now the way everybody's treating them, they're gonna go out there with a chip on their shoulder. They're gonna go out there and want to be feisty. And that's the thing with these guys, right? They walk up on us and run up on us to the point where like I've said it before, if I can backhand you, you're too fucking close to me, bro. Like I don't know you. Get out of my space. So my thing is like thank you. Don't run up on me. Are you nuts? You have no idea what I've fucking been through. And they do that. And they like walk. And so it's like kind of like you're like, it's almost like they want you to kind of like retake, you know? Yeah. Yeah.
You wants to give them the benefit of the doubt and say, oh, that's gonna cause a chip on their shoulder. It's the same token as, hey, you know what? You know that they went in with good intentions, and the science, the corruption made them something.
Amen. Exactly. No, I totally agree. And that's what I'm saying, right? So again, when you take that oath, you should be in there as an individual, and you should be doing the right thing by that oath every single time. And if that's another cop not doing it, then that's what it should be. Like again, there's a brother, yeah, because you're going out there and you're fighting, but there's like that's my point is like people don't understand loyalty or like they've never had a real friend growing up. Like that's what it comes down to at the end of the day. Like the way they behave is like just insane to me. It's so insane. They gaslight you. It's like I go, what? I said, and it's funny because so what happened to you, right?
You take all these people come from all different walks of life.
Yep.
It's their brotherhood and sisterhood within this. You're
Right.
hey, you're a bartender. So am I.
Yeah.
How easy
Server.
is it to fall in that lifestyle?
Right.
You have to make that conscious effort every single day, and we're just fucking in the service industry.
Exactly.
We all have it.
No, 100%.
Every job has it.
Yep.
If you fall
And like I said, you don't have to like what I say. You don't have to listen to what I say. You can walk away. But at the end of the day, as an American, I have the right to say it. There are some vile, fucking disgusting people out there. We were talking about earlier, the West Baptist Church, like all that shit, Westboro Church, or whatever it's called. They're foul human beings. They have a right to say it.
The ones that go around to the funerals.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they're just disgusting. They really are. But at the end of the day, as an American, they have a right to say it. But guess what? We don't have to acknowledge them, and we don't have to acknowledge their existence. We don't have to donate to them. We don't have to, support them. We can ignore them, and we could make people aware of them, But we don't have to, But at the end of the day, like, it's
If
just.
they showed up at one of my relatives' funeral, I would lose my fucking shit.
Oh my God,
The cops
dude.
would be showing up.
I love you too, Robin.
Yeah, but you have the right to, yell about.
Yes, October.
They're like, well, if they can hear it in the courtroom, we've been down here for 2 fucking years. There's no way they can hear a fucking cowbell down here.
No.
But they're not going to look at
They just want something to be. They want something to approach us on. They want us out of here.
Yeah.
Which I don't understand because it's easy overtime for them.
I know.
Don't worry, the cowbells are not here. No cowbells.
Don't try to copy my lines, brother. See? I need a stick.
I played.
All the. Mackie, come back and play that song if you're available.
I gotta go down and get ice water now.
I know. Wait, I have ice. I have ice, no water.
I
saw you drinking a water.
And I forgot my ice water.
Oh, I think I have one of those power packs.
That's all right. I'm at 50 something.
Where's in my truck?
Coffee?
Who's Turtle Boy?
Who's Turtle Boy?
Yeah.
He's Aiden Kearney.
Who's that?
The guy that broke the case on the Karen Reed stuff. Good. Hey, I want to wear your skin.
Yeah, no shit. Huh?
You got locked up too?
No.
For a little bit. He's out.
Yeah, he did 60 days.
Damn. Yeah, no, I know about Karen. I didn't know anything about him though.
Yeah.
Just Google Turtle Boy.
They're arresting everybody, bro.
Yeah, no, I support you guys.
Thank you.
Doctor, uncle, journalist.
What's that name of the song, guys? No, no,
How
no,
does she
no.
get a fucking police escort?
Oh my God.
Fucking Tara, the girlfriend from kindergarten.
Oh my God. That's my tax money.
Jinja Ninja.
Don't understand it.
All right,
Um,
so can I get, we'd like to know your story and how you became so affected by this, where you want to take your free time and donate your time to sharing parent.
Oh yeah.
Well,
Oh yeah. So that even her calling, that's not really threw me into it, but that's what that's what I was angry about. I knew
well,
they
I
trying to
saw
intimidate
it
people.
happen on the news.
No, I saw
It came out the first day,
No, it's okay,
and
that's
it
my
was
fault.
like, I
remember the first day I saw it.
was like,
Yep.
oh my God, that poor girl.
Turtle
She hit.
Is the
No, it was on the news.
Okay.
I was like,
I
oh
mean,
my
I don't
God,
know
that
what
poor
that's gonna
woman
do.
hit and killed her.
Just looking at
To her
people's
boyfriend.
feet.
Like, that's awful. And he was a police officer. And then they showed the scene, and I'm like, immediately I was like, wait a minute, there is no crime tape up.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing is even shown on it, and they didn't. And then it came out that they didn't go in the house and search it, and I'm like, and it was in the cop's house, and I was like, oh, something stinks here. And then I heard it was Brian Albert's house from Boston's Finest, and I'm like, that dirty motherfucker.
Are you from Canton?
No,
No.
but I lived in Norton before, but you way back in the day, you heard stories about,
Yeah.
when Estofen with Alex's and drug running, like all that shit,
I was just gonna ask, are you guys getting a little bit more detail because you're local and you can hear a little bit more?
Yeah, but
Community
right.
talk?
No.
Once Aiden,
No.
I wasn't sure.
once Aiden,
I talked to cops that said that she
Yeah.
wasn't guilty,
she wasn't guilty.
and I asked them outright.
I don't know if, like,
Early
news outlets
on.
reported just a little bit
No,
more
news
closely.
outlets weren't
You have to
reporting
get it from
shit,
somebody
nothing,
else. Yeah.
nothing else. And then when Aiden broke it, what day was it? April
18,
18th?
2023.
Yeah. That's when it was just like, holy schmoly.
Yep.
And then I forget.
Actually, he sent a tweet out and said, I got a big story coming out of Canton. And we were I was like, oh, what's going on here? And I, like, whatever, for whatever reason, I thought that. Because I'm not going to say it now while I'm alive. But, anyways, so we kind of just, and then it went from there. I followed it from there.
And then once I was down once I forget even what it was. I mean, it was so long ago. That first thing.
The arm
I
was kind of justifiable.
I
had a dog.
yeah.
But did those come out a year later, or did those come out right away?
Those came out during the.
Yes, J-Mac, thank you.
Okay.
I couldn't Google it. I don't know why, but
For like a
the first thing I thought was nobody saw him outside. Alpine Stars, so my thing was Brian Albert not coming outside. That was one huge thing I didn't understand. When they said that it was on camera and they never showed it. When they said it was on the, Aiden reminded me of that last night. That's what, and I looked at my husband, I go, remember we were talking about that? Aiden had said like, somebody had told, I fucking feel like it was Berkowitz, but I can't remember. Somebody had told one of the news channels, Channel 4, that it was on ring camera. Her running.
yeah. That came out. It was on video. I'm reading.
News Channel 4 is not even, I don't even think they've
never came
retracted
out.
it
They
yet.
never
I
showed it.
swear they haven't even retracted that yet.
And
They never, that's what I'm, right? They never did, right? Okay. So that's what I was saying. They never retracted it, but they're going to head out. Oh, I love you. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, just let whoever.
Great. See, I'll see you next Tuesday. I'll see you Sunday. Maybe there. I know it's killing me. I think I gotta go get.
hold on one second, guys. Sorry.
Yeah.
What, are you all right? I love you.
I love you.
I'll see you later. I'll see you in the morning.
Hey, what time's your thing tomorrow?
11:30, I think.
Here.
Yeah, yep. Veterans and shirts.
All right. You're catching me.
11:30.
Yes.
I'm gonna see you
You're
tomorrow.
the best. I love you. Thank you. I'll see you later. Be safe, all right? I'll talk to you. Wait, what did she think was going down that she had to rush down there?
Alessi on the stand.
Oh, I love her. As soon as I saw the autopsy photos, right, that's true. Yeah, that was another thing. The autopsy photos, his fucking face beaten, it's terrible. Absolutely fucking terrible. Those poor kids. Alpine, I said to my husband, I go, he was found on another Boston cop's lawn. I go, she definitely didn't do it.
So what's your feelings about the
That's true. I forgot about that.
The FBI's gonna once then you're gonna see Sandra Birchmore's case. Oh yeah. And I rolling with everybody.
Defamation cases.
Obviously, no, they're still investigating.
So, sorry to interrupt you real quick.
They lie and they think that people believe the lie.
And you know that
Gaslight.
every single fucking day.
Yeah.
Scared as shit.
So, sorry to interrupt you. Listen to this. Alpine Star says, no, when happened and aired in 2022, I even thought it was strange, like a guy laying out there and nobody saw him.
Yeah.
It wasn't that suspicious though, and moved on. But then when Aiden reported the real story, April 23, it was the 2:27 a.m. Google search for me and the bites on the arm.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that was my first thing, and that's what I'm saying to you, Alpine. Is I said to my husband in 2022 when they aired it on the news when it happened. I said he was found on the. I said and nobody saw him. And I said, babe, it didn't show that much.
Yeah.
It's not like he was covered.
No, but
you know what I mean. Like
that is when a police officer goes down, if they called the rest of the forces around him, they would bring fire trucks in to secure that
no, that
scene,
was it.
and that was the biggest.
That
thing
was
for
keep it
me.
on the low key. Yeah, yeah.
That's it for me right there.
That's enough. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Amanda, I have a 95-pound half. What's he? Half blue nose, half. Well, I think he's like boxer, blue nose, and like Staffordshire. So I don't know. He's 95 pounds. Big moose. His barks pretty loud when he uses it. And then Izzy is like 52 pounds. And she can be vicious, but like it's funny. Her barks like a little bit more. But the two of them are useless. Absolutely fucking useless when it comes to like if you walk in my house, they'll run to the door, they'll jump up and say hi. But you give them a treat, they'll fucking go and lay down. They're useless. They're not good guard dogs ever. Probably would have been better off with a Shih Tzu if I needed one. What do you call a mix between a Shih Tzu and a Bulldog? The bullshit. A bullshit.
You're right on. Yeah.
They keep on putting off Sandra Burke Farwell stuff.
Absolutely, Alpine. That's 100% true. Like I'm like, honestly, and then to find out that was my biggest thing was and when they said he was found on another cop's lawn, I go, yeah, right. I go, there's no way she did it.
3,000-page report for nothing.
Then finding out he was found on a cop's lawn, that was it for me. That sealed the deal for me. And nobody saw him.
Yeah. Don't know.
And not only that, Brian Albert, you're a cop in like the fucking fugitive task unit. You don't have security footage? No, bitch. And that's what happened. They made sure they had enough time to get rid of all that, to make sure they can talk. Yeah. Get his daughter out of here.
I said from the beginning.
Her fiance's a pussy too.
How did the apartment complex? They couldn't get video of Chloe coming in that night.
But they said that on the feed.
Oh, wait.
He doesn't know what time it is. My dad was a cop. We never went to bed with the doors unlocked. This was in the 80s. Hello, darling. How are you? Good to see you.
And when Taryn called,
Shit, I missed Susan leaving. I gotta message her. My girl. Susan McGuire, if you're listening, you made me feel so good today. I love you. You're the best. I won't give your whole government. She's a fellow townie, guys. She came down here today. She's the best.
That's what I feel like at the end of when they
A shit bull. A bullshit. A bullshit. Does anybody know if this is the one that's broke?
when they go to deliberate, it's gonna be
Anybody? Anybody? Or is this one? The Blue Man Group, she said. Smurfette, yeah, be careful. But I think it's fine.
my knees killing.
No, mine is, yeah. I'll help you get up because you're going to be low. Well, the cop says to me, what's up with the cowbell? I said,
Right? That was crazy.
what are you talking? Thank you. I don't fucking know. He yelled in my face.
back on the live.
Oh, it's got to be somewhere. Some people said they had video of it. Yes. Yes, lunatics.
Today?
Yes, and like,
Came right down here.
Why?
They think they.
all right, so everybody was down there because they left for break, whatever. They were out for break, right? We all started walking back down here. It was a little noisy, whatever. I sat down because I was stressed out about something else. So I come down here to take a few breaths. I literally look up. There's a cop standing in front of me. He's like, yeah, I don't know what's up with the cowbell. And I was like, I literally looked at Lauren. She was sitting here. I go, what are you talking about? A fucking cowbell.
Was it hard?
Still live.
Yeah. I had no idea what he was talking. You can go, you can turn it up. I'll walk away. And so I was like, what is going on? And he's like, yeah, I don't want to hear it. And somebody, and Lauren goes, it wasn't a fucking cowbell. And we think someone may have driven by and did it. I don't know. But I was sitting here with a tissue in my hand crying, FYI. I was just trying, I was something else. Like I said, I was just the middle son, but whatever. But like, I look up and I'm like, dude, you're in my face. Like, that's not intimidating enough. I'm down on the ground, bro. Get out of my face. Like, say, hey, Erica, can I talk to you real quick? Like, be respectful. Don't come at me like that. And then he said something. And I was like, oh, don't do that. Like, stop. Go. Like, stop. I walked away at the end, but it's still like, it's just
And
annoying.
then you had Michael came up with the camera trying to interview about.
Oh my God. So then I look down, I look at Lauren, I look back up, and Michael's like,
Michael Hardman?
no,
I gotta go get
yeah, the interviewer. I'm not going to put the camera in your face. But he has this mic right here. And I went, is this an SNL skit?
Yeah.
Am I being pranked? What's happening right now? Is that Dina Mobile to the, yes, that's Frank. Frankalicious. I think she says Frank the Tank. I say Frankalicious. Channel 4 interviewed me last year. Cool. Erica, all I can picture is the vid of that little. Yeah, a bullshit. I knew somebody would get it. Hi, Katie. Spank Gertrude Donuts. Sup?
I gotta check on her because yes.
They are still. Good song.
Trip at the library.
Woo, woo. Cowbell, they're just looking for trouble. Yeah, I mean, honestly, Lisa, somebody might have drove by with a cowbell. I have no freaking idea. I'm like deaf in one ear as it is. That's why I'm so goddamn loud. Should be back anytime now, Katie. They're still lunch dang. Thought I was going to be getting.
Yeah, he's
Sorry to disappoint, Katie. Just us.
He's a 7 guy.
That's what she's talking about, J-Mac. They can't beep. Doesn't say they can't bell. I'm dead. Dude, I'm about to bring a fucking tambourine down here just to aggravate the fuck out of all of them. Just kidding. Just kidding. I joke. I kid. You too, Katie. Oh. Woo, woo. We're back. Hold on.
You're welcome.
We're back in session. You may be seated.
All right, Mr. Alessi, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Russell, we left off talking on the topic of differential diagnosis, and more specifically, we were talking about the lower extremity, the leg, and you were mentioning we reoriented to Attorney Brennan's questioning in the area. Could you please describe for the jury your basis of differential diagnosis with regard to the lower extremities and the leg, and specifically with regard to the autopsy's analysis of that area?
Well, the autopsy doctor did a very thorough evaluation of lower extremities, and to include, the external examination, which is very important, as well as an internal examination of the extremities, the tissues beneath the skin in both legs.
And just briefly, how did she perform that internal examination beneath the skin to look at what was beneath the skin?
Well, to directly visualize those tissues, she had to open up the skin. So she opened up the skin in the legs from the buttocks right down to the bottom of the legs near the ankle. and then reflected or folded back the skin to examine if there were any injuries to the tissues underneath.
Were there any injuries to the tissues underneath from that examination?
There were no injuries that she mentioned, nor no injuries that I saw on the pictures.
And no injuries, did that include analyzing whether there was any inflammation?
No, you can't tell about inflammation, but I specifically looked at the area adjacent to a very punctate little abrasion on the knee. And I looked underneath of that area very carefully on the photograph, and there was nothing, no injury underneath, no bruising, no hemorrhage underneath that abrasion.
With regard to that, how did you describe that punctate? I want to make sure I got it accurate. By the right knee?
Abrasion.
Abrasion. Could you determine from that even the age of that abrasion?
I could not.
I have no further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. Brennan?
Could I inquire about scope?
See what's like on.
Scope. So he wants to go back into something because he feels that the defense have opened the door again for something. What's he going to try now? Hey, Tim's in there. There you go. Tim's a good guy. I'm glad he's in there. Ugh. Oh, it's just Brenda. Well, I mean, I suppose it's his job to never give up, but never give up, never give up, never give up. It's a song there. Never give up, never give up, never give up. I don't know how the song goes. I don't remember it, but yeah. Canton Chronicle, I believe. Not Canton something. Robin G. And somebody else. I think he writes for a few places, I think. But Canton something. It's not Chronicle, it's Canton. I forget. And I think he used to, I believe, do videos. He used to record when there's traffics and stuff. When there's traffic going on, he's going in a helicopter and film it and stuff, So he's got a bit of a lot of stuff he's got going on. He's doing a lot of filming for himself and stuff as well. I think he's going to do a documentary after it's all said and done. When I put the symbol for the middle finger in chat, YouTube blocks it. It just blocks it for you, Erin Hack. I'll have to block you. You're not on the weeds, sir. You must be busy today. You must be busy today because you're not in the weeds. Oh, no, you're in the weeds. Erin just messaged me. I love it. I was going to say, you must be in the weeds. That's the one. Eric, thank you, Eric. Because I was like, Canton Chronicle is Eric and John. I was like, it's not Canton Chronicle. What is it? Canton Community TV. That's the one. Thank you, Eric. I hope you're well, my friend. Hope you're well. He's very nice. He's very nice. Yeah, I went to Target on lunch. Oh, did you? Target. There you go. Eric is one of two. Oh, actually, in Boozy Beauty now as well. Sorry, I don't forget Boozy Beauty for Canton Chronicle. So, shout out to you all. Erin Hackers. She's busy at the minute, Erin Hack, so we won't be in chat for a little bit. She is on a mission somewhere else. Oh, who else is there? Let me take myself down. See. I don't know who those two are. Yeah, it did work, Deb. It did work. It's just Erin Hacker. I've limited her scope online. She's misbehaving too much, so. Mexi's been in, yes. Mexi's been in. Mexi Taxi has been in. She's been in both chats, actually, today. She did pop into Resistant to say hello to everyone and give it a like. and she's been in here. She's probably still here, working and in chat. Oh, come on! This shouldn't be taking this long. I mean, I don't think there's much in redirect that opens the door for anything. But Brendan's going to try and squeeze everything in. Oh, here we go. Motherfuckers, they get me every time. They bring it up and down, up and down. So Dave and Tracy are in there as well today. They are in court. Hello, Elsie. Happy days. Sorry that it's not very succulent voice in your ears, but I'll have to do, I suppose. Yeah, that happens sometimes. I wouldn't read too much into that. That doesn't always mean anything. Even if you can write someone's name in, doesn't mean that they're there either. Sometimes people pop in and then leave, but the art is still there. I found that out early on. Hey, Trisha! Welcome, my darling.
May I?
Yes.
Dr. Russell, I asked you questions about your past testimony regarding methodology. And when I asked you those questions and showed you some of your transcripts, would you agree with me that you have testified that there is no recognized methodology on diagnosing dog bite wounds?
No, I believe I said that there was no standard methodology or no standard guidelines as to how to diagnose dog bite wounds.
There is no accepted practice directing you on what is appropriate and what is not appropriate to identify a wound as a dog bite, is there?
There are no accepted standards.
When Attorney Lisi had you look at a couple of case files from the Journal of Legal Medicine, let me ask you about that. You're not suggesting that those articles substitute for the absence of standards in identifying dog bites from photographs, are you?
Before standards are created, there are usually articles that have recommendations upon which the standards are subsequently based.
That wasn't my question. So we're going to listen to the question, please.
Okay.
Those articles, whatever their value you think they are, they do not create a standard to apply for diagnosing or looking at a photograph and coming to a conclusion whether the abrasions are dog bites, do they?
Correct.
And so when he had you read pieces of these articles, had Attorney Alisi gone over these articles with you before?
Yes, we discussed them several months ago.
Did he point out parts of them he would like you to read?
I pointed out parts that I thought were significant.
In this article that was marked for identification, parts of it are highlighted. Who highlighted those parts?
Mr. Alessi highlighted those based on my recommendations.
So Attorney Alisi highlighted the parts he wanted you to read to the jury?
Yes, and I believe they were the same parts that I read last time.
Can we have Exhibit 1, please? Now, regarding the Munich article, that was a case study on the unfortunate death of a young girl, yes?
Yes.
Who was attacked by or bitten by up to 3 different dogs.
Yes.
And it was a neck wound from which she bled.
Yes.
Very, very unlike what you're looking at here.
Yes, but that's very typical of an article, scientific article. They will present a case study and then present the research behind what they have seen in other articles and make recommendations.
I'm not asking you to defend that it's different. I'm asking you if it is different.
Oh, it is different.
Very different, isn't it?
Yes, that neck wound, yes.
Extraordinarily different.
Yes.
And so when you read this, let me ask you a couple questions. In this article, it talks about the characteristics of dog bites, doesn't it?
Yes.
And it talks about the maxillary teeth distal to the mandibular teeth allow the so-called scissor bite.
Yes.
So when the dog clamps down, the teeth kind of go to the side to tear the skin.
I didn't interpret it that way, no.
Okay. A scissor bite is when a dog bites down, yes?
Yes, I believe that what they were describing was the dog bites down.
And when it bites down, it anchors. That means teeth on the bottom penetrate, puncture, yes?
They can, but they don't always puncture.
And then the top is a puncture. If you're going to scissor, it requires a puncture, doesn't it?
It's a mechanism. It's a movement. What they're describing is a move. In the way I read it, the way they described it is a movement like a scissor, where it's open and it's closed. It doesn't mean anything about how deep they penetrate.
There are no scissor bites on that wound, are there?
I don't know. I see one or two things that shown up what I think might be upper and lower, so it could be.
Would you define any of those abrasions as scissor bites, Dr. Russell?
We talked earlier about how these marks here may be lower. I'm not going to define it. No, I can't say for sure that there's a scissor bite, but I see things that appear to be characteristics of upper and lower teeth.
I'm asking you about scissor bites. Please listen to my question. There is nothing on that wound that is consistent with scissor bites, is there?
I don't know.
Well, you're the expert. So when you look at that, can you point whether there's any wounds that are consistent with scissor bites?
According to their definition, and that's not an accepted definition, but according to what they were describing, and I believe what they meant was an open and closing of the jaw as the scissor activity. I believe that there's possibly two areas where I see that.
You're now saying this article that you relied on redirect examination is not an accepted authority?
I'm not saying it's not an accepted authority. It is a peer review article.
The injuries caused involve a combination of biting, crushing, and tearing. Do you see any crushing or tearing in those abrasions?
There's no crushing or tearing here, but does not mean that there has to be crushing or tearing.
I'm reading your article. I'm just reading verbatim, and I'm asking you about it.
Yes, and I'm trying to explain so that nobody gets nobody misunderstands this.
Crushing and tearing that result in characteristic pattern of punctures. A puncture is when a tooth penetrates the skin and there's some depth to it, correct?
Yes.
Show me one puncture, anyone, on that wound.
Okay, there are no punctures on this arm that I see. However, again, the wounds don't have to have every single characteristic. It is it depends on the force of the bite, how the wounds are going to appear.
The injuries caused involve a combination of biting, crushing, and tearing that results in a characteristic pattern of punctures, lacerations, and avulsions. There is no punctures whatsoever in that wound. Would you agree with me?
I agree.
There are no lacerations in that wound. Would you agree with me?
I agree.
There are no avulsions in that wound. Would you agree with me?
I agree. However, I'm
just asking you the question, Dr. Russell.
So you can maybe ask her.
Specifically, this study says the injuries cause a combination biting, crushing, and tearing that result in characteristic pattern of punctures, lacerations, and avulsions. They name 3 things that are characteristic traits of a dog bite, and you would agree not one of those 3 traits is present on the arm of Mr. O'Keefe. Would you agree with me?
I agree. However, in that case, those were dog bites that killed the victim. In this case, we do not believe that these dog bites killed the victim.
When they were discussing this article on the victim who was killed, do you realize when they were giving background, this background has nothing to do with the case study? This is general background I just read. Do you realize that?
They were investigating fatal dog bites.
Do you realize that is not qualified in this article? You realize that?
I realized that they were commenting on fatal dog bites. This is not a case of a fatal dog bite.
This article, I'm going to show it to you. May I approach?
Yes.
In the highlighted paragraphs that Attorney Alisi had you read, that is describing the background of dog bites, not this fatal attack. Would you agree with me?
The title of the, no, I don't agree.
Okay. I move to introduce this as an exhibit, please.
Mr. Alessi?
Is it 210?
In the other article that you read from, that was highlighted as well. Who highlighted the portions you were to read?
Mr. Alessi.
It describes that teeth from a canine create a stab wound-like skin laceration. They can do that, right?
They can do
Do you
that.
see any stab-like wound lacerations to Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
No.
It talks about punctures. And again, we've discussed this. There is 0 punctures on Mr. O'Keefe's arm, correct?
Correct.
You said that when somebody is in a collision, that they can suffer injuries such as bruising or breaks.
Yes.
We've also discussed when a person is impacted by a vehicle, it can result in a variety of different injuries or no injury at all.
Correct.
There's a number of dynamic factors involved that are very difficult to assess and predict, correct?
Correct.
And in this case, you did not do any accident reconstruction to try to identify the details of the mechanism of injury to John O'Keefe, did you?
I did not do accident reconstruction.
And so, having not done accident reconstruction, would you agree it's fair to say that you are not in an informed position to give an opinion as to how the injuries could or would have happened in this case?
I disagree.
Specifically, you were asked questions about the impact or collision in this case. How fast was the defendant's Lexus traveling when there may have been an impact in this case?
I understand possibly 24 miles an hour.
Who picked that number?
I have no idea.
Well, you heard it from somewhere and you've just given an opinion on it. Where is that number committed to or derived from?
I don't know.
Well, if you're going to give an opinion based on what you're portraying as facts to this jury, you should have some certainty about the source of your material, shouldn't you?
You know, I'm an ER doctor. So in the ER, I've treated thousands of motor vehicle accident cases. And most of the time, I do not know what speed the vehicles were going at. I've never done accident reconstruction. I don't know any ER doctor that does accident construction or is trained in accident construction. It's not part of the job.
I totally agree, but you're having opinions you're giving on behalf of Mr. Alisi, and that's why I'm pressing you on these issues. Do you know, you don't know the movement of John O'Keefe before any potential strike or collision, do you?
I don't know the movement of most of the patients I've seen in my life before or immediately after the impact.
Of course, you wouldn't know the body angle because you weren't there.
Right.
So when you're asked to give an opinion whether this was a clip or a direct strike, you're really not in a position, having not been an accident reconstructionist and not having been there, to give that type of information, are you?
I wasn't asked to give an opinion about whether this was a clip or a direct strike. I was asked to give an opinion about with these wounds caused by a motor vehicle collision.
So you would agree with me, you are not in a position, based on your opportunity to view evidence and your experience, to give an opinion about what injuries would have occurred in this event?
No, I disagree.
And so you think you can give an opinion about the extent of injuries, even though you are agreeing, not only you're not an accident reconstruction expert, you have no idea about the details of the collision in this case, Dr. Russell.
Mr.
Is
Brennan,
that true?
I have no details about the collision.
About what happened during the collision. You have no details about the body movement, the placement, the speed. You don't have any details that you know of other than what was told to you, correct?
Sustained.
There are dozens, hundreds, thousands of motor vehicle accidents in which there are no lower body brakes. Fair to say?
Probably, yes.
You mentioned bruising. What do you do to treat for a bruise? If someone's has some type of pressing and the bruise before it really forms, what's the best way to treat it?
Well, it depends on the bruise. It depends on the location. It depends on whether or not there's continued bleeding in the soft tissues. It depends on whether there's compression of the blood vessels and or the nerves underneath. And then, and of course, you want to examine adjacent structures for fractures and other injuries. And then after all that, if you've ruled out major, other injuries, you treat the patient for pain.
You ever prescribe ice?
Oh, yes.
So if a person was lying prone in the cold winter on the front yard in the dirt and was being covered by snow, sub 32 degrees, and the body temperature were to drop from 96.8 to about 80 degrees, would that have a similar effect to ice on the area that may bruise?
Not exactly. You want me to explain?
I do.
Okay. Yes. So as the snowflakes fall, yes, there will be a gradual lowering of the body temperature, and gradual effect on the body. Now, as opposed to in the ER or in a medical setting, if I or another practitioner, and by the way, nurses and nurse practitioners and PAs also treat dog bite wounds. But if another practitioner, a practitioner gives the person an ice pack, they get immediate coldness and immediate significant change in temperature to that area.
Assume the weather is so cold that the cell phone battery on someone's iPhone begins to plummet regularly in degrees.
I have no idea.
Objection, Your Honor. So the objection system.
When you came to your conclusion, considering what you see in this picture, and Attorney Alisi was asking you about fragments from a broken taillight, did you know or consider that Mr. O'Keefe, sometime around when he incurred these wounds, had a piece of glass stuck in his nose?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
Finally, Dr. Russell, you said during your differential diagnosis, you consider information, you either weigh it, accept it, or you distinguish it and you disregard it, correct?
Yes, generally.
During your differential diagnosis, you've referred to a number of different people studies, things that you haven't done yourself, but you've looked at other people's efforts. One of the things you looked at was the deputy medical examiner from the Forensic Pathology Investigations Division of the Armed Forces, a person by the name of John C. Walsh, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to allow that.
Would you like me to ask that again, Dr. Russell?
No, you don't have to ask it. I read that report, yes.
And John C. Walsh is a doctor, correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
And do you have any understanding that he works with the Forensic Pathology Investigations Division of the Armed Forces?
Yes, and therefore his practice may be limited in scope.
Well, you are trying to qualify what he doesn't do. Do you know if his practice is limited in scope?
Typically, the medical examiners that work for the armed forces often have a a specific practice that is limited in scope.
Do you know anything about Mr. Welsh and his practice?
No.
Why do you find the need to try to undermine the extent of his authority before you know anything? Why is that important?
Sustained.
You don't know what his scope and practice is, do you?
No, but I always look at where the person works that writes the report in terms of physicians and what their possible experiences are. Do they work in a medical examiner's office in Alaska or Hawaii or big city or a little town? I look at those things.
When you considered his opinions after his review of these materials, did you consider when he offered in his report that multiple abrasions ranging in size from 2 to 3 millimeters up to 7 centimeters were documented on the decedent's right arm?
Yes.
These injuries do not photographically appear to be, nor are described as puncture bite wounds, and thus are highly unlikely to be the result of an animal bite attack. The abrasions are non-specific. Abrasions occur as the body moves over a blunt or rough surface such as a skinned knee. Did you read his report and consider it?
I did. However, I don't know if he's ever had any experience with dog bites examinations. So I had to consider that and weigh it.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Yes.
Dr. Russell, there were questions with regard to highlighting of articles. Did I determine which parts were to be highlighted, or did I merely perform the function of highlighting the parts you wanted me to highlight because you didn't have a highlighting function with you traveling from California?
That is correct. It's the second one.
With regard to these articles, you mentioned a methodology in connection with them and a pattern recognition methodology. Was it the purpose of citing this article to say that they're just like this situation, or was the purpose to say that there is a methodology in the literature to determine how to determine whether a wound is from a dog?
Objection.
Sustained is to the form.
Dr. Russell, what is the purpose? Let's just start with the Demunic article that was talked about, because these articles were discussed. What was the purpose of you citing to those articles?
The purpose was to identify that pattern recognition is an important component in identifying wounds, and particularly in dog bite wounds. It did not mean that the victim had to have every single characteristic that was listed. And it just was focusing on things to look for and the patterns. It was not just that there's one individual wound that's going to be diagnostic, but that there are patterns for the physician to look for.
In terms of Attorney Brennan asked you, and so now with regard to the Pollock article, in terms of the Pollock article, is there any discussion in this article about whether the spectrum of injuries to which you can apply the mechanism and the methodology, is there anything in there about whether the pattern of injuries can be diverse or whether they're all the same? Does Pollock speak to that?
He does.
And what does Pollock say about whether or not the spectrum of possible injury forms when you apply this methodology can be diverse? What does he say?
Well, he mentions about the actual surface of the body that is impacted, if there's any curvature to that surface, if there's any structures underneath that would affect the bite. Those are, and if there was material or textiles or fabric that were in between the bite and the skin. And there were other factors too.
Okay, thank you. Now, lastly, what I'd like to cover is Attorney Brennan discussed The Dr. Walsh, may I approach, Your Honor?
Okay. Did you show Mr. Brennan?
He's the one who gave me it.
Okay. I didn't know what you had.
Yes, thank you. So may I hand it to the witness?
Yes.
May I stand here, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just step back a little
Yes.
bit.
Yep. Step back a second. Dr. Russell, what I would like to do is to give the jury a fair representation. I'll withdraw it.
Commentary, and I'd like to be heard.
Why don't you bring the reports over? Okay.
He wants to be heard because essentially he wants to be here because essentially he said an oral or something orally. It's like, dude, you keep slipping stuff in all the time. But each to their own, I suppose. Hang on. Oh, is this going to get me again? Is this going to get me again? Okay. Resistant to silence is Dean and Tracy's. Resist to silence. Rob explained it well there. There's no private chat, it's just two streams in one. It's the only chat, the ones you can see on the screen is this chat and the alternate corners chat combined. So what we're trying to do is combine. Sometimes I do take the chat off if there's things being shown and stuff, but other than that, I try and keep them up. That's a very good answer to the question. We're still on, so there's been a direct, cross, redirect, recross. Now there's a redirect, and Brendan is mad about something. So we're still on lovely Dr. Russell. Oh, hang on, there may be trouble ahead. Hang on, where's she doing? Brandy, what are you doing, Brandy? Oh, there she is. Right, how are you doing? I can't hear you. Uh-oh. I can't hear you. You're not connected. It's Tuesday night. Oh, actually, yeah, I'm not sure, Terry. Hello, Terry. I'm not sure. Dennis, this is your wife's nightmare. Brenda's loving it. Dennis is hating it. I can't hear you, Brandy. Hey, Ross, this is your dreams come true, Ross. Yeah, no sound, Larry. No sound for Brandy. I know, Larry. Hopefully, you can hear me. Okay. This is Ross's dream right now. He's like, sign me up. What's this? What's this so we can shut Brandy up? I'm joking, Brandy. I love you. You're great. So I'm not sure if they are. Thank you, Larry. Thank you, my friend. I'm not sure if they're on tonight. I don't actually think they are on tonight. I suppose by the time they come out of court and go home and everything, maybe they will. Maybe they'll jump on. Maybe they will. Here she is.
Look at, I wanted to show you this too. Look at Ross in the back seat.
Yes. Thank you.
Bye.
Right, they're back. See you in a bit. Ta-ra, darling.
Bye.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Russell, I am re-handing you this letter from Dr. Walsh. And what I am going to do, and you just tell me if I do it correctly, I'm just going to read 2 paragraphs, okay? And you just tell me if I'm reading it correctly. In totality, the injuries documented in the autopsy report and photographs are non-specific and may be the result of a variety of different mechanisms. No additional information was provided regarding the possible circumstances or events surrounding the death. The absence of additional information prohibits the attribution of injuries and contribution of findings to a specific underlying cause of death. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you, Dr. Russell.
All right, Dr. Russell, you are all set.
Thank you.
I'm going to have this marked for identification.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It'd be great, wouldn't it, Lisa? It would be great.
And the next witness is who? Who's the next witness?
If I may, Your Honor?
Yes, just tell me the name because I need to know whether we need to go to sidebar first. Okay, thank you.
So you're gonna step up, face the clerk, and raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case down here and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
Maybe see.
Good afternoon. All right, Mr. Jackson, you are all set.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you please state your full name, spell your last name for the jurors, please?
Nicholas Barrows, Barros.
And where do you currently work?
The town of Dighton, Dighton Police Department,
How long have you worked for the Dighton Police Department, sir?
since 2011.
And what's your position there currently?
Currently, I am a sergeant.
What's your duty assignment as a sergeant? What do you do?
I supervise the 4 to midnight shift.
We'll get to that in a little bit more detail in just a second. A couple more foundational questions. How long have you been a police officer altogether?
Since 2011, so going 14 years.
And what education and training and background do you have that qualifies you to do your duties as a sergeant, a supervisor at the Dighton Police Department?
I completed the police academy. I hold a bachelor's degree in criminal justice. I've been to many trainings as a police officer and as a supervisor.
When did you get your bachelor's degree?
2012.
Is the Dighton Police Department an autonomous police department for the city? In other words, is it a branch of, say, for instance, Massachusetts State Police, or is it an autonomous department?
It's on its own.
Okay. It's not in any way connected to the Canton Police Department, I presume?
Correct.
Is it in any way connected to the Massachusetts State Police
It
Department?
is not.
As a supervisor, are part of your duties to oversee subordinate officers in their daily fare, whatever that may be?
Yes,
Does that include anything having to do with crime scene investigation,
to an extent.
witness interviews?
No, that would be the detective bureau.
What about working and coordinating with detectives?
To an extent.
Collection of evidence or working with detectives as they collect evidence?
They would collect evidence.
Maintaining crime scene protocols, things of that nature?
Correct.
All right. As a sergeant with the Dighton Police Department, are you a trained observer?
I am.
Would you consider all of your subordinates, the patrol officers, day-to-day officers, are they also trained observers?
They are.
Is that part of policing?
It is.
Describe that a little bit for the jurors so we understand.
We are in the police academy. We're told to watch everything. It's our heads on a swivel. We are always looking because we don't know what the unknown is.
When you say you don't know, is it true that you don't necessarily know what might become relevant later that may be needed in court?
Correct.
I want to draw your attention to January of 2022, a few years ago. January 29th, 2022, did you have you personally, officer, did you have any personal relationship with the Canton Police Department?
I did not.
Did you have any personal relationship with a trooper from the Massachusetts State Police named Michael Proctor?
I did not.
Do you have any relationship with a person by the name of Brian Higgins, an ATF agent?
I did not.
Do you have any relationship with a Boston police officer known as Brian Albert?
I do not.
Did you know any of the witnesses or individuals involved in an ongoing investigation related to the death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe?
I did not.
On January 29th, 2022, did you receive some sort of a call to respond to a particular location? I don't want the address of the location. We'll get to that in a second. Did you receive some sort of a call in the afternoon?
I did.
Describe that for the jurors, please.
Around 2:30 in the afternoon, I received a call from the troopers assigned to the Norfolk District County DA's office in regards to a vehicle that was at a residence in the town of Dighton.
What were you asked to do? Why did you get that call?
The troopers said that they were coming into my jurisdiction, and as a courtesy, they wanted me to respond with them.
Is that sort of normal protocol? If you go into somebody else's jurisdiction, you let them know?
Yes.
So that was not necessarily unusual?
No.
About what time did you receive that first call?
The first call was around 2:30 in the afternoon.
Was there are logs kept of those kinds of things? If you get a call, you respond to location?
Yes.
At some point after you received that first call, did you receive any other call specifying a time of arrival for the MSP troopers, anything like that?
I did.
Describe that for us.
I got a second call around 3 p.m. From Trooper Michael Proctor stating that he was about 10 minutes away from the address in Dighton.
At the point that you spoke with Michael Proctor, had you ever spoken to him in your professional or personal capacity ever before?
Never.
Did you know the name? Did you know who he was?
I did not.
Complete stranger.
Complete stranger.
What time did you actually arrive at the residence?
I arrived at the residence, I believe it was 3:27 p.m.
Sergeant Barrows, I don't want the address, cameras are rolling. Did you respond specifically to a residence in the city of Dighton?
Yes.
Did you at that time know who lived at that residence, who resided there?
I did.
How did you know that?
Early in the shift, when I came on at 8 a.m., the midnight shift, the outgoing shift, had told me that a resident of Dighton at that address had called looking for a ride to Brockton Hospital.
Who did you know at that time, or who did you believe at that time to live at the address that you are now responding to?
William Reed.
That was Reed, R-E-A-D?
Correct.
Okay. Did you know anything about his daughter at that time, or did you just know the name William Reed?
I just knew William Reed, the name.
At the time that Michael Proctor called you, did he say anything about what his intentions were once he arrived at the location?
Yes, his intention was to retrieve a vehicle that he said was involved in a homicide.
Did he specifically say to you at 3 o'clock-ish in the afternoon, he intended to seize the vehicle?
I believe the first phone call, that was his intention.
Meaning all the way back to 2:30.
30 is when he first called me and said that they were coming to Dighton to retrieve a vehicle that occurred in a homicide in Canton.
And you understood that to mean what? Retrieve a vehicle?
Seize.
Thank you. What was your role once you arrived at the scene at the Reed household?
My role was Trooper Michael Proctor asked me to facilitate a tow to tow that vehicle.
Was that a private tow company?
Yes.
And when you say facilitate a tow, what does that mean?
He asked who we used for towing vehicles, and during that period of time, it was Diamond Towing.
Did Diamond Towing ultimately show up, a representative of that
They did.
tow company with a tow truck?
Correct.
A flatbed?
Yes.
Who was with Trooper Proctor when you arrived at the scene?
Sergeant Buchanan.
Had you ever met Sergeant Buchanan before?
Never.
Did you know him?
No.
Do you know him professionally or personally?
Never.
Had you ever spoken to him?
Never.
Ever? I'm so sorry. It's getting late in the day, and I guess I'm going too fast. Sorry, my fault. Let's start that just a little bit slower. Did you know him?
No.
Had you ever spoken to him before?
No.
Had you ever heard his name before?
No.
No relationship whatsoever?
None.
Same with Trooper Proctor?
Correct.
Once you arrived at the residence, did you have an opportunity to see the vehicle that was the focus of Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan's attention?
Yes. Once I arrived and I parked my cruiser at the end of the driveway, I observed a black Lexus SUV in the driveway.
What were you driving?
I was driving a Ford F-150 police cruiser.
A police cruiser that's a Ford F-150?
Correct.
They have those?
Yes.
Cool. Were you in full uniform?
Full uniform.
Gun, badge, the whole works?
The whole works.
Did you ever go inside the house?
Briefly.
What was the circumstance of going inside the house?
I went inside to let the troopers know that the tow truck operator was there. And I also went in to ask how we're going to get the tow truck into the driveway because there was about a foot of snow.
Okay. That sort of answers my next question. Did you see whether or not Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan actually did go inside the residence?
Yes, they did.
For the bulk of the time that they were in the residence, where were you?
Outside the residence.
Were you with the black SUV?
I was in the garage speaking to the defendant's mother.
The defendant's mom?
Yes.
Janet? Okay.
Yes.
Where was the SUV at this point?
In the driveway.
Did you have an opportunity to see the SUV?
I did.
Did you walk all the way around it?
Not all the way around.
Did you see the rear end of it?
I did.
Did you make note of the rear end of it?
Yes.
How long would you say you were at the location in a position to observe the rear end of that SUV? 2 minutes, 20 minutes, something in between, longer?
I would say not the entire time that I was there, but a good amount of time.
More than a glance?
Yes.
This is the afternoon of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Before the vehicle had been seized formally by Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan, correct?
Correct.
Did you observe anything of note about the rear end of that black SUV?
Yes, I noted in a report that there was damage to the taillight.
Can you describe for the juror, by the way, which taillight are we talking about?
The right rear taillight.
Can you describe for the jurors what you noted in terms of the damage to the right rear taillight?
I noted that the report said that there was right rear damage to that taillight.
When you say damage, have you ever described that damage previously?
I have.
Can you tell us what that description is?
There was, it was damaged. The taillight was damaged, but there was a crack missing, but it was not completely damaged.
When you say there was a crack, do you mean there was a piece missing?
A piece was missing.
Can you describe for the jurors kind of what that piece looked like, how big it was, how small, the shape, as you call it?
The piece was about maybe this big.
Is that maybe the size of a dollar bill, maybe 6 inches?
6 inches.
And
or so.
how wide?
Maybe that wide, maybe 3 inches, 2 inches, somewhere
Okay.
in there.
I want to show you a photo. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would like to show Exhibit 13. It's been previously marked. Do you see what's depicted in this photograph?
I do.
What does that appear to be, just generally?
The right rear tail light.
Of what?
The Lexus SUV.
Is that consistent with the black Lexus SUV that you saw at the Reed residence?
That was the black Lexus. That was not the tail light the day I was there.
Can you do me a favor, Mr. Wolk? With the court's permission, could we zoom in on the right rear taillight, please?
Okay.
Do you see the condition of that taillight as it's depicted in this photo?
I do.
Sergeant Barros, is this the condition of the right rear taillight when you showed up at the Reed household at around 3:15 in the afternoon on January 29th, 2022?
Absolutely not.
What's different about this photo, sir?
That tail light is completely smashed out.
Does it appear that there are additional pieces of taillight that are removed from this taillight condition than when you saw it at the Reed residence? Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mrs. Jackson.
Of course. Describe specifically, other than the fact that it's different, describe in detail for the jurors what is different about this taillight as it's photographed here.
That middle section was intact when I was there. Towards that right side where that large chunk is, that's what was missing.
I'm going to hand you a green laser pointer. If you can, there's two displays, one monitor directly in front of you and one to your right. If you could use the one to your right, it's a little easier on the jurors. Describe what's different about that taillight.
Can you see that? So this area was intact. This is what I saw was missing here.
May I approach?
Yes.
If the entire taillight had been broken out as it's depicted in this photograph, would you have made note of that?
Sustained.
Do you believe you would remember if the taillight, well, let me ask it a different way. The piece that you saw missing, but not completely damaged, is the reason that you use the phrase not completely damaged to highlight the fact that there was still more taillight attached to the vehicle than is depicted in this photo.
Sustained.
We can take this down. As you sit here and recall back to that, your observations, and you observed this for over the course of how long would you say? How many minutes?
Probably 20 minutes or so.
You actually wrote a report about this, correct?
Correct.
And you documented your observations, correct?
Correct.
In your documented observations, did you use the phrase cracked but not completely damaged?
I did not.
Sustained.
You've testified previously,
I have.
about a year ago.
Yes.
Did you use the phrase cracked but not completely damaged then?
The objection sustained, Mr. Jackson.
Ultimately, was the black Lexus SUV towed and cleared from the scene?
It was.
Is it your responsibility or part of your responsibility to log the time that things like this happen? Like, for instance, the SUV is taken away?
When I cleared from the scene, yes.
What time was that when you cleared the scene?
I believe it was 4:17 p.m.
Suffice it to say that SUV was not seized at a later time, correct?
Correct.
It was not seized at 5:30 p.m.?
No.
I'd like to show you another exhibit, if I could. This is exhibit 105. Do you recognize this scene generally?
I do.
Do you recognize it as being, what do you recognize as being?
This is the Reed residence.
Do you see some vehicles in that still shot of the video?
I do.
Describe what you see.
That tow truck is Diamond Towing, and that other vehicle that's at the rear of that tow truck is the Lexus SUV.
If we could, with the court's permission, zoom in. It's high on the screen, correct?
What's that?
The vehicles are high on the screen as we're
Correct.
looking at it. Could we zoom in to the top left portion of the screen?
Okay.
Can we play this video?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you see what's depicted in the still image of that video right now?
I can.
I'm going to ask you if you'll turn to your right, concentrate on this area. This area here. Do you see what's depicted in that still image?
I do.
Does that appear to be a taillight?
Yes.
Does it look clear? Does it look like it's shining red?
Looks clear.
The portion that is intact, does that appear to be brighter red?
Correct.
And the photograph that I just showed you a second ago, is that red portion there?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. Let's go back. You see the red?
Yes.
All right. Is that the condition of the taillight as you saw it on January 29th around 3:15 or 3:30 when you got to the location?
It was.
Let's go back to the other exhibit, please. Exhibit 13. Can we zoom in, please? Can you see that this entire area is now missing?
I can.
Sustained. Just ask it differently.
Sure. The area that I'm circling here, do you see any red lens in that area?
No.
Is that consistent, this photograph consistent with the condition of the taillight as you saw it on January 29th, 2022, at just after 3 o'clock in the afternoon?
Absolutely not.
Thank you.
Lights, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Have we met before?
We have not.
Do you still work in Dayton?
I do.
At the time you went to the lead residence, you did not know the occupants?
I did not.
Since then, have you ever met or spoke to William Reed
Nope.
or the defendant?
Nope.
When you went there that day, it was at the request of the state police?
Correct.
When they asked you to come, it's a typical procedure for one law enforcement agency to contact local law enforcement agency?
Correct.
And part of the reason they do that is to bring in separate and independent law enforcement officer to the scene
Yes.
because it's your jurisdiction.
Correct.
And they called you before they got to Mr. Reed's house, didn't they?
Yes.
They told you what they were going to do and when they were going to do it.
Yes.
They didn't just show up at the Reed house and then you found out later. They invited you and informed you what the process was going to be.
I wouldn't say that they told me what the process was going to be.
When you got there, were the troopers already there or did they arrive after you?
The troopers were there.
Were they in the house or outside of the house when you got there?
They were outside in a pickup truck.
Did you see them get out of the pickup truck after you got there?
They got out after I identified themselves.
Did you ever see them approach and touch the rear taillight of the defendant's Lexus?
I did not.
Did you ever see them manipulate in any way that rear taillight of the defendant's Lexus?
I did not.
Did you see them do anything that was suspicious, inordinary, or unfairly remarkable relative to that car?
I did not.
When they spoke to you, they then went inside the house?
What do you mean by spoke to me?
After they introduced you, you introduced yourself to them, they went into the Reed house?
Yes.
And then they came out.
They came out much later.
And that vehicle was towed.
Correct.
At no time from when you got there until you left did you see anybody from the state police in any way tamper with that vehicle, did you?
I did not.
When the vehicle was towed, do you know how long it took to take the vehicle from Dayton back to Canton?
How long?
Yes.
I do not.
You didn't escort it back.
I did not.
You had an opportunity to write a report in this case, didn't you?
I did.
And when you did, you had an opportunity to describe the damage to that taillight in any way you wanted to.
I did.
You could have gone into detail about size of the damage.
I could have.
You could have gone into detail about the shape of the damage.
I could have.
You could have gone into detail about the width of the damage.
I could have.
You could have taken photographs of the damage if you wanted to.
I could have.
In fact, there was no limitation on what you could have written in your report regarding the damage, was there?
No.
You write reports regularly, don't you?
I do.
You're trained at the academy. It's the best way to memorialize events.
Correct.
Because in time, your memory is not always as good later on than it is at the moment.
Correct.
What might be important or remarkable later might not be remarkable at the time you're making the observation.
Correct.
So you're taught at the academy to use as much detail as you can so that you can have an accurate memory later on.
Correct.
Because oftentimes, well, you respond to a number of different events and incidents, don't you?
I do.
You write a lot of reports.
Not necessarily now in this position that I'm in, but.
Did you at the time?
At the time, correct.
Yeah. And so it's sometimes difficult to remember the details of all events, and you use the report to refresh your memory.
Correct.
When you wrote your report, and you could have put as much detail as you wanted, is it fair to say you only wrote one single line about the damage to the car?
Correct.
The vehicle had damage to the right rear taillight.
That's what I wrote.
Fair to say you didn't document that it was the size of a dollar bill. You didn't say that, did you?
No.
Or that it was 3 to 6 inches. You didn't mention that, did you?
No.
You didn't mention the placement of where the damage was.
To an extent, I did the right rear tail light.
Right rear taillight. You didn't indicate if it was on the side or on the back.
I did not.
You didn't provide any other details of your description when your memory was probably at its best. True?
True.
And would you agree that your memory that day was probably much more accurate than it is today?
I would not.
When you wrote the report, did you ever have an opportunity to write a supplement report if you wanted to give more detail?
I guess I could.
You didn't.
I did.
Inevitably, you were a witness at trial. I'm sorry, you were a witness at a prior proceeding in this case, weren't you?
Correct.
You came in and you swore under oath regarding your memory.
Correct.
And that was probably a year to a year and a half after you first made the observations which you reduced in writing in the police report.
Correct.
And when you made those observations, that was on January 29, 2022?
Correct.
When you came into court and you testified, that was on June 10, 2024.
If that was the date.
You were asked questions to use your best memory to describe the damage to that taillight last time you swore under oath to tell the truth, weren't you?
I don't think I was asked that.
What were you asked about to describe the best you could the damage to that right rear taillight last time you were in court on June 10, 2024?
I don't think I was told to describe it in depth.
Were you asked questions about the damage to that rear taillight last time you were in court?
I was.
And when you described the damage, did you do your best to your ability to give as much detail as possible?
I did.
Did you qualify your memory at that time, saying to the best of my ability and recollection?
I did.
And when you qualify as a police officer with the best ability and recollection, that is recognizing that time had passed.
Time has passed, yep.
That you had a report, that you could refresh your memory.
Correct.
And did you refresh your memory with that report before you testified last time?
I did.
And when you qualified that it was to the best of your ability and recollection, that account for the fact that when you looked at the report, there was no detail other than your commentary in your report that the vehicle had damage to the right rear taillight.
Correct.
And so when you qualified, you were considering human factors like time had passed,
Correct.
that your report was respectfully scant,
Correct.
but you had heard a lot about this case since that point, hadn't you?
Correct.
And so considering your memory in June of 2024, when you qualified your answer, was it considering all of those different factors that had passed in between that time?
Can you rephrase that?
Yes. When you decided to qualify your answer and you said to the best ability and recollection, and then you went on to describe what you remember from the break of the taillight, is the reason why you used that qualification to the best ability and recollection, is it because of those human factors that had passed?
I would suppose so.
And sir, since the time you came into court on June 10, 2024, have you spoken to anybody from the defense about this case?
Yes.
How many times have you spoken to somebody from the defense about this case after you gave your testimony on June 10, 2024?
Once.
Where did you speak? Who did you speak to?
Attorney Jackson.
Did you speak to him in person or on the phone?
In person.
Okay, okay. You're not hesitating, are you?
No.
Where did you speak to him in person?
At his hotel.
How did you know where Attorney Jackson was staying?
He told me.
Did you find it odd to go visit an attorney at their hotel and talk about a case?
It was in their conference room.
Find it odd. Go to somebody's hotel to speak to them about a case.
No.
Without saying the name of the hotel, where was the hotel located?
Boston.
And where were you located?
I don't feel comfortable telling you.
I'm sorry. Did you have to drive?
I did.
So you took the effort to go to see Mr. Jackson at his request. Did you know who Mr. Jackson was?
I did.
Did you see him on TV?
I did.
When you went there to the hotel in the conference room, who else was there?
Attorney Little.
Okay. Who else?
I'm not sure of the other gentleman's name.
It was one of the gentlemen right here on the end.
The
The good-looking one down there on the right.
No, it was not.
Somebody else?
Somebody else.
Okay. Was there anybody else there?
No.
When you were in that conference room, were you shown your police report?
No.
Were you shown your testimony from the last time you came to the court?
No.
The photograph of the vehicle in the Sally Port, or the vehicle with the missing glass, were you shown that?
No.
Had you ever seen that photo before?
Of course.
And you saw it at the last event you testified at, right?
Correct.
And when you were shown that photo during your prior testimony, you never, ever suggested that that was in any way different than what you had seen in the indictment.
Nobody asked me that.
When you were asked to describe the damage, and you were shown that photograph, you never, ever suggested that there was a difference in the damage as you see it in that photo compared to what you remember, did you?
I don't think anybody asked me to describe that.
Did you ever make a note or say anything that is dissimilar to what you remember at the last event that you testified at?
I testified that that was not the taillight the day that I saw it.
That's what you testified at the last event?
Did.
Yes?
Yes.
You said that photo does not depict what you saw?
Correct.
Yes?
Yes.
And when you testified to that at the last event, who was asking you that question?
District Attorney Lally.
Okay. And you remember making that comment under oath?
I do.
Do you remember that as well as your memory about what the taillight looked like back in Dayton?
I do.
When you were asked questions about that taillight, you had described the taillight as not completely damaged. It was cracked, and there was a piece missing, but not completely damaged. Remember that testimony?
I do.
And is that accurate testimony?
It's accurate.
So in your memory, in June 10, 2024, was that vehicle's rear tail light had a piece missing, correct?
Correct.
You said that your memory about the damage to the tail light, as you recall it when you were in Dayton back on January 29, 2022, you said your memory is as good as your memory that you said in court there was a difference between that photo and the damage, right?
Right.
Have you ever read your testimony from your last proceeding?
Never.
But you have a specific memory of discussing that specific photograph? Yes?
Yes.
Any approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you your transcript of sworn testimony on June 10, 2024. And when you reflect on your memory, understanding some time has passed, you've testified that your memory of distinguishing that photo is reflected in your testimony, right?
Yes. So ask the question differently.
Okay. Your memory is that you discussed the distinction between that photo and what you saw at the last time you testified.
Objection. I'm going to allow that.
And as you take a look at there, could you show me anywhere in your testimony, anywhere, where you made any statement about that photo being inconsistent with what you saw in Dayton on January 29th, 2022?
It's not in there.
Can I approach?
Yes.
I can put it back on. Thank you. So respectfully, sir, your memory about distinguishing that photo is not as you thought it was and claimed it was in this transcript, correct?
Correct.
And that's not a matter of you trying to fool anybody or lying, is it?
No.
No, it's a matter of time passes and memory fades. Yes?
Yes.
And that's one real example why at the academy, they teach you when you write reports to be as detailed as you can. To accommodate the fact that memories can fade, right?
Correct.
Memories can change.
I know what I saw, and that wasn't it.
Well, that's not what I'm asking you, because you just testified that under oath, you had looked at that photo and distinguished it. But that's not accurate, is it?
No.
And so it's not a matter of you perjuring yourself or lying, it's a matter of difficulties with memory, wouldn't you say?
Yeah. Correct.
And you share those same difficulties with memory as many other witnesses. Objection.
Sustained.
You have, as is human nature, difficulties with memory at times, correct?
Correct.
And so that very certain memory you had about your testimony last year, you're to say that never happened.
Correct.
You were simply mistaken, weren't you? Or something more, please tell me.
Correct.
When you met with the attorneys in Boston, what'd you talk about?
It was just a way for them to meet with me and see me face to face, and then ask me how I would be subpoenaed, who would they need to send a court summons to, what my schedule was like coming up in the next month, months.
Those things all could have been accomplished by phone, correct?
Could have.
So the face-to-face meeting, what did you talk about?
I'm going to allow it.
Over here. What did you talk about? Excuse me.
So that, okay?
Over here.
It's that was a bit unfortunate. I won't lie. Right, is she connecting?
It's beautiful down here in the buffer zone watching barrels up there, friggin' telling the truth. That is what a good cop does. Watching barrels up there, friggin' telling the truth. That is what a good cop does.
There you go.
We're gonna cheer him on when he comes out of there.
What are you? Is it mute? Oh, the Erica's muted. I was hearing feedback and stuff. That's all.
Well, yeah, we're hearing you guys here, so that's why there's feedback.
How is everything?
Oh my God, the roar of the crowd down here was amazing. When he talked about, what was actually on the tail light. Now he just said, that's not what it looked like. Oh my God, everybody went cuckoo here.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Is there a crowd down there?
Yeah. The people here. People down here. A few people just left in the last half hour.
Oh, they're back.
Yep.
I'll just mute you. Stay on. I'll mute you.
You told us there was some background about being subpoenaed and time. Substantively, what did you talk about with the attorneys when you met them at the hotel conference?
Other than that, they didn't go over my testimony. We just spoke about that. I said that the taillight was not completely damaged.
Okay. Did you get into any detail about the conversation about your testimony today?
No.
When did you meet with them?
I don't have the date.
Last year, this year?
I don't have the date. I don't recall the date.
I'm not looking for a date, just the general year frame. Last year, this year?
Probably June. Early in this year.
Are you having some difficulty with memory about that as well?
On a certain date, yes.
Not a certain date. Was it this year probably, or do you think you met them this year?
This year.
You know what month you met them this year?
I wouldn't know the month.
Certainly you talked about this issue with the taillight, didn't you?
Yes.
When you talked about the issue with the taillight, did anybody from the defense offer you any opinions or information?
No.
Did they ask you questions about it?
No.
So you went to a meeting in a Boston hotel in a conference room, and nobody talked about the taillight? Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
Sir, I'll ask you another question instead. Have you had an opportunity to see other evidence of that taillight being damaged that morning before you saw it?
On the 29th of January? No.
The video that was shown to you with the tow truck, had you seen that before today?
Yes.
Who showed it to you?
From seeing it on TV, and
Was it shown to you during your conference room meeting at the hotel?
it was not.
So you looked and studied and watched this case a little bit?
With all due respect, sir, I don't live under a rock. It's all over social media and the news. You can't avoid it.
I'm not criticizing you or discounting you. I'm just asking you. Have you been exposed to this case since you made those observations in Dayton on January 29, 2022?
I have.
Have you seen other video footage and evidence about that taillight since January 29, 2022?
I have.
Have you seen other information since you last testified last summer about the taillight?
I have.
And seeing this extraneous information, this other information, do you think that played a part in some of your difficult memory?
Objection. I'm going to allow that.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Okay.
Right, pocket rocket.
What do you want there? Thanks. Everyone's laughing that you call me the pocket rocket.
The pocket rocket. Smoothest. I will say this: Dina has the smoothest skin I've ever felt. I felt all over as well, and she's so smooth, unbelievable.
Everybody's laughing down here.
It's good to laugh.
Yeah, don't be telling people about my smooth skin. They're all gonna start rumors that we're dating or something, Dylan. We know you're looking for a wife.
I know, but Scott's already got you. I can't. Do you know what I mean? What's everyone's vibe about this witness? Do you all love him?
Oh my God, this testimony is amazing.
Yeah.
You know, and right now, cops around the world are watching, and they're seeing this. This is a good cop.
You've seen quite a bit of information about this case and the issue regarding the taillights since you first made the observations back in 2022. Wouldn't that be fair to say?
It would be fair to say.
And based on all the additional information you've read and seen, would you agree it's had some effect on your memory?
I guess.
No, I don't want you to guess. You testified that you made explanations at the last trial that you didn't make, right?
Correct.
You had a memory as you testified in direct examination on the road, and you tried your best about things that just didn't happen, right?
Right.
Would you agree that you have some difficulty with your memory?
I'd agree.
I want to show you some evidence of that taillight before you had a chance to see it in Dayton. If we could have the ring video at 5:07:58, please. Have you seen this video before, sir?
I have.
Before you proceed, Ms. Gilman, have you seen this on social media?
The news, social media.
Has anybody else shown you this video?
No.
How many times do you think you've been exposed to this video?
Too many to count.
Because you were involved in this case, and I'm going to say as a predicate, there were no orders for you not to look at anything. I'm not suggesting any impropriety. But because you were involved in this case and issues regarding the taillight, do you think you had a particular interest when things like this came on TV and social media to take a look compared to your memory?
Did I have a
Yes.
particular interest? No, I didn't follow this case
But you've seen this many, many times.
because of what is out there on social media and the news.
I understand. Good play this, please. Stop, please. Do you see that white part of the back rear right taillight?
Objection. I'm going to allow it.
You see that? Sir?
Can you zoom in a little bit more? I can.
You can or cannot?
I can.
You can. C-A-N can?
Yes.
Thank you. Continue, please. Continue. Stop. Can you bring it back and stop it? Back more. Open, right there. Zoom, please. You see, sir?
I can see that.
Is that consistent with the damage that you saw when you looked at that Lexus in Dayton hours later?
Consistent.
Can we go to Exhibit 10, please? And before you show it, I have a couple questions. This was a snowstorm, kind of like a blizzard that day.
Yes.
And when you got to the driveway, it had not been shoveled or plowed.
Correct.
There was quite a bit of snow accumulating and ongoing.
Yes.
And there was snow coming down on top of everything, the ground, the streets, the cars, correct?
Correct.
And snow was accumulating, did you notice, on cars and packing onto cars?
Yes.
When you looked at this house, when you looked at the defendant's Lexus in Dayton, you didn't go over and scoop out any of the snow that was in that broken taillight, did you?
I did not.
You didn't try to remove any snow off it or that was accumulated inside of it?
I did not.
And the snow there was snow packed on that car, wasn't there?
There was.
There was snow packed around the light, wasn't it?
There was.
And would you agree with the snow, since you didn't tamper with it or try to remove anything, that could impede your ability to accurately observe the depth of the damage? Would you agree with that?
I would.
If we could have Exhibit 10, please. Does that appear to be the same Lexus you looked at when it was in Dayton? And it's a far view, so I don't want you to guess. If you're not sure, you can tell me.
I wouldn't be able to tell you. I can't.
Okay, Exhibit 11, please. Can you take a look to the right? You see that right tail light, the white part?
I can.
Missing, yes?
Looks like snow is packed on it.
Does it look like there's a red tail light there?
Does not.
This is before you saw the car in Dayton? Do you know that, or you wouldn't know that?
That doesn't look like the Reed's driveway.
Do you know if this photograph was taken before or after you made your observations in Dayton?
I do not.
The right rear taillight and the missing parts there, is that consistent with what you saw around 3:27 on January 29, 2022?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Okay, lights on, please, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll be brief. Sergeant, did you celebrate your birthday 2 years ago?
I did.
Kind of a big deal. It's your birthday, right?
Yes.
What day of the week was your birthday 2 years ago?
No idea.
You have a difficult memory, sir?
Yes.
The fact that you had a birthday, you recall, correct?
Correct.
The day of the week of that birthday may fall by the wayside in your mind, right?
Right.
Sustain this to the form, Mr. Jackson, is
Of
your
course.
witness.
The fact that you can't remember the day of the week, does that mean that you have a bad memory?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
Correct.
You remember being in Dayton, correct? Being called out to Dayton to the residence of the Reeds.
Correct.
Do you remember the time?
I do.
Do you remember the weather?
I do.
Do you remember who you met there?
I do.
Do you remember the conversations that you had?
I do.
Do you remember the phone calls that you received?
I do.
The first one?
I do.
The second one?
I do.
Do you remember being in the garage and speaking with someone?
I do.
Remember it was this lady, pretty lady right here in the blue.
I do.
You remember meeting Mr. Reed?
Briefly.
Handsome gentleman with the gold tie?
I do.
You remember all that? Right?
hmm
Do you remember the SUV?
I do.
Do you remember the condition of the taillight?
I do.
You were asked whether or not you saw Trooper Proctor in any way manipulate that right rear taillight while it was out at Dighton while you were there, correct?
Correct.
You said no. Honestly, I never saw him touch it, right?
Correct.
Were you in the Sally Port in Canton PD? I'm sorry, in Canton, in the Sally Port at the police station
I wasn't.
at 5:30 p.m.?
Sistine.
At any point, did you ever go to the Sally Port at Canton PD that day?
I did not.
Do you have any idea what did or didn't happen inside the Sally Port?
Objection.
Sistine.
You were asked by Mr. Brennan, you could have taken photos had you wanted to, correct?
Correct.
And certainly you could have, right?
Correct.
Was that your vehicle that was being seized?
No.
You were simply there to assist another officer, right?
Objection.
The form, Mr. Jackson.
Of course. What were you there to do?
Just to assist another agency.
Would it have been normal protocol for you to photograph that vehicle?
No.
Did you see Trooper Proctor photograph the vehicle?
No.
Did you see Sergeant Buchanan photograph the vehicle?
No.
By the way, you and I did meet once before, correct?
Correct.
Was that before or after you testified last year at another hearing?
After.
And you were called by whom last year at the other hearing? The defense or the Commonwealth?
The Commonwealth.
You testified for them?
Correct.
Objection.
So that's stricken. It's beyond the scope.
Did the Commonwealth ever contact you after your testimony at the hearing last year?
They did not.
Did they ever call you on the telephone?
After?
Correct.
No.
Did they ever send you a subpoena?
No.
And you testified last year that the taillight was cracked, but not, or damaged, but not completely broken, correct?
Sustained.
You and I met in a hotel in a conference room, correct?
Correct.
Anything sketchy or nefarious about that?
No.
Did I introduce myself to you?
You did.
You happen to know I live in Los Angeles?
Correct.
I don't have a house, right?
Correct.
I don't have an office out here, correct?
Yes.
Sustained.
Do you know whether or not I have an office?
I do not.
Do you remember me asking you if you would mind meeting at a hotel where I was staying in a conference room?
I do.
Okay. Do you have any problem with that?
Nope.
Did you find that unusual?
No.
Did you and I ever speak, ever, before your testimony last year?
No.
Did I ever tell you how I wanted you to testify?
No.
Did I ever tell you what to say?
No.
Did I show you any testimony?
No.
Did I play you any video?
No.
Did I show you a single photograph?
No.
During that conversation, did you tell me how to subpoena you?
I did.
Did you tell me where the subpoena should be directed?
I did.
Did you tell me your vacation schedule?
I did.
Did you tell me your availability and willingness to testify?
I did.
Did we talk about any other thing of substance other than that and whether or not you recalled what your testimony was from last year?
That was all we talked about.
As you sit here, Sergeant Barrows, do you have any difficulty recalling what the condition of that taillight was on January 29th, 2022 at about 3 or 3:15 in the afternoon when you saw the vehicle? Any
No.
difficulty whatsoever?
No.
You remember the condition of that taillight?
I do.
Was the condition of that taillight the same as the photo that I showed you on my direct examination?
No.
That's all.
You would agree that your memory has changed since last time you testified in this courthouse.
Yes.
In the photo I showed you, the close-up with the missing right rear taillight, is that consistent with your memory of what you saw in Dighton on January 29, 2022?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it. was opened up. It was opened up.
Is it consistent with what you saw on January 29, 2022?
It is.
Thank you.
All right, Sergeant, you are all set. sir.
Thank you.
All right, so jurors, I know I need to talk to the lawyers about a couple of things, so this seems like a good spot to just send you home for the day rather than bringing out witnesses. So those same cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know, and be careful with your social media. Remember, tomorrow's a half a day, we'll finish by 1.
All rise for the court, please. You know, follow me.
Okay, so tomorrow's half a day, people. Tomorrow's 9 till 1.
There he goes. He's going.
Oh, did he go? Oh.
Yeah, you didn't put me on in time. He just walked out. I just said to him, I'm like, Barrows, thank you for being a good cop and telling the truth. He goes, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, sorry, Bev was speaking, so I wanted to catch that. She was just saying that they go half a day tomorrow.
He's walking. Yeah. He's walking down now to the thing.
Bev's back.
I ran up. That's fine.
Jurisdiction of the court, please be seated.
So there have been some motions, I think, piling up. 2 I have not had a chance to read yet, maybe more. Commonwealth's motion for reciprocal discovery, and then the defendant put in writing about the discovery from Aperture. I've not had a chance to read the prosecutor's opposition. I'd like to do all that before I hear you on that. But the only one that I did read is the reciprocal discovery. Ms. Gianetti, are you examining both Brian Loughran and Karina Kolakithis?
Yes, and there are 3 issues that I believe we should dispatch with today.
All right, so why don't you, sure, I have time. I just don't know what you're talking about. Sure.
Parking lot.
Right, so they go sidebar for a second. Hey, Pocket Rocket, can you hear me?
What?
Right, they go sidebar for a second, so we're live again.
Okay. So Barrows came out. I said that to him. I'm like, we're all proud of you. Thank you for being an honest cop. And he said, thank you. I appreciate it.
There you go.
Yep.
There you go.
And so everyone was heading up to greet him, but he went down before. I mean, he was out quick. I figured he would be. So.
Yeah. That's good. He was a good witness. It's unfortunate he said about he got his testimony wrong, but that's the only bad thing, which isn't that bad either, you know. So,
right.
But, they got to twist that. You know what I mean? But apart from that, it was a great honest witness, you know. So.
Oh God, yeah.
And
then the world just watch an honest cop get up there and be honest, not be sneaky like the fucking Boston cop. You know what I mean? He got up and he fucking spoke his truth. And that's what anybody is asking, not all this hidden shit.
They got nothing to gain. It's just say the truth, no matter what it is, you know?
Right. Good or bad, it doesn't matter.
But it's interesting because he has no association with anybody.
Right.
And the one from Boston, she graduated with 4 other witnesses. So, yeah, that's just so dodgy. All of it's so dodgy with that woman, Boston cop. He's the only guy that has no association with anybody in this case. And he's the only one that sides with the defense. Go figure.
And I know last time when he got up and told the truth at the last trial, like the Dighton police got like fruit baskets and cards and messages and like all that. So people, you know, this is not an anti-police movement. It's, I mean, you just seen a cop get up and tell the truth with everything.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Hold on a second.
No worries.
I'm live streaming. Let me mute it. Hold on.
I'm going to shut up because it's muted one way, not both ways. No, I saw what he did post, Katie. Don't worry. We'll see what happens. Yeah, Kolakithis, allegedly she's going to come in about with an attorney because allegedly Aidan posted that Gemma McCabe approached her to say there was video of Karen hitting John.
I'm back on. Apparently, people from the sidewalk who have been here all day were pointing to me to the cops as asking why I'm over there. So I just got booted out of there.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you can't go up there now. Yep. Been on the sidewalk all day with these people and they rat me out.
Yeah, that's what the fuck, people. Anyway, whatever.
Yep, exactly.
Um,
That's all right.
It's all right. Just reminding everybody tomorrow was half a day before anyone starts
So
doing.
hold on a second. So everybody, the police asked me to tell you we can't yell and scream out here at them.
And stay on the sidewalk.
And stay on the sidewalk. If they want to come over to us to take pictures, they can, but don't cross the streets. Okay, I'm done.
That's how you talk.
Good.
Yeah.
That's how he shouted out. Yeah. So, well, yeah, it doesn't matter anyway. So yeah, nice half day tomorrow for everybody.
It's
So
a half day tomorrow?
half day tomorrow, finishing at 1 tomorrow.
Well, it's going to be 90 degrees.
So that
Bev's
means
Bev might be wanting to go to the Cape for like an hour.
yeah, that's gonna be some topless people out there tomorrow. Dina's one of them. Tits
Huh?
out. You gotta have your tits out tomorrow. Get some tan.
Stop it. Stop
Well,
it.
all the women are. I am.
Hey, if my phone goes dead, Erica will have to log in.
Don't worry.
Erica, did you bring your phone? Because I'm down to like 16. Hold on a second. I can't see shit. I don't know. I'm down to like 19, I think. So if I go off, Erica will come on.
That's fine. That will last, probably. That will last.
Yeah.
They're only talking about one motion and then they're coming out.
Do you know what the motion is?
It's about the goalkeepers and Lucky, but I don't know what it's about, though.
Yeah. Poor Lucky's been here 2 days in a row.
I know.
And you know what I mean? I wish I was here for Lucky, but.
He'll be on tomorrow, half day, so him and goalkeepers I think could be on. Which fits in the half day then, so.
Yeah. But it's warm out here today. I sloshed down 2 bottles of water. I did a vitamin water. I'm on my next water, and I still haven't peed yet.
I'm on Gatorade water. Dennis supplied me with, well, Brenda did, Gatorade water.
Already on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it, that Bailey Kaufman drove by us and called us mutants and videotaped us. I'm out at the car. So good job, Bailey. Someday we'll see you. Trolling motherfucker.
Brave soul. Loves that.
Yeah. So. The kids on the bus are yelling, "Free Karen Reed."
Erin Hack's bus. There she is, Erin Hack. Go, Erin Hack. There she is.
What are they going to do? Arrest a busload of kids? Oh, don't honk in the buffer zone. You'll get ticketed.
I know. We can't arrest kids. Yeah.
No, you can't arrest kids.
Well,
I just hate seeing people get tickets. They send them in the mail.
yeah.
You know, it's not like it's here. They send it in the mail. Yeah. Yep. There's cameras too everywhere around this whole place. They can zoom in on anything.
Yeah.
You know.
Almost every morning, like last year, I had people just but everybody was down there. Like I'm thinking about.
Yeah.
Only in the quiet, like not in the quiet.
Yeah.
Especially when everybody was down at the show.
Yeah, we had bullhorns and stuff down there last year. Not this year. They thought we had a cowbell today and had a fit. They went right after Erica.
You know what's so funny though? Erica brought so much pizza.
I know. We used to order $800 to $1,000 a day worth of pizza.
Those local business owners.
No, Dedham House. Yeah, Dedham House of Pizza loves us. The bagel shop loves us. We have no problem with them. And the Mexican restaurant. Dedham House of Pizza and the Mexican restaurant will actually put the trial on TV for us. Yeah. So they should be coming out soon, Dylan.
Well, there's still a sidebar, so.
Oh, are they still at sidebar?
Yeah. They might be discussing the motion on sidebar. I don't know.
Yeah. But the jury's gone, right? No, they might not be because I didn't see them go out back.
Well, the jury have left the room anyway.
Yeah. Whose camera is that? Oh, it's yours? Oh, all right.
Yeah, girl, get in it.
I'm like, oh, hi. Hi.
Another free Karen Reed supporter.
Free Karen Reed. What are you recording on for?
My personal memories.
Oh, your personal memories?
Yeah, my mom. Yeah, we just went to my mom's childhood house, so like.
Oh, wow.
She talks about it. So it's nice to put like a.
Did she grow up here in Dedham?
Yeah, so she'll be on the TV.
Wow.
Oh, what the fuck? Correct. Oh, sidebar. So I just laugh.
Where do you live now?
We live in New Hampshire.
New Hampshire?
Yeah, yeah. So he's
What
actually-
part?
Derry.
Derry,
And,
nice.
Yep. So he's right on. He's from Salem too. I just met him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where do you live again?
I live in Waltham.
Nice.
Yeah. I've already been docked, so it doesn't matter. I had a place up in Campton, New Hampshire, up by the beginning of the White Mountains.
Yep. You live in Waltham?
Yeah.
How long have you lived there?
I was born there. I was there till I was 13. Then I came back to take care of my grandmother. I moved out.
My
for her.
mother grew up there.
Oh, who was your mother?
Waltham.
Last
Her,
name?
McAndrews was her maiden name.
McAndrews. South side or north? Do you know?
It was Central Street.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
She lived
like
across
south.
from like one of the train
Yeah.
that went by.
That's south side.
Catch this. So we went to go see her childhood house, and the
I'm live streaming too.
That's okay. The owner, if you don't mind, the
No.
owner was home, and they let us do a tour. Right? So sweet. My mom brings up the milkman. He goes, "I still have your ice box." Gave my mom the ice box.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Oh
She's
my
got the
God,
ice
that's
box.
amazing.
It was crazy. The house looks exactly the same.
Wow.
Exactly the same.
And then we went to the Avery spot, Avery Trail.
Avery School with the trail behind that we used to walk through on the rail. Still there.
Wow.
Smoking butts.
Now you're gonna hear all the stories now that you're all
The rock wall. It's nice to see like what she's
talking
I'm
about.
29. You know. So
Yeah.
good, these
Oh
stories.
God, you
Yeah.
look way younger than that.
Thank you.
Keep that up
Is that
with
why
saying
they're outing me? New faces.
New You there, Dylan?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, you're awful quiet.
No, I was just listening to you. I mean, once you speak it, I can't speak. Do you know what I mean? If that makes sense. No, it's not you, but I mean, when you got the crowd speaking, it's I just let it. It's great. I just let it speak.
Oh, you're so sweet. You let me
Yeah,
talk
otherwise-
and talk and talk. You
No.
only get me on Tuesdays, anyways.
Yeah, I know, but I miss you. You know that.
Oh, I miss you too, because I didn't get to even really spend a lot of time with you other than the duck boat tour.
Oh, I'm back in October, so.
I know when you come in October, maybe I can take some extra time off just to, spend more
there
days
won't be-
because I really can't take it off of work. It's too tough.
There won't be any court though, as well, so it'll be easier. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
So,
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
good. Chrissy's here. Huh?
I was just gonna say what's his name? Wolf.
Dr. Wolf.
No, not Dr. Wolf. The graduate. What's his name?
Ian. Evan.
Evan. He's just sat down from sidebar, so they must be coming back before long. So once they come back from sidebar, I'll just mute you. So
She'll probably end it for the day.
she's ended it. Well, after this motion, she's ended it. She said.
Yeah.
She needs to look at all the other motions.
Did you find out what the motion is for?
No, I don't know. I don't know. There's about 3-4 motions she's got. So, but she needs to read them. She said, "Oh, Nathan's got up. Nathan's going out."
Huh.
So you might be going to the toilet. I don't know. But lavatory, as you guys call it, or whatever you call it.
Yeah, the camera crew's all ready. They're here, ready to go.
Yeah.
Oh, I think there's a new trooper down here. He looks like a fucking baby.
Now behave. Now.
No,
Be
he
nice
really
to him.
looks like a baby. Seriously.
I know.
Can you see him?
No, you're on. You need to go.
All right. See
landscape.
the state trooper in the green shirt on the left. Then there's a blue shirt on the right. Straight ahead, the kid looks like a freaking baby. He
Put it
looks
on
like he's
landscape.
19.
Put it on landscape. We can see more if it's on the other way around. So say it again. So we got 2 in yellow.
Yep, and the one that's close up, they just walked away. He looks like a baby.
Okay.
He seriously does. Yeah, he's probably like 22.
Oh, newbie.
No, I'm not down here every day, so I've never seen him. Doesn't he look like a baby, Jack?
Yeah, he does.
He does.
Thinking of that.
He looks like he's 19. He's got tattoos, so he had to have passed the tattoo time frame. Oh no, they're tatted up.
Oh, I mean, I don't.
Years ago they couldn't. Now they can. All right, it isn't the end of the day in Dedham unless we have sirens go by.
I know. I hope we get to hear about what this motion is because I hope we get to find out what this motion was about today.
I know. That would be nice.
How's your battery?
Huh?
How's your battery?
Let me see.
Oh my God.
Hey, Red. Hey, Red.
20%.
How's it gone up? You were on 19. Now you're on 20.
I thought it was on 19, but it must have been on 29. Now it's down to 20. How was paddleboarding? How was paddleboarding? Oh, it must have been.
Did Henry go right? Big shot.
He's a professional.
It's right on the front of the board, like the mermaid on a boat.
Oh, Jesus. Henry's like the mascot of the movement.
Dina. Dennis Sweeney says Dina.
What?
Dennis Sweeney says Dina.
Oh, Dennis Sweeney, I love you, and Brenda too. Dennis is at home.
He's in Jack.
Down here.
There's Jack.
We all love Jack.
Everybody loves Jack.
I know.
Good thing his last name's been off.
I've been called that.
They're back.
They're back?
Yeah. Okay, looks like they're done for the day. They're done.
Oh, good. They're done for the day. There's a delay, so they should be coming out. Are you enjoying that AC?
They're rats.
Well, yeah, it'd be kind of hard for you to step out. What's your name? Ali? I'm Dina. Nice to meet you, too. Thank you.
Yeah, again. I don't, other than that.
Oh. It's hot. I know. But at least there's a breeze. Tomorrow's going to be brutal. It's going to be 90. I'm live streaming.
Thursday's going to be 90. It's going to be disgusting.
Yeah.
I will be on my paddleboard. Take a paddle break.
Take a paddle break. Did you see the freaking John's kindergarten girlfriend had a fucking police escort to go down and get coffee today? She has a police escort now.
You know what? So there was one day when she had one, and then the next day, she stood in the crosswalk waiting for them to come get her, and they never came. So we were just like, I don't have one today.
Yeah, she had one today. The lovely state paying for the kindergarten girlfriend.
But what? Nobody cares about her.
Yeah,
Nobody cares about her.
it's crazy.
This is ridiculous. People think they're way more important than they are.
Right. Yeah. When's the next?
Look at his baby. He's so schedule this.
Yeah.
Oh, he's adorable. You got to go over and pat him. He's so friendly.
Hot and so hot and hurt. So hot and
oh, I like this song.
Oh.
What? It's getting hot in here, so take off all your clothes. I want to take my clothes.
I was like, good gracious,
this was at every fucking nightclub.
Trying to show patience. I'm waiting for the right time to shoot my steam. You know, waiting for the right time to flash them keys. And I'm leaving, please believe in. Oh, me and the rest of my heathens. Check
starting to load out a little bit.
Why you at the bar? You ain't popping the bottle. Come on, good is all the fame. You ain't pushing the model. I see you driving what's called and you in a throttle. And I be down, do 100 tops down and gobble. Get off the freeway, exit 106 and parked it. Ashtray, good day, time to spark it. Gucci collar for dollar, got out and walked it. I speak game, cause baby I can't talk
Could have
it.
played Tesla.
It's hot up in this joint. Vocab, tank top on at this point.
Here
You
today.
winner, so baby it can't lose. I got secrets, can't leave Cancun. So take it off like you're home alone. You know, dance in front of the mirror while you're on the phone. Checking your reflection and telling your
Yep, Jeffrey. Yeah, I hadn't seen her in a while.
It's getting hot in here. So take off all your clothes.
They must be outside because it looks like they're asking questions.
It's getting hot in here. So take off all your clothes. Let it hang all out. Mix a little bit of with a little bit of let it just fall out. Give a little bit of with a little bit of let it hang all out. With a little bit of and a sprinkle of it. Let it just fall out. I like it when you
Hi, Gary.
What's up, Allison?
No, the roof. The roof is on fire.
The roof is on fire. Let the motherfucker burn. Burn, motherfucker, burn.
Stop pacing, time wasting. I got a friend with a hole in the basement. What? I'm just getting like Jason. Unless you're gonna do it. Extra, spread the news.
Nathan's here. I'm gonna greet everybody.
I'll stop it then once he's there.
Rico, that's Karen's brother Nathan. I'm live streaming.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Barrows for the win.
Oh my God! I ran up here to greet him when he walked out. I'm like, I got to see him. I'm like, I just want to thank you from everyone here because now you just showed the world there's good cops out there.
Police for the win.
Yeah, I know. They'll be getting fruit baskets again and cards and everything.
As they should.
As they should.
Very good for you. Even better after Barrows testified.
We were screaming out here.
Yes.
The roar was unbelievable. Oh my God! Yeah, everyone.
No, I couldn't hear anything.
You couldn't hear anything. We were screaming.
That was pretty exciting.
That was.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
The two
not.
spots, and when he said absolutely not. Oh my God! Yeah. Yeah, he showed the world there's still decent cops out there.
We're gonna buy you Lexus after.
Yo.
Watch out.
Hey, Dina.
Hey, what a day. Barrows, told the truth, and we got to see Silver Fox today.
Hey, Dina,
What?
can you hear me?
Yeah.
Well, ask Nathan what his favorite song is. We'll play it.
All right, Nathan.
Yes.
The channel wants to know what your favorite song is because they want to play it.
Karen and I have the same favorite song, One by YouTube.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
When we have the big party at Gillette Stadium when Karen's set free, we got to get that band to come in and play for us.
What was
Not
that?
a bad ask.
No, it's not a bad
That
ass.
should be easy.
That should be easy. Well,
They love Boston.
you'd be surprised what this movement can do.
Yeah,
Come on
absolutely.
now.
You never know.
I think we can get you two to
Never
play.
know. Yes.
And it's got to be Gillette Stadium.
See the Mitchell
We-
defense. There you go.
There you go.
There you go. Oh, no. Absolutely. Yep.
See, we can all work magic around here. Hey, I know you sell cars and everything, so I think I need a valuation on how much you think my car brake is worth.
Someone said that to me today.
It's a 2001 Honda Civic. It's got to be at least $500.
Keep driving it. It's worth more to you.
285,000 miles. I got another 100,000 to do it. Yeah. Tim from Canton Cables out here.
Jack, how are you?
Oh, I thought you hit something. It was that. Wow, it looked like it.
I'm like, what are you doing? He's so to see myself.
He's here. He's working the crowd. Your husband, the redhead's husband.
You act like you never had love. You want me to go without. Well, it's too late.
Let's buy a drink. Bartender didn't. Peach and Lisa were talking to someone in their seat. Like, they changed. When I went to the ping pong, no, the Kenny Chesney when I wore the Proctor shirt, tears were flowing down to me. I didn't drink them because they untap all your drinks. You know, you can't do that. But, and then I just went to Tesla and met up with Karen Reed supporters. The guy in front of us, a little boy, and he was like, "You can't even God bless you guys." It's awesome.
Have you come to raise the dead? Have you come here to play Jesus? To the lepers in your head. You asked too much, more than a lot. You gave me nothing now. It's all I got.
Who's coming down the steps now? Is that the kindergarten girlfriend? No.
Hurt each other, never do it again. You say love is a temple.
Oh, that's not the teacher show. No problem. That's tomorrow. That's
and you made me crawl.
But I keep holding on to what you got. When all you got is pain,
one blood, one life, you got to do
what you do.
One life with each other. Sisters, brothers, one life, but we're not the same. We can carry each other, carry each other.
I'm going to be down to 0 battery pretty soon. My phone was from 80. Really? Something's got to be running or something. Watch out, UPS is coming. Nice tune. That's what we got to get. We got to get you two to play at Gillette Stadium when we have the free Karen Reed party. What's going on? Did people out in the Canada?
Yeah, I went out there.
I guess you're not dressed for it.
I had tight shorts on.
Come to me wild and wild.
There you go.
Come to me. Give me everything.
Hey, you guys take your friends up there. Oh my God.
Give me a lifetime of promises and a world of dreams. Speak the language of love like you know what it means.
They're coming out now.
It can't be wrong.
Are they coming out now, are they?
Yeah.
Cool.
What a day for Tracy and Dana to be in there, too. Oh, it's Bobby. It's Bobby. Woo!
Oh, that's my favorite.
Yeah. There's Alessi. Alessi.
Let's go, Alessi. Bruins, if you don't like it,
yeah.
Go follow the stream, Bruins.
He wants to enjoy what?
The sun. Woo!
He's white to the white, though, isn't he?
He's coming out into the crowd.
I want to see what it looks like from this view. Cheer. I'll sit there and I'll talk to my teammates.
We were screaming down at the buffer zone today. That was beautiful. That was beautiful today. We were down there just screaming. Yeah.
That's
Unbelievable. Yeah.
I'm hoping you heard us. So,
I know we will spank you. Don't worry.
This is what we prevented last year of them annihilating people. It's
Look, she's there.
disgusting. That's it. Knock over fences and stuff. Yeah! Woo! Hey, thank you. Hi. What in court? Are you live streaming?
no.
Oh, all right. You? Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't know how much longer it's gonna last, but hold on. Jack, you got your.
It's great spending time with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I missed you too. I hope you had a great day.
Beautiful. TV doesn't. What's going on?
Mr. and Mrs. Reed.
What's been the best part of your week?
Drive safe. Yeah, I'll talk to you.
Don't tell me all like.
You had to sneak over.
Go next to her.
That
Play
was
some
from a girl
music.
named Coco online, that bag.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yep. All right, my phone's gonna die out pretty soon.
That's fine.
Oh, here
What-
comes Hanky. Let me get my harmonica. Wait a minute. Oh, I left it in the car. Shit. I had a harmonica to play for Hanky. I
Right,
played
hey,
for him earlier. I left
Tina.
it in the car. What?
Give me a song. What do you want to go I end on?
What do
What
I?
song?
Nazareth, Hair of the Dog.
Nazareth.
Hair of the Dog.
Who sings it?
Nazareth.
Okay, I got you. I got it. Yeah.
There we go.
There we go. We'll
A
end
good
it.
song. We're out of here. Thank you, leaving.
Heartbreak associator. I've been told about you. She wrote a midnight soda. What they've been saying must be true. That hot mama, velvet charmer, time's come to pay your dues.
That's Spanky leaving. He's done for the day. It probably goes back to the rat nest. Watch out behind you, officer. All right, folks, that's the end of the day. Stay safe, guys. All right, hasta la vista.
Well, my darling.
Bye. My phone's gonna be dead.
Right, what's with the engine? So. you, everyone. Have a great night. We're green tomorrow. Lucky's on tomorrow. We're green. What the dog do? All right, everyone. Thank you very much. We're going to end the stream here. Quick outro. Love you all. Lucky's on tomorrow. So let's wear green if you can remember to wear green. So happy days. See you all tomorrow. Love you all. Oh, stop. DJ, shut the fuck up. That's me. Everyone, love you. Take care. See you tomorrow. Good night.